What is up, people?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
What's up, Chris? I'm good.
Just having a drink.
Yeah, me too. Cheers.
Cheers.
Long week.
It was. We got Mick.
Hey, Mick. What's up, Baggy?
We
Hey,
got
Joe.
Bagheera here and Joe.
Let me drop a link.
The driving in and out. That's pretty good, man. Those animal fries are kicking it. I like them. If you've ever been to Texas, though, or around where Whataburger is, it beats the shit out of In-N-Out, in my opinion.
I ate at Whataburger once when I was driving through Texas, and
Yeah.
I can't remember if I liked it or not. I just remember.
It's a burger, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was fun.
Hope we're all fit as fiddles. Yeah, me too.
Hey, what is the theme song? Nicole wants to know.
Oh, the theme song. I can look it up. Let me find it real quick. It's a free song from YouTube, so you can just use it wherever. I can find it, though. It's funny. I've had that question asked about 10 times.
Yeah. You got to have that at the ready.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's in a folder with about 1 billion JPEG files, so.
Can we link to it in our profile?
Maybe. Here it is. It is called Blue Mood by Blue Mood by Robert Munzinger. So he's got some different stuff up on it's like cool. Mr. Carlos, what's up?
Hey. How's it going?
Good.
What are you up to?
Not much. Just same as you guys. Got off work and having a drink.
Sounds good.
What you drinking?
Some wine. Local wine.
Oh, cool. Very nice.
I like wine.
So these two things came in today. Talk of the town.
Yep. Nice.
Did you all get
Yeah,
these?
cool.
I didn't get mine yet.
I was surprised how quickly. I was waiting to pre-order them or order them until I heard the reviews. And Mike from the in-group said he was listening to the Alice Coltrane and that it sounded really good. And so
Yeah.
that's all I needed. So I think it sounds good. I think this Roy Brooks one is cool because this was never on my radar. So it's cool to, have something because this is a workshop jazz. Let me see. I got the label here. I think I've seen this label before, just kind of surfing around the internet. But it wasn't too familiar with them and was not familiar with this Roy Brooks record at all. And it's got a killer lineup. It's got Blue Mitchell, so Blue Mitchell's trumpet, Eugene Taylor. Does anybody know what he's playing? I'm assuming, what is it?
No.
What is he playing? Sax, maybe? It doesn't have the lineup. So let's say sax, Hugh Lawson. He's probably playing, Junior Cook's definitely playing piano. Hugh Lawson and George Bannon. I'm not sure.
Well, Blue Mitchell sells it for me all by himself.
Well, it's so good. And I put this one on first just to hear how it sounded. And I cranked it. It sounds really good. I know that they didn't release if it's like analog or digital.
No,
but
I think
after hearing it, it's like I don't even care. It sounds
Junior
good.
Junior Cook's playing the sax.
Junior Cook's playing sax.
Yeah, he's a sax player.
Huh. Junior Mance plays piano, I think.
Yep. Yeah.
It's confusing. All right, cool.
Joe's got a question pertinent to your interest, Mike. Anyone ordered the Dominguez Newland release yet? So we haven't.
I have not. I have an original mono, and I watched Whatcom Brown Jazz Vinyls review today. Everybody should subscribe to that guy.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He's got a killer collection, and he breaks it down really well. So he did an A/B against his OG mono versus the new one, and he says he's reaching for the new one.
Wow.
Nice. He said one, the new one's stereo, so this record really benefits from stereo. And he was saying he doesn't know if it actually came out in stereo initially. I mean, I guess we could just look it up on Discogs, but
Sure.
He was saying that it seems like it's only a mono original, and yeah, he said it was really great. So,
which one?
The Mingus,
The Newland.
This guy.
It's got the
Oh.
coolest cover ever. I love that cover.
Yeah.
I came across this in a record store in Chicago,
It looks
downtown
like a magic card.
Chicago, and yeah, there was like nothing in the store. It was like completely picked through, and then all of a sudden, there's a Bethlehem Charlie Mingus,
Nice.
really nice condition,
That's
perfect
cool.
condition.
Yeah, he was saying that all the ones that he's ran across are really beat.
This one isn't. This one plays
Yeah.
really nice.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no spindle wear. It's like unplayed. So
Yeah, those Bethlehems they sound good if they're in good shape, man.
Yeah.
We got some really nice ones. I don't think they hold up as well. I don't, who knows? But as I said, I don't think they hold up as well as some others, like the Columbia six eyes. You know, if they're beat to shit, sometimes they just sound perfect. It's weird.
Yeah.
I've had some 6 eyes that are noisy though, but I also don't have an ultrasonic, which could probably fix that. So I'm considering getting the what's that $400 ultrasonic? The new one that came out.
The Humming Guru?
Humming Guru for Christmas.
Yeah.
So that unless it sells out, which it may.
That'd be cool. I got the DIY one that's right over here behind me. It works fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's nice when you want to clean like a bunch of records at once. I mean, the Humming Guru would be cool because you just clean a record when you want to listen to it, which would be
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have some noisy records, and I just don't know if it's because they're dirty, because a lot of them don't look dirty.
Right.
But, you know, if you put in an ultrasonic, it might just be enough to turn a VG into a VG plus.
Yeah, for sure. It can definitely help, but I mean, it's not going to work miracles. But even like noisy records I have after I put them to my cheap one back there, they sound better.
Yeah.
If nothing else, it gets rid of static, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. My first great experience was this guy here.
What's that one?
Hang on. What do we got? Lish Lap? Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
I mean, it sounds perfect, and it came really, really dusty. I bought it as like a G plus, and it sounds VG plus to me.
Nice.
Joe's saying that the Blue Mitchell Newland says it's stereo, but he doesn't really hear that.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Speaking of Newland, I've got the Blue Mitchell and the one that came out with it. I can't remember what it is now, but I think they're kind of perfect for their price point. Not their website's price point for $53. It's insane.
Yeah.
Like if you buy them from Acoustic Sounds or whatever, like $25. You know, you can tell they're definitely trying to hit a certain threshold quality wise. Like the jackets are slightly better than the Classic Series jackets, maybe, right?
Yeah.
They're coming in polyline sleeve, and I don't know. It's an interesting package.
Yeah. Speaking of price point, Mike, is Verve by Request gatefold or a single sleeve?
They're both. So the Roy Brooks is regular, single, and then the Alice Coltrane is a gatefold.
Because I was
You
wondering
knew
at the price point how the packaging looks like.
Yeah, it's
I mean, it's not like stout and tip on.
Sure.
You know, you can even see it's like
Yeah.
direct to board, but it's fine.
It's like a Classic Series gatefold.
Yeah, I mean, this was $25.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking great, man.
So I mean, you know.
Yeah, when originals cost like $300 to $400.
Yeah.
And it comes with a paper sleeve.
That's kind of a bummer, but
Yeah, I took it out and I mean it's just covered in dust.
yeah, sure. That's when a Humming Guru would come in very handy, man. You just throw it right in there and then
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I just did a quick brush, played it, and these sound pretty good. I mean, like I said, I played this Roy Brooks one really loud, and it sounded really crisp. I mean, it sounded great. It sounded like a great record. And then the Alice Coltrane, the thing is, I don't think this isn't as as the Roy Brooks. Because you have like, you know, horns and Pharoah Sanders is on this, so it's not like there isn't any tenor, but it just seems like this is a little, I don't know, a little more, I don't know what the word is, like ambient at points. So
Could be.
does it have like drone sounds in it and stuff?
It's like everything you would think an Alice Coltrane record would sound like.
Nice. I need some of that, man. I'm telling you, I've got another record of hers I was listening to. It's just loved it.
Yeah.
I've really turned on her recently.
I got a
It
record
is great.
I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I'll talk about it now. It's fine. So I got this record from Fred Putterman and his auction he did the other day. It's kind of cool.
What's that?
So this is a dollar brand.
On
Yeah, it's called Good News from Africa.
Hmm.
It's on this Enya label from Germany, I guess, from
Cool.
the 70s, right?
That's
Very
nice.
cool.
It's just dollar brand and this Johnny Diani guy on bass and vocals and bells, I guess. This is kind of a weird record. It's free jazz, but it's just the two of them. So
I love that.
how crazy can you get with just a bass and a piano, right?
Oh,
Yeah, it's cool.
But they have a song on here called Allahu Akbar. You know, it's kind of the Muslim call to prayer, and they kind of do it straight, just dollar brand kind of singing that in the beginning, and then it changes into like a hymn you would hear in the old sanctified church or a Pentecostal church like I grew up in, and they're still doing the Allahu Akbar thing through it, and it just, man, it just tied so much shit together, I guess. You know, it was pretty amazing. So I love this record.
That's cool. That was great.
Who's the artist again?
His name's Dollar Brand. He's done all kinds of stuff. He's also got a Islamic name that I can't remember at this moment. But, yeah, he's done a bunch of kind of out there stuff.
All right, we got a real simple question here. Who is the best jazz singer alive, men and women?
Alive?
Carlos, you want to take this
Oh
one?
God!
Alive? I don't know.
Who's still alive?
Well,
I
this
mean,
is a Felipe.
I'm sorry, but Tony Benn is still alive, guys.
Yeah.
Can beat him. Can beat him.
Hang on. So I'm gonna make you big, Felipe, because you are the expert on female, especially modern female vocals. Who are the best living jazz singers?
I think Halle Mayer is still alive, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I like Cassandra Wilson. I think she's really good. What's the name of that? She's from Singapore. Jacinta. Have you heard her?
No.
She's amazing. She's that. You know the Asian audiophile label? She's amazing. Her name is Jacinta with a J. Check her out. She has a record dedicated to Benny Goodman. It's amazing. She has many good great records. Jacinta, check her out. It's audiophile. It's like audiophile Nirvana. If you guys don't know her, you're not audiophiles, okay?
How do you spell her name?
With a J, Jacinta.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, MD, that Nora Jones is on the list.
Yeah. No, she's great too. I like her.
Kevin says Gregory Porter and Cassandra Wilson.
Yeah.
I mean, Carlotto.
Yeah.
I don't know most of these people. I don't know Nora Jones. I know Cassandra from
Nora
that.
Jones is good.
People seem to love Patricia Barber as well.
Right.
Patricia Barber's good. Yeah, but she's more like she's great. Do you have any of her records on Blue Note? Candace Springs?
No, let's look at it. Make it big real quick. Show it
This is great. This is a Blue Note.
That's cool.
That is cool.
And
nice.
She's great. I do like her, but she's like a singer, but she's awesome. She's great voice and yeah.
Man, Blue Note still puts out good shit. Like I've bought some stuff from them just randomly.
Yeah.
And it's good.
Yeah.
My favorite modern record is probably that oh hell, who's the organ player that just passed away last year?
Lonnie Liston Smith? Lonnie Smith?
No.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, right?
Yeah, it's Lonnie Smith, not Liston.
Dr. Lonnie Smith.
Yeah, Lonnie Smith. Yeah, Dr. Lonnie Smith. Yeah. That record he put out right before he died, I think it was in 21. Really good.
Yeah. But still, there's a lot of stuff, and I mean, talking to singers, we're probably gonna talk eventually. I mean, this week we lost the greatest singer in Brazil alive, in my opinion, and one of the greatest ever. And her body work is just amazing. And if you guys didn't know, Ken made her the banner for the group this week. Yeah. Ken is a big fan of her as well.
What's her name?
Gal Costa.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she
I'm
passed
not
this
familiar with
week.
her. I've got a record by Amazon card of hers that I want to buy.
Yeah, I got. Oh no, that's Rosa Passos, a different person.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I'll show some more records later and go a little bit about her career because it's really worth it. Okay.
You know, speaking of that, I found that I thought it was Gal Costa, maybe it was somebody else, but that Verokai record y'all both had, and
It's amazing.
recommend. God, man, I played that thing like 5 times.
That's a cool one.
It's
It's
so
so like every song is so different than the next.
yeah.
It's got like a huge variety on it.
It's genius. Yes, it's a great record.
There was like an RSD live Verokai record. I don't know if it's any good or not. Do you know, Felipe?
No, I didn't get that one. No.
Yeah, I heard about that. Carlos, do you know this record?
Verokai?
It's Artur Verokai.
So Artur Verokai is a musician, arranger from Brazil. He recorded this record by himself in '72.
Okay.
Good luck finding an OG for less than a few $1,000s.
Oh my gosh.
And it's genius record. I mean, everybody kind of drank from that source afterwards. It's an amazing record. You can buy a reissue from Mr. Bongo, which sounds really good.
Yeah, I bought mine on Amazon, and holy crap!
You got the Mr. Bongo, right? The 50.
Yeah. I think,
dude, it's available right now for $17 on Amazon. So
yeah, this is here.
Oh, I remember you guys showing that. Yeah.
And
yeah, I don't know. I just had it in my brain, so we got to show it again because it's so fucking good.
And Rev did a video on this, which is what turned me on to it. And I think Felipe spoke with Rev about it as well.
Yeah.
But it's a cool one. And apparently, Felipe, isn't this sampled a lot by like hip hop artists and just musicians?
Yes. That's why it's so rare because I mean everybody bought the good copies and it didn't press much because nobody gave a fuck about this one.
Yeah, so this didn't sell well. I don't know, like did the reviewers not like it or did it just not sell or both?
Yeah, it was very like a not very like pretentious kind of thing. He just dropped it, recorded. I mean, he's very self-aware. He knows that this is a masterpiece, but you know, just back in those days, and so it just went under the radar.
It's a cool one.
Yeah, it's really neat.
Would you guys consider it jazz?
I think it's maybe. I think it's ahead of its time. If you think about it, it's probably ahead of its time.
It's cool. I put this next to my, and I know this is like totally different, but I put this next to my Buena Vista Social Club. I feel like it kind of fits like a mold, like when I want to listen to, I don't know, that style. I'll just grab one of those records. So I put it next to it.
Yeah. I think it's the kind of thing that probably Herbie, Donald Byrd, all those guys listen to it.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's pretty dope. That makes sense.
Yeah,
I really like it. So if anybody else is interested in that record, it's on sale at Amazon for $17. I mean,
yeah.
Go on.
Can you drop a link to the chat if people want to grab it?
Yeah. I wish we had affiliate links.
Yeah, we need affiliate links.
Yeah.
I was just listening to this record, Placebo.
Oh yeah.
This is I have no idea how to describe this. It's kind of a little bit of jazz, a little bit of funk, a little bit of psych, all together.
Nice.
That's cool.
But really cool.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my god, this! I'm so I apologize in advance. This link looks atrocious. It's like 500 years long, so hopefully it works.
Okay.
All right. So, Luis, who asked this question, he said Patricia Barber is very good. The Lie records are very good. I don't know what that is. Do you know what that means, Felipe?
No, I don't know. I'm not very familiar with all her discography. I know a few of them, but not Lie.
He may have meant live.
Oh, live. Oh, that makes sense. Do you know this person from Portugal? Anyone?
No, I have to say that I'm very ignorant when it comes to Portuguese music. I only know a couple of things, and the one that I like the most, if you guys want to check it out, it's a really good. It's a trio. It's a singer, and two guys playing acoustic instruments. It's called Madre Deus. Have you heard of this, guys?
I have not.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Madre Deus. Madre Deus. In a single word.
Is that? And did you say that's modern or that's new?
Portuguese. They're since the 90s. Yeah.
Okay.
No, they played an old style, very typical from Portugal called fado, F-A-D-O, which almost like a medieval thing. It's very old type of popular song in Portugal, with a very modern, outdated kind of rapping. It's fantastic. Madre Deus. You guys should definitely check that out.
That sounds cool.
Yeah,
Novus Nick just scored a bunch of Coltrane.
nice.
That's
You
cool.
should
Very nice.
spend a month getting to know him. That makes sense.
Which which Coltrane records are they? Be cool to know. I think we may have been shown the same thing.
Okay.
Chris, what is the best affordable copy of Headhunters? Amazon had one on sale.
Oh man, let me look. I've got a couple copies of that record. One of them came in the Violently Please box set, which is good. You know, anyone, if that comes out again, like let's say, I'm gonna take a digression for a second. Let's say that Violently Please gets their plant up and running, right? And it turns out to be good, and they reissue that box set, I would buy it.
Yeah.
Like the
Oh,
GP
yeah.
version.
What was wrong with that box set? Is it just like the?
It's fine. It's great. It's just,
Yeah.
I
I'll
mean,
say-
in comparison, the analog productions is only $40. In
Correct. comparison
with new vinyl, it's like $5 or
Yeah,
$10
yeah.
more than a
Yeah.
regular album.
Yeah, I think we got the same one, Mike. That's the OG.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
Columbia
I've
360.
got a
This-
analog productions, and it sounds great.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I would recommend as well.
Yeah,
It's in
I-
stock
yeah.
right now. So,
yeah. I mean, because it's a bestseller, it's really easy to find. However, if you're asking Headhunters, I think this record blows Headhunters out of the water.
I will disagree. That is a good record.
This is phenomenal. If you like Headhunters, this is better. This is better, in my opinion.
In your opinion, correct. It's a great record. I agree.
Yeah, I think
What
everything he
shirt are you
put.
wearing, Carlos?
I mean,
I answered him.
oh, okay, cool.
Oh.
I think Headhunters was like a great rehearsal. So, Man Child and Trust are amazing.
That is such a great cover.
Yeah,
That might
we'll cover,
my
man. I
favorite
get that record.
cover.
So this is what I got from
Ooh,
Fred.
Very nice.
yes.
He's-
What
I-
records?
just
Look
looked
at
on his
that,
list.
hang on.
Hold on. What does it say? What records they're?
Yeah, so this is New York, and Jazz in the Space Age.
Oh,
Yes, very nice.
Super.
Oh yeah.
very nice.
And then this one is Outer Thoughts. So I think it's
Yep. That's a Riverside
it's the twofer of
with
the
aesthetics.
Outer View, I believe, and
Okay.
something else.
Nice. Those are cool.
I'm gonna buy that twofer.
Yeah,
Oh God.
I saw it on his list, but he
I'm gonna
didn't. When he was doing his auction, he didn't.
Mike,
show
do not
it.
look at that record on Discogs for 5 more minutes.
I'm pulling it up right now. I'm not gonna buy it. I just want
I'm not gonna buy it because I can't buy any records till next week. But yeah, I've sampled some of those records that Sonny was showing. They sound cool, man. And New York, and the other. What was the other one on that one?
Jazz on the Space Age.
Oh my god, I love that record. It's got
Yeah,
Bill
that
Evans
one.
on it.
That's what I wanted it for because I really don't like New York that much. I can't go with the Joe Hendricks spoken word.
Oh, that's kind of I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Beginning into mid-century jazz, trying to get the records where it meets fusion and work back. Yeah, that's great, man. I mean, Headhunters is the first jazz record I ever
Yeah.
owned.
And I think, and you can't go wrong with these guys here.
Oh, Donald Byrd.
Yes.
Yeah. This is amazing. I love those records.
Yeah, those are so that Donald Byrd. What's the catalog number on that?
This is LA 047. This is a Division United already.
Oh, it's LA. Okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of great records on that series,
Yeah, and this is Black Bee.
and the
That's-
twofers.
Yeah.
So like the Blue Note. So like all these like Blue Note twofers that came out. These are part of. Let's see if I can show it. It doesn't have the catalog number. Anyway, these are all part of that LA series catalog number. So if you go to like the Blue Note discography and go down to, I guess, Are these like early 70s, like 72?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great one, by the way. So
Well,
this
I think the series like late 70s, Mike, like 78, 79.
late 70s. Okay, yeah. This one is Art Pepper, and it's all his stuff on intro. So it's these records basically.
Modern Art's a great record, man.
All of these records are really expensive, like
Crazy hard to find, yes.
expensive.
It's funny that you showed that because I've got another another Modern Art here.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And I bought this a year ago. Let's see. Well, no, it looks like they put it out in March at my store, so I probably bought it in March.
Nice.
I haven't listened to it yet, though. And
I have a cheap reissue of it.
Look
it
at
was
that.
just kind of lost in a pile of shit. So look at this. Look at this. Art Farmer, Benny Golson, Bill Evans,
Mm-hmm.
Addison Farmer, and Dave Bailey. That looks pretty badass. I need to clean it.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that his brother?
That is his brother, yes.
Mhm.
What does he play?
Bass.
Bass, yeah.
Yeah.
They look like twins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Art Farmer, Benny Golson. This is basically a jazz pet record.
That's cool.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm excited about that one.
I have a Benny Golson record in the mail right now, which I will not
That's cool.
disclose right now. I'm starting to dive in a new direction with a new label right now.
Yeah.
Can't disclose
Right.
proprietary information.
Super
So
serious.
I think also this is fusion, more funky 70s sound. This is a good one to have,
Hmm.
Fuck yes, that's a great record.
right? Also, this one, I think not sure if I posted, but we talked about this record a few days ago.
I have that, man. Let's look at that. Hang on. Maybe
Sassy Soul Strut.
bro.
Yeah,
Oh wow, look at that
Yeah.
cover.
Yeah.
that's amazing. That's Black Beat. That's OG.
Yeah, that's a great record.
Oh yeah, I remember you showing that. Yeah.
It's really good. It's really good. Now, if you want like a really groovy, funky, bluesy record, but from way before that, you can have a Prestige one.
What is it? Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You told me about I want to check that out.
Yeah, we
Carlos,
check-
do you have
yeah.
any of these records we've been looking at just now?
I have a couple or a few different Brother Jack McDuff. I really like him.
Yeah.
This is really cool. With you see the back here,
Let me make you big again. Sorry, bud.
George Benson.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, this is an amazing record. It's so groovy, it's so cool. So the blues is amazing, and the sound is great.
Do you also have the Lonnie Smith, the Live at the Club Mozambique?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
Oh,
a good
yeah.
one.
Isn't that a twofer, like an 80 series twofer?
Yeah,
it's alive. Yeah, it's alive. Yeah,
it's alive. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean
we-
those two records and the Grant Green Alive record
yeah.
from the classic series are fucking awesome.
Hey, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
I'm like, hey,
Let me get you a link.
Hey Mike, come on up. I have updates on Wynton Marsalis.
On Wynn
You have
Marsalis.
updates on your shame.
I really do. I want to tell you what I've done in the past week.
He's
Yes.
dedicated. He's dedicated his week to listening to Wynn Marsalis.
Right.
I'm now a Wynton Marsalis expert. Okay.
yeah.
That's awesome. I'll be right back. I gotta get some ice.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, once again in the blues area, do you guys have this one?
No.
No.
I mean,
I think it's
Yes,
they
Harold
had
Vick.
limited stock right on Analog Productions on that one. I think for a while.
Yeah. It has a Harold Vick, which just came as I didn't bring my tone of poles upstairs, so not even showing.
Oh, here's
That's
Mike.
Yeah.
How is that one? Is that one good?
Hey,
And
what's up?
that's a Liberty Van Gelder. It sounds
How is
amazing.
that one?
I like it. I like it. I think this along came Padon, which is the other one. Oh my gosh. I like this one better.
Okay.
But both, I like the mood in these records. I mean, it's so
Can you show that?
it's so big, but it's intimate at the same time. I like it.
Yeah.
I do like his
Say it again,
sound.
Felipe?
This one, Chris.
Yeah.
And then the next one you said. So that actually, can you show that one again? Sorry. So Harold Vick. Who else is on that?
Yeah, that's
Fred Jackson.
Yeah.
Frank Green.
Grant Green.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's slightly different from this one. Can you see the lineup?
Yeah.
No, it's hard to say. Richard Williams, Fred Jackson, Grant Green, Ben Jackson. It's pretty much Les Harvick.
Yeah.
I love the jazz records with organ and guitar. It's a cool combination. What's up, Mike?
That's
So
much.
those Grant Green records with oh my gosh, not Andrew Hill, but I remember that. Talking about who's there? Larry Young. He has 2 or 3 records with Larry Young. Yes, those records are amazing.
Yeah. So Mike,
Yes, go ahead.
Let me tell you about my week.
Homework. How was your homework? Did you do your homework, Mike?
I did homework, and I have things to show. Number one,
right.
this is the only one that's come in so far. Let me make myself a little.
He has a small shrine now, Wynton Marsalis, that he prays to every day. Here we go.
So this is Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. Wynton Marsalis is a jazz fucking messenger.
Yeah. I have that one.
So this one I feel like it's fine. I mean, the whole record's fine, but I do feel like there are songs that I like more than other songs on this, and it does have like a modern production sound to the piano and the horns. Like it feels like there's elements of a kind of that old school sound feel. I don't know what else to call it. But then you like if I were to blind listen to this, there are pieces of it that would make me think it's more modern. I don't know how else to like explain it.
Yeah.
And they do on side 2, they do Witch Hunt. And so that's a Wayne Shorter tune. What album is that on? Do you remember?
Not off the top of my head.
It's a real familiar tune. And that came on, I was like, that's so cool they're doing it.
Yeah.
And then I also ordered, it's the Wynton Marsalis led one. It's like Message from the Underground or something.
That's a Blakey one. That's a jazz
No,
messenger.
not Blakey. It's a Marsalis. It's like Message from the Underground or something. Black Message from the Underground.
Oh no. Black Codes from the Underground.
Black Codes from the Underground. And that one, I think I like better than this. That one.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna like that one better than that. But
and I was rewatching the last live stream, and per your recommendation, I ordered the live 2 LP from
Blues Alley,
and that one I actually think is the best one so far.
Yeah. See, after everybody talks about Black Codes, but after Black Codes, the next 3 albums, starting with J Mood, Standard Time Volume 1.
Yeah, I got
Live at Blues Alley.
I got the CD of Standard Time, and it came in. It doesn't fucking play. It gives me an error. So the guy refunded me. So whatever. I don't even. I feel bad throwing it away, but it doesn't play.
Yeah. Is that presented like CD rock?
What was cool about this? I mean, just like the title. I mean, they do Caravan, April in Paris, Cherokee, Goodbye New Orleans, Soon, all like Foggy Day. It's all Autumn Leaves, and then they do Cherokee again on this. So it's like all the old standards his team's doing.
And it's pretty fresh sounding. It's not like just, okay, we're going to do standards and we're going to play. And then, the arrangements are really good. And listen to the drummer throughout all of those recordings. Jeff Watts. He is phenomenal.
Is that
Jeff
the Tane guy? Tane?
Yeah, Tane Watts.
He is good. Yeah, I did notice that he was pretty good. But waiting for those records to come in. Welcome, Jim. And who is that you're with?
He kidnapped me.
But I do. So there's more I wanted to tell you, Mike.
Okay.
So, in addition to this, so I grabbed these like the next day. They're just streaming and stuff. And actually, Bradford's brother, is that his name? Bradford?
Yep.
Am I saying that right? His albums are actually, I think I might like his albums better than Wynton's albums.
See, everybody says that, but what's really sort of funny when people say that, Jeff Tane Watts also played with Branford and like some of Branford's best stuff. And the bass player in some of those Wynton CDs, Robert Hurst, also played with Branford for a while.
Yeah.
So, like people went like back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah. This one. Well, anyway, so I did want to tell you. So after I ordered these, I'm part of Ken McAuliffe's group on Facebook.
Yeah, I saw that post.
You saw the post. Okay, so I posted that There's like 200 responses.
Yeah. Oh, I got into it with a guy in there.
Oh, I got to go back and look at it. I honestly, it got so long. I was like, I
Yeah.
don't know what to do with all this.
Some guy said something about Winton and Stanley Crouch and said Winton and his apologist Stanley Crouch, and he said that they said that they were against. I guess he said that Stanley Crouch said things about Fournette, Cecil Taylor, and Mingus. So I just responded to the guy, could you show me that? Because I named 3 Stanley Crouch books. I said, I've gone through these books and I've read the essays on Ornette and Cecil Taylor, and I gave him like the year that the essays were written. I don't see anything like this. There's nothing but praise for those guys. And then I told him that, look, in the latest biography of Ornette, the writer talks about how Stanley and Crouch and Ornette were pretty close, and they would spend hours talking on the telephone. So I was like, "What are you talking about? Where's your proof?"
Yeah,
And, then we went back and forth for a while.
Yeah, it's funny how
destroying things. What's happening?
It's funny. It's not funny. It's just Wynn is like a wedge, or like he's very. People have a lot of opinions about him.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know enough about it to know if that's right, like rightly deserved or not.
Well,
but the other thing is this. So because of that thread, Dan from the Jazz Shepherds channel,
I know. I saw.
Did you see that too? So I feel like it was such a great week for Wynton Marsalis.
It really was.
Yeah. The thing with Winton, I think a lot of those guys are citing like stuff from like the late 1980s. Like these old critics, like.
Oh, Mike, I think he froze.
He froze, yeah.
He did praise Rob and Jim.
Leonard Feather,
and
they didn't like Winton. It was a control thing. When Winton first came up, they would say how this guy is great. He's playing straight ahead jazz. He's not going to play fusion.
Mm-hmm.
But then Winton didn't need them to talk for him.
Mm-hmm.
Winton could go on Charlie Rose on his own.
Yeah.
He didn't need people downbeat and all that stuff. And then the whole attitude changed. They couldn't control this guy. And then, the record companies don't carry jazz anymore. So the musicians didn't need those guys. They're not going to help me get a record deal. I got to do this on my own.
Yeah.
With the death of like old jazz writing, I think that's where a lot of that antagonism comes from.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he says some dumb stuff also. I mean, he should just not even talk about like rap music, But there's no real thing with him in the avant-garde. The avant-garde during the time that Winton's been playing, they've done quite well for themselves.
Yeah.
They know how to survive. They've got their own,
Well, isn't Branford a little avant-garde? Like I feel like his stuff pushes the limits a little bit.
I do too. They could like their other brother Delfeo sort of calls it like burnout, like that style of playing.
Mm-hmm.
But he pushes it. Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah.
I like some of that stuff. I mean, I like all of Branford's stuff.
I don't have any of his records. I need to get some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got
What?
5 or 6 Winton albums.
Yeah. There was one
Yeah.
Bradford one I wanted. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah. I mean, and then I started looking at all the Sidemen's albums and all their not all their stuff, but a lot of their stuff on CD.
Yeah.
So I'll probably end up, and you get them for a few
Yeah.
bucks. They're not even that expensive. Like the shipping costs more than the CD.
The pianist that plays with Winton, Marcus Roberts,
Okay.
he had a really good album. I think it was his first album as a leader. It's called The Truth Is Spoken Here. And Elvin Jones plays drums on it.
Cheers, guys.
Oh yeah.
Cheers.
What y'all drinking? What's up, Jim and Rob?
Let me get the copy.
A French gimlet.
Okay.
Very nice.
Very French gimlety.
So you said you were going to a record show. Did you already go, or is it later?
No, we go at 7 Pacific. So, but we did meet up and we went to a record store and I picked up 3 pretty cool records. So
Let's look.
What'd you get?
I picked up a white label promo of
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
I have that.
So I'm going to get rid of my regular version of this.
How much did they get you on that for?
$20.
Oh, that's
Mint.
great.
That's great. Yeah.
That's nice. Ooh.
Very nice.
Looks good.
Hold on. This I've been looking for. The Art Blakey twofer of his 2 Riverside albums,
Mm-hmm.
and this is mint too. Like it looks unplayed. $20, and then I didn't have to get the Impulse repress issue of that.
Oh
So
yeah,
this is like 70s
Oh, hard box, yeah.
Columbia stuff.
gold stamp promo.
It does impacts.
Nice.
Yeah, the Impact. So
Yeah, but
this was
it's a Columbia record, isn't it?
this was $9.
That's a great record. I think.
What are the records that are on Riverside?
That's what I was going to ask.
That's what I was going to
This
ask.
is
you.
a Caravan,
Okay.
and I always mispronounce you.
Oh, I know
Ugetsu.
about.
Yeah,
Ugetsu, right?
Yeah.
yeah. I wonder. Let me see if these might be Van Gelder mastered ones. No, they're not because this
That's
is
Ugetsu.
this is Milestone too.
How is that
That's
record?
one of the records. Okay, cool.
That's Ugetsu, yeah.
Who's on? What lineup is that?
Lee Morgan, Wayne Shorter, Curtis Fuller,
Oh man.
Jimmy Merritt, yeah. And
that's
163 and 162.
yeah.
That's
I love
cool.
the twofers where it's really 2 records and not.
Oh,
just-
sorry, it's Reggie Workman on bass. Sorry,
Okay.
and
That's
that's a
Lee Morgan and Wayne
Japanese.
Lee Morgan.
Yeah.
Wayne Shorter?
Yeah.
I don't think they recorded that much for Riverside.
That's a live album. Lee Morgan had just joined the
Yeah.
band.
Wow.
I think we're recording at the same time for both.
And I'm sorry, it's Freddie Hubbard. Freddie Hubbard.
Oh, Freddie Hubbard. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Still, that's pretty awesome.
Freddie
But
Hubbard's
I've been going through helping Jim sort out his collection to get rid of stuff.
Yeah.
He's got some new stuff here, man.
Sweet.
I'm sure.
Nice.
I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Jim needs a black unbranded baseball cap, though.
Yeah.
So you guys can just stand in for each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah. I'm 3 feet taller than him. You can tell.
we have
It's like I'm taking my son for a walk.
my wife is pretty buttoned up.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah. Jeffrey said he loves the twofers,
Oh,
but
oh,
it's
Wait
not
a second.
the
Let
original
Jim
cover.
show these records because he was what's the woman singer one? That's the
Oh,
this record, and I'm sure Mike knows this record. Blew me away on his system. He was playing it, and I go, "This is the record everyone's gonna buy tonight."
so
Yeah.
I first heard this at I think it was Axpona and in Chicago, and the system was VTL vacuum tube Logic. They're big, like $100,000 amps, and Vandersteen speakers. You know, couple $100,000 system, and they were playing this record. You know this?
Oh yeah,
Oh, I
Uh,
see.
Sure.
that's great.
Is killer.
Oh, I'm telling you guys.
What is it called?
Go stream it.
It's called Diamonds and Dreams and Daggers. It's a
Yeah.
3-record set, mostly live. It's amazing. It
Yeah,
really
I'm
is
telling you
pretty.
guys, you'll be blown away.
And her voice is
Yeah, it's very familiar and unique.
This was new too.
Yeah,
Pardon?
she's like a sort
I
of
can't-
reminds me of Betty Carter and someone else. But I love her. I have like I think 4 of her albums.
her
Yeah.
range.
Who
Her
pressed that?
range is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, she's my favorite of the modern female singers.
Yeah.
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 I
It's
didn't like
on
her
Mac- I
newest
think it's-
release.
Isn't that on Mac Avenue? I think it's Mac
Yeah, it
Avenue.
is on Mac Avenue. Yeah.
There's one for
Yeah.
$20 on Discogs, but it says that there's a flaw on side D track 3.
Yeah,
or something.
it's still available for like $44, and it's a 3 LP
Real-
set.
that
Got it. Okay.
gorgeous,
Yeah.
gorgeous sounding record. It really is.
And then he was playing me this stuff,
Are you
and
familiar
it was awesome.
with this Mossy Washington Jr.?
Hmm.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Frog, Elevator.
Not that particular one though.
All of these.
They're like very cheap. They're like
Oh,
$15 to $20. This one he
Wow.
was playing, insane,
Stunning.
stunning.
cool.
There's a bunch of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's kind of like,
really-
are those kind of like acid jazz kind of
I
down
would say,
tempo
yeah,
stuff?
I would say acid jazzy. Very, very in your face, very intense, but awesome.
and sometimes very funky too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
I just
Cool.
picked up these from Fred.
Excellent.
Micaiah McCraven. He's kind of in a similar vein. I had picked up his release on Blue Note and then another release that he had on None Such Records. Again, if you're into that kind of down tempo, acid jazz, kind of lo-fi sounding stuff, he's another good one.
That's nice.
I got a couple of great Mac Avenue records.
Christian
Yeah.
McBride.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's a good
Christian
one.
McBride trio out here is badass, and then the other one is this Kenny Garrett. These are both Record Store Day things.
Yeah.
I was always
Yes,
buying these.
yes.
When we come out, I just buy them because they look cool. These are both great records.
I love Kenny Garrett. I wish they would release some of his Warner Brothers stuff on.
Yeah.
Like there's the Coltrane album that he did, and one that's called Trilogy. Those are like when he did that in the '90s. Like everybody was like, "Oh, this guy is awesome," you know. And there's one also called Songbook. After that, those three are like his best recordings.
Hey, Chris, can you reenact that Kenny Garrett cover?
No, man, I can't. No.
Oh, come on, man. You're no fun.
he played with Miles also. He played with Miles Davis when he was young too.
Okay.
Hey Jim, what are those albums you just showed? They're called Full Throttle.
Full
Oh,
throttle.
Dude, cheap as the day is long, and the one he played
Let's
one.
do it.
Throttle elevator music.
Throttle elevator music.
Yeah, dude,
Throttle.
it is acid eating goodness.
It's really fun, and they're
No,
very,
this one.
This is the one.
This is the one I listened to. It is good.
Oh, okay,
Nice.
awesome.
Yeah.
Let's check that out.
Fun record.
You know, I've been picking up a lot of stuff on this label. They only did like maybe 16 recordings called Beehive. They were based in Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is one that I picked up. This guy right here.
Yeah.
And
I have one of his records.
and that's really good. Yeah, I saw you had posted that. And then I picked up a
Who responded?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah.
Hey,
Very cool.
This Curtis Fuller.
Oh, wow.
50 cents.
And there's this guy Ronnie Matthews. He's the pianist. He's
Mhm.
Are these 80s? Are these 80s? They were an 80s label.
What late 79, late 70s. I think the label folded in 84. And
Yeah, might pick up some of those.
and then there's this one tenor player on this is a different label. This is on Muse. This
Love
guy
Muse.
Ricky Ford.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's really great. He's excellent. He's great. He lives in Paris now. He just released a new CD, but he has a bunch of great albums on Muse.
Yeah,
That
Jackie
you-
BR. That makes sense.
Not that they don't cost you that much, but it's great. And then I picked up one thing came today. This Robert Glasper
How's that?
Black Radio. It's the anniversary edition,
Oops, sorry.
the 10th anniversary or something like that.
How do I switch
Deluxe
back?
edition. So yeah, that's about it. And then I got my stuff from Fred too.
Cool.
What'd you get from Fred?
A Herbie Hancock. Let's see.
Hey, Novice Nick, I'm also wearing underpants too.
It's a Liberty pressing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I have a crappy version of that, but that's such a good album.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is a bunch of people on here that I like. So I picked that up.
Hey, everyone, get a bunch of people Mike likes. Who are they?
It's just too many people to name.
Oh shit! Why is this still showing? Oh,
And then this Cuban,
Mike, is Mary Halverson on that one?
yeah, Mary Halverson, Temeka Reed.
Yeah. Okay.
It's one drummer who I really like. He plays with Temeka Reed. Tomas Fujiwara. He's an excellent drummer.
Mhm.
And then I picked this one up. Fred, like Rex, sort of recommended it. So
Oh yeah, I saw that.
yeah, so,
Interesting.
That's interesting.
So here's a good question that Roberto brings up. This is kind of talk. We were talking about this earlier. Should I buy the Alice Coltrane from Verve by request or get it
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
VMP Impulse Anthology box?
So what else in the box?
good question.
The box is going to be every record that's available already right now.
I think you're correct. I think you're 100% correct.
Yeah, I think
I mean, the only thing that would make it, if they're pressing it at their new plant, which is not a proven place, right?
Exactly.
So who's going to be the guinea pig for their shit?
You should be, Rob, and then you should tell us if the record's suck or not after you spend
Listen,
$300
you
on them.
can get that Alice Coltrane for under $25.
It's
And Mike right there, with his hand on his chin, will tell you both the releases today sound good, right, Mike?
yeah. I showed them earlier, and they sound great. They sound great, both of them.
Well, and the next box set from Vinyl We Please is going to be Impulse. It's going to be Cadet.
What?
But is it the box from their new plant?
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's going to be Cadet because I heard it when I bought that other box that I showed you guys already, the Latin jazz one.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to the podcast, and at the end they gave the hint of the next box set that was going to be coming, and it was Cadet.
Now,
Is it jazz titles or blues titles from Cadet?
That I don't know.
Well, the thing is, Cadet is Argo.
Yeah, it's Cadet. It became Cadet.
Cadet.
So does that mean they're going to go back and reissue Argo?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Probably not. It'll probably be Cadet titles.
yeah.
Yeah, fucking badass Cadet titles though.
What are the better?
But Cadet titles are also some of the titles that Impulse could be, or the Verve series is reissuing, like Dorothy Ashby, what Rob hates.
Sonny here. I know Sonny Stitt did Cadet. I know Ramsey. Did Ramsey Lewis? I know he did.
Tons of Ramsey Lewis.
There's lots.
Tons
Don
of Ahmad
Patterson.
Jamal.
I went to an estate sale today and passed on some Argo Ramsey Lewis titles.
Etta James recorded on Cadet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some good artists that recorded there.
I was looking at Ramsey Lewis's discography a few days ago, and I was just looking to see if he plays with any horns. That guy never plays with any horns.
Yeah, but
Trio.
if you're going to get one of his,
I mean, the trio. Sometimes they play with guitar, and like they'll bring.
Don't blow his mind, Chris. Don't blow his mind.
Fucking trio, man.
No,
Ramsey Lewis trio.
Sometimes it's the trio.
I talked about his 70s stuff. He did all with horns. So,
well,
so yeah, you have like Ramsey Lewis, Ahmad Jamal, James Moody. You have Sonny Stitt, Lou Donaldson, Willis Jackson, James Moody, Illinois Jacquette, Ray Bryant, Kenny Burrell, Gene Ammons. This is all Cadet. So
yeah, I mean, well, in Argo, then you had all the jazz stuff.
Harold Land, Yusuf Lateef.
You got a ton. Argo has like such great records.
They're from Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I wish.
All right, I just want to share my screen. Hold on, before we move on, I just want to follow up on the Beehive thing with Mike. So I really don't know too much about Beehive. Oh, am I sharing my entire screen? Okay, whatever.
Yes.
How about the Manhattan?
Yeah, be careful.
We don't want to see your laundry list.
So anyway, just look at these guys. So like, I don't know who this guy Nick is, but Pepper Adams is on this. Roy Haynes is the drummer. Roy Haynes is on this Dizzy Reese album. You got
I have that one. That's a really good one.
Clifford Jordan's on that. Yeah, I mean, is this like a Xanadu or something like that, where they're kind of bringing back the old band? But look, Sam Jones might be the hardest working person in jazz next to Art Blakey. This guy is
Ron Carter. Ron Carter got to be at the top.
But like Sam Jones is a close.
Yes.
Okay, let me stop sharing. But anyway, if you go, there's not too many records, but if you go, it's there's a lot of familiar names.
Yeah, they only did like 16, I think, releases. And I remember a few years ago, Mosaic did a box set, but it was only a CD. And that was like the first time I had heard of the label.
How do they sound? Is it like a Xanadu or a Pablo type thing?
Most of them sound good. The one that doesn't sound, I mean, it doesn't sound horrible, is the Dizzy Reese, which is really good playing.
Okay.
But what happened when they say it on the cover, you know how they have the partitions in the studio? Dizzy Reese had them take them down, and the engineers didn't compensate for that. So, the sound's not as good as the other ones.
Man, that Dizzy Reese is a bastard. Hey, the other day I picked up because Joe Harley's single-handedly making it hard to find Jimmy Jufrey records.
Yeah.
I picked
I'm
up
pissed.
the
I'm so
Western
pissed.
Suite. I picked up the Western Suite on Music on Vinyl, and it does not. It's not a good sounding record.
Oh, good to know.
I streamed it on Apple Music, and it sounded awesome on Apple Music.
Seek out the Pure Pleasure, Rob. The Pure Pleasure sounds good.
Carlos, show that.
On Vinyl sounds horrible. Hey, screw you, man.
Yeah,
you took that last copy.
I got the last one.
Yeah, I picked up a copy also.
Screw you, man. You took the last copy. I just got
I
to
have
notice.
probably ordered like best vinyl, some like weird.
Yeah.
There's still one in Canada. There's one in Canada.
Rob, I pulled this for
Rob
you,
is the one
Rob.
for that record.
I ordered that one in Canada and they canceled it on me.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
They're
I
trying
just
to-
got
they're trying to
canceled
keep it
today.
from
That means Rachel's going to get it, obviously.
Screw all of you who got that record.
Rob, you got to track this one down. This
Yeah.
is a good one I pulled off the shelf. Not as out there playing by
Wait,
Drew
is he
Freeze.
doing music from the show, The Music Man?
Yes.
I'll take a pass on that one.
It's actually pretty good.
I got the one with Bob Brookmeyer and Jim Hall, and it's awesome.
That's
How many
Traveling
times
Lights.
have you heard that record?
The
What's that?
Western Suite is that one.
Just kidding.
Traveling Lights. Is that what it is? You can also pick up any there's a lot of the I've shown this record a couple times on the stream, but he played with Howard Rumsey's Lighthouse All Stars for a while. So if you like Jufrey,
And when you show a record 5 times, you get the Mike seal of approval.
That's correct.
I'm going to show it again because I'm doing a video about Rumsey. So
Are you? That's
I'll
cool.
make sure I tag you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Let's see. So I got some stuff too. First of all, I think Rob knows this once. I finally got another J&K. This is not Stone Bone.
Oh, awesome.
That's sweet.
It sounds amazing. It's clean. It sounds pretty good, Rob. I appreciate it.
Is that Cree Taylor?
It does sound
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
It was
It has the
originally
radio,
CTI.
you know what? Nicole knows that radio station. That was their copy. The call
Nice.
letters.
And a twofer, the Eddie Lock Joe Harris.
Did you listen to that?
Davis, sorry. Yes,
That's
I
both
played.
that's both his cookbook records.
Yes,
Very
I
good.
dig it. It sounds amazing. The record is clean, perfect. And
Yeah,
then
well, that was in exchange for the horrible record you sent me.
okay, so a couple other ones. This is not an OG; it's a reissue. That's the Kevin Gray cut.
That's a fucking great record,
Very
man.
good record.
That's the Jazz Dispensary one. Oh,
Yes,
that's great.
this stuff is dynamite. It sounds amazing.
You're a silly person if you don't get that record.
Putterman sold his last during the thing.
Along with this, I got this Sony Stick.
You know, I see that record all the time. I'm afraid to get it.
It is good. It is good. Sonny Steed, Red Holloway, Artillery, Larry Gales, Clarence Johnston. It's a good one.
I mean, Rob's correct.
Catalyst.
Like you have to find the right half of Sunny Stitch shit to buy.
Yeah.
The other half sucks.
You mean like his recordings on the Veraphone?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. It sounds awful though.
It's like he experimented with this electric saxophone.
Yeah.
and recorded on, I think it was
That what
roulette.
killed him? Was it like right before he died?
It was awful stuff. Awful stuff.
Well, you know what? He did an album for Solid State that I picked up. That's over orchestrated, and he's muffled by it. It's not a great record. Green Apples or something.
I mean, he made a fuck ton of records, man.
He recorded for everyone. I'm almost certain he recorded for companies that didn't even put out records.
Probably.
I'm sorry, are we talking Sonny Stitt?
Yeah.
I have one here. Another
was-
one. This is pretty
That's
good.
a good
This is
one.
pretty good.
That's good.
It's on the Black Perf.
Wax does have the biggest twofer collection.
I mean, yeah, I have a lot of twofers, but they're cheap and they sound awesome. What's that like?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
wait, what's going
Who's
on?
playing with quarters?
I don't know.
I just dropped one. So on the keeping with the reissues, this is a Rhino one, also really good.
I don't have that.
Yeah,
I have the speaker's corner.
I have the speaker's corner of that one.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
Rhino put that out?
Check here for you. Charles Mingus, Curtis Porter, alto and tenor sax, Jimmy Nepper, trombone, Wade Legg, piano, and Danny Richmond drums.
Yeah, you're leaving out. Here's the thing people don't know about that record. The first side of that record's freaking awesome. The
Yes.
second side of that record is Gene Shepard narrating something
Yeah.
that, and Gene Shepard is the guy who wrote The Christmas Story and narrates the movie The Christmas
Mhm.
Story.
Are you
I love
serious?
that movie.
I love
Yes.
that movie too. That's fucking
That's
great.
the coolest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
going,
gonna get it right now.
Ralphie.
Yeah.
On the second play of that, it's like Ralphie saw a clown.
You see that they're
Yeah.
making a sequel this year? They have the entire cast back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean,
it's probably gonna be
You know,
tough.
the mom and dad aren't back.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it's
it's
Oh,
and
yeah.
on the second side of that album, he goes, "Fuck."
Dude, that fucking that
Just
movie's
shoot
so
your
great.
eye out.
That's cool.
You know
So
what's
now-
funny? I had a copy of that. Hang on just a second, Felipe. I had a copy
No.
of that movie that my dad found in a dumpster back in the 80s. And it was like this old school.
What? Now we need to know more about this story.
I'm going to tell you. If you're old as fuck like me, do you remember the early VHS covers that were actually bigger than the fucking tapes and they like had a little
Yeah.
flap and had
Yeah.
a tray inside of it? It was fucking stupid. But
Not to
yeah,
mention the doubles.
yeah, exactly. So my dad found a dumpster. We used to watch that shit during the summer. I mean, we didn't care. It was just a fucking awesome
Wait,
movie.
did your dad find all your entertainment in a dumpster?
He did. He found a pinball machine in the dumpster that had
Oh, God.
like this demon, like half naked chick on it, and I was just super infatuated with that as an 8-year-old.
Wait. You found a pinball machine in a dumpster.
Yes.
It sounds
Yeah.
like a country
Well, I
western.
don't- so I don't think
Yes. My dad found all kinds of shit in the dumpster.
is this the clamshell case? Isn't the clamshell case like the
No.
Disney like
That's different.
plastic
And
case?
No, dude, these are fucking like 19.
These are it's a
with
card
a
cover,
Velcro, right? With a
Cardboard
Velcro.
cover.
and,
with the Velcro,
and
that's
there's like
right.
a border around where the VHS goes.
Yes.
Daddy found our entertainment in a dumpster.
Well, I need to lay off this tequila. Those things go down fast.
Yeah.
So can I do a quick flip because I went a little overboard
Let's do it.
Oh yeah.
in my Face Records order. So this is actually my first experience ordering from Face, and there was a handful of records that I
What
I
is
struck-
face? I don't know what
So-
that is.
Face New York or Face Japan?
Face Japan.
Okay.
So they run an eBay store,
great.
and they have a lot of titles, and they will invoice you and ship all the records you've won within a week or two, so you don't have to worry about paying shipping for every item. And there were a handful of titles that I've kind of struggled to find nice copies of, and decided I'd give it a shot. And then when you're getting a box from Japan, you're like, that's $5. I'll add that in. Oh, that's $10. I'll add that in. So I went a little bit overboard, but these first three titles are kind of the ones that struck me. I didn't have a nice copy of this.
Beautiful.
It's they're all Japanese pressings, obviously.
Who's the lineup on Mal One?
I can't speak. I
Can't read Japanese.
Yeah, I can't read Japanese, but
Oh, that's a bummer.
yeah.
Well, why not? Damn it!
I'll look it up. Yeah, I can get it.
This is another one I've always been looking for, and I got very jealous when Felipe showed it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I picked that up. That one's Japanese on the back as well. This record I absolutely love, and my copy was pretty roached out. There you go, our boy Sonny Stitt.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Mm-hmm.
This one has English on the back,
I
luckily.
think Run Out the Groove put out that album too.
Oh, really? I'll have to try to seek that out. Then this one.
Oh, I was just listening to that today.
Yeah,
That's the
so
trio.
good.
It's a trio, and there's 2 songs with a quintet or sextet or something.
yeah.
Yeah,
I got my
it's
copy
so
from
good.
Face also.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, they seem to have like a lot of copies of the same records.
Yeah.
But
I,
yeah, I mean,
I have
I'll-
the OJC.
Bob Bradley's in the chat. Big
Bob
fan of Sean King.
what's up? Yeah,
He's a
I
big
saw
Bob Bradley from the Bob
Yeah.
Bradley YouTube channel.
I
Yeah.
saw Bob Bradley's video when he bought his Chung King at a record show.
Yeah. And by the way, that's not offensive whatsoever, that title of that album.
I know, right? I'll go quick through these. So this is a Steeplechase release. Don McLean, Jackie McLean, Dexter Gordon. Picked this one up just because, again, it was like $5 or $6.
I've got that record. That's a great one. Yeah.
Who,
That's a good
wait,
record.
who was on that?
Find it in a dumpster.
Your mom
Yes.
found it in a dumpster.
Hey,
There's the
hey,
cast.
what she finds in the dumpster is ours, not yours.
That's fair.
This one actually really blew me away. Again, I kind of picked this one up on a whim, but
Ooh, I need that.
Alcone.
yeah.
That's
So
cool.
so side one is Zut Sims, Alcone, Mose Allison, who shreds on this, Paul Motion, and Nabil Toda on bass. And then side 2 is Alcone, Zut Sims, Phil Woods, Mose Allison, Paul Motion, and Nabil Toda. So yeah, I mean
What label's that on?
this is on United Artists.
Cool.
I'm not sure what it was originally released on.
Man, Phil Woods is my favorite alto player, I think.
I picked this up for like $6.
Oh, very
Yeah, the compositions on this are I mean, this is modal to the core.
Does that have English on it?
This does have English on it, yes. This has Bill Evans on piano, I believe. Let me find the cast. Yeah, Bill Evans on piano, Joe Harris drums, Milt Hinton bass, Hal McCusick on alto, Art Farmer on trumpet, Barry Galbraith on guitar.
That's incredible.
Yeah. This is just a solo Junior Mance record
Oh yeah.
on Riverside.
Yep.
I didn't have a good copy of this.
Oh. I'm looking for that right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
And that's like a-
these are all kind of gap fillers. Like for $10, like I felt like I got a whole batch of records that I could have easily spent an absolute fortune on.
Who's on that
And-
Max Roach?
And they'll hold me off. They'll hold me over until I can find better pressing. So
That's the Argo. That's an Argo.
yeah, this is Max Roach, Hank Mobley, Kenny Durham, George Morrow, and Ramsey Lewis.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, speaking of Cadet, right? We were just talking about him.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's Ramsey Lewis playing with horns.
You know what?
That was
Actually,
planned. That was planned.
Chris, can you get a trombone sound effect for Mike
Yeah, right.
every time he's proven wrong on this stream?
Oh, fucking dead. That's hilarious.
This is Roy Hands.
Next week I'll have all Ramsey Lewis records.
Oh shit. Oh, Tom Fag and Moodsville's cool.
Yeah.
They need to put out all those Moodsville records.
Moodsville, I know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, these were all again kind of just whim records.
What's
Johnny
that?
Griffin Quartet with Art
Johnny
Taylor.
Griffin and Art Taylor.
I haven't even heard of
Originally
that.
on Timeless.
What is that on? What label is
Can
that?
Johnny Griffin be the jazz
Oh,
musician
cool.
that make fun of for next?
I just got that Art Blakey Timeless record with Wynton Marsalis. It sounds like the pressing quality sounds incredible.
Well, it seems very odd to say that. Proven last week, you didn't even know who he was.
How dare you?
I will say, so, yeah, right.
Oh shit, that's fucking hilarious.
I will say some of these Japanese pressings sound good, and some of them sound mediocre.
I need to find that Dracula record, man.
That is Mike Esposito's
yeah.
favorite jazz record.
So I put into the chat when Mike was on Rachel's stream, what is a sleeper Riverside or something like that? Because I was going hard on Riverside.
Hey, Joe, that's a good series. Yes.
That's the record he pulled out. He said people should get it.
Right, but now when
That's a
he
good
says
series.
that, they're not available anywhere.
Is that right?
And then
Except for
there's
the trash
that's
can
another
that
logo.
might-
Beautiful.
this is bad, third.
That's
I
a
have that.
beautiful recording.
Yeah.
It's a
so
great record. I have that.
so don't blame me when all of your bank accounts take a nice big wallop from Face Records.
Now, what was did they how long did it take for you to get them when they shipped them?
So I would say it was. So they invoice on Mondays, and they shipped within a day once I paid through PayPal, and I got it within 5 business days.
Yeah, it's insane.
That's
So-
awesome.
It was super quick.
So what was the deal with shipping, and where did you buy them from? Discogs or their website or what?
I bought it from eBay, so their eBay store is actually pretty seamless.
Yeah.
So I think the flat shipping cost was first of all, it's not flat, right? It's
like
I think
$18
a minimum $18, and then
Yeah.
every record after that's $5 shipping.
Right.
So,
That's not bad.
but a lot of these I got for $5.
Yeah, I've gotten records for like $3, and
Yeah.
it's just, and they ship DHL.
That's
Yeah.
good. I've
And
gotten
they pack
records from Japan in like 3 fucking days. It's crazy.
Since
they
I
all
live in
come
LA, my experience is they get to me fairly quickly.
Oh,
Mhm.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, they all come in these Japanese inner sleeves. They ship with the record outside the jacket, obviously, and they package extremely well. I can't say I had a bad experience at all. It was actually great.
Yeah, outstanding.
I don't have that many Japanese records. I've probably got, I don't know, maybe 10. They all sound fine to me, though.
Yeah, the Riverside series is really good, Joe. That one,
Yeah.
I have some
The
Sonny
SM.
Rollins. Yeah.
SMJ. It is, the
I have
SMJ
to give a shout out to Mike Notes and Tones because I picked up that Jerry Allen.
This over here.
got it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was the classic.
They had an open copy at Amoeba for $10. That
That's,
album was great, and the vinyl sounds very silent on that.
SMJ.
Felipe, can you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you.
I love Jerry Allen. I mean, she's got a number of things on
That's
Blue
nice.
Note that are really good.
These are really good. That's a really good series.
I have
of
the
Japanese.
OJC of that.
Yeah,
This is the record they're talking about, right?
yeah.
It's such
That got
good
a lot
record.
of negative shade when it first released because it was kind of one of the only digitally sourced classics. But
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know because
Wasn't
Tony Allen steals that. I mean, Tony Williams steals that record.
yeah.
You know, she hangs because when I first, when I have it on CD, and I was like, oh man, Tony's like. During that time, Tony Williams had the tendency to really like overplay and like take control of stuff. Yeah, and then after I listened to it, she hangs pretty good. She hangs with him.
Yeah.
No,
Because
it's her
he had,
album.
Tony Williams had his own bands, and if you would go see them play live, I mean, he was a little too loud, and he just like overwhelmed them. And you're like, dude, just it's supposed to be like you're supposed to interact with the people you play with, not blow them off the bandstand.
Didn't she play on some Black Saint records, Mike?
She's on some Black Saint, and she's on it's Black Saint and Soul Note.
So yeah, okay.
And she's on a lot of DIW recordings with Paul Motion and Charlie Hayden. And Joe Harley showed one that's on, I don't know if it's Soul Note or Black Saint.
That's right. The first record you showed. Yeah.
It's impossible to find on vinyl now.
He ruined it for everybody.
Thanks, Joe Harley.
Fred has a copy, and I keep asking him, "Are you going to sell that copy? Are you going to sell that copy?" He won't sell it.
Yeah. So speaking of drummers, a really nice OG I got this week.
Nice.
That's a Liberty Van Gelder. I mean, what I like about Elvin Jones, every single record I have, from my experience, they're totally different. They're totally different, diverse. He doesn't repeat himself. I like the Genesis with the 3 saxophones. The Elvin Jones trio that came right after Coltrane years. His first one, the Blue Note. And this one is really cool. This one is really, really cool.
I like that cover a lot.
Right? Yeah.
I want to get the Impulse Elvin Jones. Isn't it like Dear John C. or something like that?
Yes, that's a really good one too. So his one is George Coleman, Frank Foster, Wilbur Little, Elvin Jones, and Candido Conga.
I like George Coleman. I don't think George Coleman gets enough love.
No.
I think he's on 4 and More, and that sounds. Yeah. That's one of my favorite miles.
Yeah, two really good to George Coleman. This Record Store Day came a few years ago.
Yeah,
that's a
you can get that for like $20 to $24 now.
Yeah,
that's something they have in print.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about getting it, but
George he's still playing.
Yeah, this one is on Timeless. George,
that's a good one.
Yeah.
Is that the one with Hilton Ruiz on piano?
Yes. Sam Jones and Billy Higgins. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check out more Timeless and Beehive after the stream.
I actually went back to the record store and picked this up for Chris. Chris showed this a couple weeks ago, and I had seen it and
nice.
Teetering on it. I wasn't familiar with either of these guys, but it was on Timeless Muse, so
I
haven't given it a listen yet. Picked it up today, but I'll have to check it out.
Cool. What record is it? I can't read the top.
It's called Modal Soul by Rein de Graaf and Dick Vennick.
Dick Vennick.
That's why I didn't try to say it.
Do you have a chance to listen to it, Joe?
I haven't. I have a small file that I just brought home today. This one, I want to try to get more into Anthony Braxton. I have a few, but he's playing with Niels Henning on here, and I never know how to say this guy's name, the pianist with the wacky glasses.
T.T. Monolehu.
Is it T.T. Tay?
Nicole told me about him. I have a few of his records.
Hey, Nicole, this is
there. You go, Chris. Since you were gone, Chris.
Oh shit! What the fuck? I love that record.
Yeah, I just picked it up today.
Accidentally. When did you get that?
Today. Yeah.
Cool.
And then I threw this in there. She gave it to me for $1.
Oh, fantastic! Which is that issue?
I just love the cover. No, it's a 45.
Oh, that's amazing.
Actually, I don't know if it's a 45 or if it's an EP.
What songs are on it?
Daoud and
Daoud, Darn That Dream, and Joy Spring.
Sorry to interrupt, but we got to go, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Okay.
All right.
Look at the record show.
Back, Jim.
We'll be here when you guys get back tonight. So
I'm gonna shoot footage. Later, guys.
See ya.
Hey, this is the album Nicole was talking about in the comments. It's actually been just reissued.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's been reissued recently.
See, I've put myself on a purposeful restriction tonight that I can't buy any records while drunk and on the stream.
I showed all my new stuff in a video, so I don't want to re-show it. Let me see if I got anything else.
I bought.
Yeah, wait. Can I show one more, Mike? Can I show one?
Whatever you want, dude.
Bam!
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Hang on, let's get that record, dude. Yeah.
I got.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't turn anything down on Flying Dutchman for $5. So.
Have you listened to that yet?
Yeah.
I haven't. These are the ones that just
Dude,
got
that's a
today.
great fucking record, man. I love that record. Is that a comp? I can't remember now. I think
I think it's a previously released. It's only 4 tracks. It says it was previously released as BXL1. Here, let me take a look.
Yeah, I'm trying to get more of his shit.
Yeah, I guess it was originally released on Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, it's from Flying Dutchman. Yep, never mind.
Hey, Andrew.
I remember seeing him on a documentary that I watched, Calle 54. It's a Latin jazz documentary, Gato Barbieri. And I didn't like his music so much out of like everybody. I didn't like his music at all, but I'll have to give him another shot.
I mean, he's definitely an acquired taste.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I found some stuff too this week. Garage sale, next neighborhood. Have you guys seen this record? I posted this one.
No, let's see.
It's like a percussion record. Look at the lineup.
Yeah.
Wow.
Blakey's on it. And Joe Jones.
That's sick.
Candido?
Yeah. Candido. Plus
Chico.
the horns, you have like Alcon, Kai Winding, a lot of people, Herbie Man, Robert Jasper.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a really good record. It's very diverse. It's very like percussion centric, but when I saw it, that's the OG6i.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
So, if I see a jazzy 6i and it's $5, I just buy it.
Yeah, I got this one for $1. It's an original clean.
That's a great record, man.
Nice.
Right. The impact sounds better. But it's okay. It's
45 or 33?
I have the 33.
I have the 45. It's redonkulous.
Yeah. And some more originals I got this week besides the Alvin Jones. This is mint.
Oh, nice.
Love the three sounds.
Yeah. And that's a 47th West 63rd. It's not even New York yet. It's a deep groove, everything.
Beautiful
Really
cover.
Sounding, I love it. Yeah.
If you want the Legrand level, look at the impacts. Those are fucking great sounding.
Are they still in print? Are they still pressing those?
Yeah. I think so.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sign up for notifications from Elusive Disc. They are the distributor. You're gonna get it before anybody. And that was my jewel of the week. I really like this one. I found it a very decent price in a great shape. It's a quintet. Analog Productions released the trio record. In the Prestige series, that's the quintet, 7181.
Oh, nice. I haven't heard that one.
This is really good. The piano sound comes across here beautifully.
What's the number one that me and you like so much? The Red Garland one with Coltrane that was in the Prestige series.
All morning long. I think they're kind of almost like simultaneously recorded. I don't know the catalog number of that one. Yeah.
7118 or something.
Yeah, and that's a New Jersey pressing. Yeah.
That's cool.
This is really good.
The Prestige series, so I don't have to worry about my checking account getting bombarded anymore.
Yeah, right. How many, like 5 or 6 left, something?
Yeah, something like that. But man, if anybody does a giant pre-order from Acoustic Sounds, just fair warning, they're going to hit your bank account for the full amount, even if they are just sending you one record. It doesn't actually take it out, but it like reserves it, right, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I had like 5 times like an $1,800 bill hit my checking account, and just out of nowhere, and I didn't have that much money in my account.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, let me call them and fix it. But man,
holy shit,
it's so stupid. It's like 1999 or something. It's like, come on, man, you sent me $80 a record, just charge me $80.
Yep.
So wait, they charged you for all your pre-orders
for the full amount. Yes.
Did you have them
if you do it all at the same time.
Yeah.
Rookie mistake, Chris. You got to pre-order them like onesie, twosie. You can't do all that.
I mean, then they charge you shipping though, so no. Like
I thought they charge on shipping for pre-orders anyway.
But when they reissued the Miles, the 2 Miles Davis Prestige, only people who pre-ordered it like well in advance were able to get it. So if you wait until it drops, then you can
you might lose it. Yeah, but on shipping, Joe, here's what we figured. If you buy the whole set, they're gonna charge you as shipping for one single set. It was like $40, and for a single record, they charge like $10 if you just order below the threshold.
It was less than that. So I ordered all 50, and it was like $20 or something. I mean,
what did you order?
Cheap.
What did you order?
From Acoustic Sounds, the whole series.
The whole Prestige series when they announced it last year or whenever I ordered it.
All in one.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
That was the problem. Is like they'd send me one, and it would be like, "You have $1,400 left on your bills." Like, man, I was like, "Fuck, man, come on."
But you know what, Chris? Halfway through my credit card expired, I had to change it. So I called them to change the credit card. So they dropped the amount, reflecting just what was left.
Bob says he missed Underseas. That's a great, or Overseas, not Underseas.
Yeah. Oh, I grabbed it. Yeah, that sold out really quickly.
Yeah.
What's the one that you want, Mike? That you missed out on? I can't remember.
Oh, the Benny Golson.
The Benny Golson.
Yeah. Red cover. And I could have got it. It's just the thing is like I couldn't buy every single one, so I picked 5, which was pretty expensive, and that just and then it sold out. And
that Benny Golson you can get on Discogs sealed.
I saw,
for a reasonable price.
Yeah, it's really, you can get it for like almost cost. So,
right.
Yeah, I've been sleeping on it, but yeah. So,
did anybody buy the Steely Dan UHQR? Any of y'all buy that?
No. I heard it sounds great though.
No.
I'm still thinking about it, man.
I finally got this. Took me forever to get a copy of. I've been hunting this down for the longest time. I bought it off Discogs. I asked the guy.
We just talked about it yesterday.
Oh, did you really?
I was talking to Mike about this one.
I asked the guy to take the records out of the jacket. He didn't. It arrived totally blown out. I had to ship it back. He had to refund me. And it just took me forever to find a copy that was reasonably priced.
Yeah, I love that one.
How much did you pay for it?
I think I bit the bullet and paid like $70.
Yeah.
If someone's interested, so because I like you guys, I emailed the owner of Org Music.
Oh wow.
And asked if he had any copies, and he said, I have copies of the records, but not the jackets. So if someone wants just the records without a jacket,
that'd be weird.
It is weird, which is why I hunted down the full copy.
This one, right? Same thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, this one.
I have an OG, but
that's
I really wanted it on the double 45.
Yeah.
Because I really love this record.
Yeah,
this one is a green label.
His voice probably really.
Was there an Alice Coltrane that came out today?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, the one you showed. Sorry.
Yeah.
I showed it earlier in the stream.
Yep.
It sounds very good. The Roy Brooks sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy those next week.
And this sounds really good too. I don't think this is as dynamic as the Roy Brooks, so I just don't. It didn't like hit me in the same way. But that Roy Brooks one is, and I never even heard of that record, which is one of the coolest. Like when there's a reissue.
This is a recurring theme, Mike. Records you know nothing about that are awesome.
Hey, come on! All right, let me show some records. I got records I can show. Hold on. Wait, we got.
All right, can we guess the
we got
year?
A Maz, I think we have a Mazzy coming on.
Just you know that Johnny
Dr. Bob.
Hartman.
We can't hear you. We just came to say hello.
Yo, Mazzy. Wow.
Is that Matt?
That's a great bar.
Are you in New York?
No, this is a bar restaurant in Seattle called Life on Mars, like the Bowie song. It's co-owned by a guy from KEXP Radio.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, my finger's there. This is Dr. Robert.
Hey.
We don't want to disturb you because we can't hear the fucking word you're saying. But we just wanted to say hi. Hi, Jazz Bums. And Felipe, thank you for sending me those inboxes. Have a lovely night.
All right, cool. Thanks for dropping in, Happy.
Fuck, that bar looked badass, man.
That was amazing.
I thought that was Mazzy's basement.
There's a Korean restaurant in K-Town in New York that looks like that.
Just one more thing on Johnny Hartman. You know, Acoustic Sounds did a reissue of one of his records.
Yeah, the Coltrane.
Yeah. I mean,
his
Chad
later,
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
later,
that was on Beehive originally.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
Joe, did you guys have you guys seen this? This is a Bethlehem reissue.
Oh, that's cool. Let's look at that.
That's all of me.
Yeah, I have that on CD.
It sounds awesome. It's like $1 record.
Yeah,
I've got a Jack Teagarden reissue from that series.
Those Bethlehem reissues are so cheap and they're so good.
Yeah.
I have the Charlie Persip one, and the original goes for like $150.
Which covers are worse, those or the Blue Note like LA series?
Those
pictures. These are worse.
I think so.
Yeah, I agree. There's just
they're equally awful. But,
yeah.
Mike, just to confirm, you're talking about the Once in Every Life. It was released later in Johnny's life.
Yeah, the one where he's older and has a bit of an afro.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst album cover.
That was the one.
It looks so low budget. It looks so bad. I think
that was the one that got popular after Bridges of Madison County.
I know that. I think Michael Fremer has that on like his top 100 analog and print records, blah blah blah. But the
impulse
that
stuff
covers.
is much better.
So the first batch of the LA series on Blue Note is also horrible.
Oh,
What?
yeah, I don't like those
the
either.
twofers. Yeah, the twofers.
You mean the covers?
Yeah, the covers are terrible. The sound is not so great as well. The label is kind of cool. I like the label.
This sounds okay. I mean, if they're cheap,
Yeah,
they're
those are
fine.
okay.
Herbie Hancock one's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know why I still have it though. I have both the records that are part of it like 3 times over. It's like just sitting.
All right, I got some records I'm going to show.
How dare you?
I'm pretty sure I haven't shown these before. I'm going deep into my catalog.
Here it is.
Chris Connor. This is a 10-inch.
10-inch.
Oh yeah, I have that.
Sings Lullabies of Birdland. This thing came in the onion the onion inner sleeve thing.
Onion.com
for like $6, and it is like unplayed perfect. It's beautiful.
Did you see that What Cam Brown video?
Yeah,
that was good. That was good.
He's got a great channel. I love. He's got like one of the best channels.
You guys need to get him on here.
I would love to. He's got an awesome collection, and he's he does great videos, and he puts out a lot of stuff. He's like putting a lot of work.
Yeah.
All right, next one I got from Felipe. We got Into Something Larry Young with Sam Rivers, Grant Green, Elvin Jones. This and Unity, I love both of those records.
Did you just not get that?
Are you trying to impress Bob Bradley?
Are you trying to rip off Bob Bradley's shtick, man?
Coming in hot. Bam.
Yes.
It's too fun not to do. I'm sorry, Bob. It's like ridiculously fun to do that.
Bob has left the chat.
I got a Bob record right here. So I watched one of his pickups, and he clued me onto this. And
that's been on my Discogs want list. I haven't pulled the trigger. I mean, they're like $40, right?
Yeah. So coming in hot, Bob Bradley reco right here.
Oh shit! Look at this.
This one I showed on Rachel's Ghost stream, but I like flipped through it and I was like, I'm not buying that. And then I went back to it and I grabbed it. I'm happy I did. This is the arrival of Victor Feldman. It just looks so lame to me, like one of those like.
So schmaltzy.
Yep.
But Scott LaFaro kills it on this. It's like his lead record. Like, yeah, Victor Feldman's the lead, but I mean Scott LaFaro's bass solo.
And Levy's no slouch either.
And that's a Bethlehem, correct?
Contemporary.
Okay.
Contemporary. And this is a really good one. So highly recommend this. And yeah, I got that.
Well, hang on. Pause for a second. I have a question. So what happened to the contemporary series on fucking Acoustic Sounds? We haven't heard shit like in months.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know. There's so much good contemporary stuff, and I just feel like they're picking the stuff I don't want.
Well, they still haven't even come out with the first 6 records.
Yeah, that's right.
They came out with
Benny Carter is supposed to be coming, and
the stereo copy of
Stereo.
What is it? Rhythm Section.
Yep.
Yeah.
My Fair Lady still doesn't come out, even though there's like copies of that everywhere for 50 cents.
Yeah, I think Art Pepper missed the rhythm section.
I'm glad I got the RSD copy of that.
Yeah,
I had
that's a good one. They're very different. I think the mono and the stereo, they both sound amazing. At least my copies. The mono has more punch. I love more punch.
I just want to show one more record.
Oh,
maybe two. So this is the Sam Records. I recently got this because it comes.
Oh shit!
I don't have the 7-inch here, but the 7-inch has the same cover. It has 2 additional songs, and I actually like the 2 songs on the 7-inch like better because I guess they took them off because they're like hard pop.
Don't tell me that because I bought it before the 7-inch was a thing.
It's really good. The 7-inch is really good. So this guy here, Renee Ertriger, this is a piano player. He's great. So anyway, this is a good one. But the 7-inch really is awesome, I have to say.
Fuck.
It's a great release. Yeah. is it sold out? Is the 7-inch sold
now
out?
I got to pay $12 for the 7-inch and $35 shipping because there's nowhere that in the U.S. that sells just the 7-inch.
But yeah, so this is cool. I love all the Sam records. They're a great label. And then I think I've shown this before. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Rub it in, Chris.
Well, you know what's great about this is I was gifted this from Mike, the fellow jazz bum. So
And Felipe.
and Felipe. Yeah, I don't have the big one. I need to get that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's good. And then I was just going to show this Curtis Amy.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What's great about, I mean, it's a great record, but it has Carmel Jones, who I'm obsessed with.
We know, Mike. We know.
So anything Carmel Jones is on, I want it. He like makes whatever band he's in better. And and then Bobby Hutcherson's on this too. So
Yeah.
this is a cool one. So
That was a Jazz Shepherd.
Was
he
it?
Showed that, he showed that he really loves that album, and he wants them to reissue that.
Well, this
I
is
think they need to reissue that as well.
Jazz Bum's Mike Recco too. So you got two records.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nicole, you're waiting for jackets for what? Still waiting for jackets. Besides, they have tons of UHQRs before the prestiges. Yes.
Did anyone pre-order the Bob Marley UHQR that was announced today?
I was very close, but I was like, I'm just gonna wait for a $30 to $40 audiophile reissue.
I mean, the OGs of that are like $10.
Yeah,
and they sound.
And didn't they do a Abbey Road Half Speed Master set?
Oh, they suck. Yeah, stay away.
They suck.
So the OGs Bob Marley, they're not expensive, not hard to get. All his materials recorded in England, not here.
That's
right.
Yeah, he recorded everything in England. So look for the UK ones.
So if you guys,
which record was it, guys? I don't remember the name of it. What was which Marley is the UHQR?
Rastaman Vibrations.
Yeah.
So if you guys were to pick your albums that you want Analog Productions to redo for the contemporary series, what would they be?
Way Out West.
Both Jimmy Woods records.
That's
For sure.
hard.
Yeah, Way Out West.
What else?
I'm gonna a modern OJC copy of Way Out West. It sounds great.
I think there's a Harold Land that I would probably pick.
Yeah, he's good.
He has like the roller coaster
File
behind him.
film.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Leroy Vinegar,
Yeah, Walking.
the Walkin'.
Yep.
I love
That'd be
Leroy.
good.
Yep. I'm looking at my want list right now. I got a bunch
I
of.
have a VJ one here, Leroy.
Oh, nice.
This is really cool. Really, really cool.
Roberto pulled the trigger.
Teddy Edwards. How about Teddy Edwards?
And Buddy Collette.
Mike, do you know Teddy Edwards on Contemporary?
Yeah. Actually, I'm more familiar with his later stuff.
Okay.
He may have done something on Xanadu also.
Okay. He's done stuff on Pacific Jazz and Contemporary.
Yeah.
All this stuff is, I mean, it's not crazy expensive, but it's not cheap.
Yeah.
No.
And then I think he even did something on Steeplechase too.
Mal Waldron, anything I would take on AP. Absolutely.
You know what they need is they need a Riverside / Jazzland reissue. There are some records that are incredible that need to be out there.
And New Jazz.
And New Jazz. Sam Jones, the Soul Society on Riverside. I would love to get that. Kenny Drew Quintet, Quartet. This is new. Benny Green Quintet, Gliding Along. Anyway, I have like Julian Priester Spiritsville. It's like $150 record.
Yeah, I just think those guys at Kraft / Concord, they just own too many labels. They just own too many labels. They're not even. Stuff is not going to even show up on their radar because they just have
Well, they own Prestige, don't they?
Yeah.
Prestige, Riverside. I think even Stax. I mean, they just don't. They've like
They own all the fantasy family of stuff they got
Yeah.
over the years.
That Clifford Jordan Spellbound on Riverside. That's a really expensive record.
Yeah.
That thing never comes up.
There's a Gigi Grice on New Jazz. That's really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Yep.
I just given up hope from them like releasing a lot of stuff because like
That's a good jazz land too.
Yep.
Just talking to Mike.
Yeah.
There was Johnny Giffen
reissue of a Riverside.
Yeah.
I think.
And to your point, Mike, what's interesting is you go on the craft store and there's like really bizarre choices for what they pick to do. Like,
Look, no offense to that One Step. What was the One Step? The recent one?
The Black Orpheus.
Yeah. but
Yeah.
like
That is a weird fucking choice, man. I mean, I love that record, but that is just out of nowhere to make
you
a
can
record.
get it for $10.
I know.
Plus, I mean, they
Hey,
have
what
the whole
was great, though-
they have the Savoy catalog too, right? Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I mean, I just don't even know how they got like the rights to all that stuff. I mean, whoever
rights, they own it.
Encore.
They bought the whole label, right?
They own it, yeah.
Yeah.
it's just crazy. I'm like, it's just so much stuff
Yeah.
that it's never probably going to see the light of day in our lifetimes because of
I don't know, man. There's so much. I mean, there's so much appetite for this stuff now that they're gonna get into all the
Right, but they still got to press it all.
Well, I know it's gonna take
It's
time,
like-
right?
And then they have the original Concord label. Yeah, there's some good stuff on that from the from the in the 80s and stuff like that. They had like a great piano series at this place called Maybach Hall. You can only get it on CD now if you can find one, and the CDs go for like crazy money.
But they pick, I mean, like, I'm just scrolling through their stuff now. Like, they did that whole release of John Coltrane as a sideman. Like, that was a waste of pressing time.
Yeah.
I really like that the Red Garland though, with him with the Red Garland trio.
Yeah.
That's probably one of my favorite.
That Sideman thing, was that a 2 LP like yellow?
It was called like another side
of Coltrane. Yeah.
So that was Prestige stuff.
Yeah,
a little bit of everything. It's kind of mixed up.
Yeah.
I have it here.
But, they don't even have if they do, I don't even know who the face of their like reissue program is.
Yeah.
Whoever did the Chet Baker titles, they need to. Whoever did the Chet Baker titles, they need to sign him permanently and have him take over.
Those were like $25 when they were in Stoughton jackets, pressed at RTI, all analog, just fucking ridiculous, man.
Yeah, that set a whole new standard for things because the Tone Poet's at $40.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you know one that definitely is a decent reissue. Oh, sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay. So Michael's talking about Concord Jazz. I've got a few other records. This one's really good. Herb Ellis, Go Pass.
Yeah.
And Concord had this really cool like silvery label.
Yeah. The guy that owned Concord made his money in like selling cars. He was a big car dealer.
This one's really cool. This has got Herb Ellis, Ray Brown, Harry Sweets Edison, Jack Hanna, and Plas Johnson. I mean,
I love Sweets Edison.
When was that recorded? Does it say?
I have
That's
no
gotta
idea.
be.
Wondering. Recorded live, Concord Boulevard Park, Concord, California. I don't know. It says 1975. And then, hang on. Get my crap back together here. This is another one that I've got. So this is Ray Brown All Stars. I don't know who these. I know who Grady Tate is, but I don't know who these other guys are.
Jim Harris.
Yeah, that one sounds pretty cool. And then I think that's it. Oh, and I got Woody and Friends. So this one's kind of cool.
Nice. Good line.
I got a nice Concord here, Chris. Mike should know this one, but he doesn't. Shame on him.
Sorry.
Oops, shit. I just kicked Felipe out of the stream for a minute. Sorry, buddy. What do you have?
Mike, you don't have this one.
Let's see. What is it?
The Keystone 3, okay?
I have
Greenford.
I don't know. I have one of those too. Yeah.
What is that pressing? Is that a what was that? Hold on.
Pressed on diamond plate.
Sleeves, man. Those sleeves are really cool.
That's the inner.
Yeah, it's the inner.
Very cool.
Pretty badass, yeah.
Yeah, Concord has the coolest inner seat.
No, I streamed that one. That's the third one at that live set that Blakey was doing. That is good. That's a good record.
Yeah.
I streamed a lot of Wynton Marsalis this week.
I'm sure you did.
So I was listening into a lot of the Wynton Marsalis talk before I joined the stream. He actually came to my high school when I was in the band. And what I will say about him is, regardless of where you stand with respect to his playing, he's such an advocate for music and the arts.
Yeah.
And I think you can't take that away from him. I mean, he is.
Yeah, Mike.
he's a huge advocate.
Don't take that away from
I'm
him.
going there. I'm not going. I got a
Yeah.
couple. I got a couple of his records. They sound very nice. And
They sound very nice.
Did y'all buy this when
They're
it came out?
pleasant.
Oh, I didn't.
I did.
Yeah, I haven't heard it yet. I just realized I just found it. Like I bought it and forgot about it.
who's on that?
I just
Not
found
always
it.
music labels. So they have the Chet Bakers too. I have no idea who's on this.
Maybe you should sell it to get your
Oh, wait,
your
they-
checking account back in the green.
That's fair. Look at Art
He
Blakey.
looks miserable.
That looks cold.
The only record from that series that I bought was the Eastern Rebellion.
Oh, there's a live in Sweden.
Really,
Who was
Is
that?
that live in Sweden, Chris?
it's on the back there, Chris. I think it's a Cedar Walton.
Oh,
Mike, what
This
do you
is a
got?
good
yeah.
Concord.
I haven't really.
Oh,
Cool.
very cool.
Oh, nice. Hey, it's Mike's favorite guitarist.
How dare you?
And it was recorded live, and it's a really good, a really beautiful live recording. It's like you're in the club, right in the club.
That's cool.
Did they record with horns? Because if they didn't record with horns, it's
It's just Ryan Carter and Jim Hall.
Yeah.
It's not jazz unless there's horns, right, Mike?
Wait, I didn't say that.
Yeah. Okay, talk about overdue reissues.
I seriously was looking into Ramsey Lewis on Argo because I was just like, let me see what he's got, and then also I was looking at who else recorded a lot for Argo. There's like two guys, Ramsey Lewis and
Ahmad Jamal.
Ahmad
Ahmad
Jamal.
Jamal was Argo, yeah.
Yeah, he was Argo, right?
Yeah,
And
pretty
so
much.
I've been looking into their stuff. I haven't pulled the trigger on anything yet, but I feel like I need to have something of theirs in my collection.
I love Argo and Cadet.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I think this one deserves a great reissue.
Oh,
I love
Does.
Black Pearls.
I have an OJC, but doesn't cut
It's
it.
a great one. It was like a $10 pick, and it's
Oh
blank
man,
album.
that's one of the only wax times I have.
This
or
is
whatever.
this is solid. It sounds amazing.
Hmm.
And I think it deserves a reissue. I mean, we don't have like a current, easy to find good print, good pressing of this one.
Nova Snake, 33 or 45 for Headhunter. I mean, I have the 33. It sounds great.
Yeah, I do.
Personal
33.
preference.
Yeah.
I think I have an OG and then a 45.
We're behind in the chat. Patrick's with us. What's up, buddy?
Hey Patrick, how's it going?
Kraft needs to give Bill Evans the Bill Evans catalog the Chet Baker treatment.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, man! If they did that, I'd have to jump off a roof after I bought that.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck.
Yeah. Fingers crossed they don't.
Actually, I wish they would because I'd sell that box and I'd take those 33
Oh
Chet
yeah.
Baker style crafts all day long. Those are badass.
Yeah. I mean, however, I can only sell my box if I get the records.
That's true. Felipe is still not whole. He is missing how many records? 2?
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Mike.
it's just a Village Vanguard and the Waltz for Debbie. Who cares, right?
Yeah, just the most important records, you know.
Mike, so you don't have any Ahmad Jamal?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think At the Pershing is
Yeah,
Okay.
I
a
have.
must-have. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's,
Dude, the AP version of that came out last year is badass too.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't have that,
Yeah.
but
And if you want to buy an OG, it's a $10 record tops.
yeah.
If you can find one that's not scratched, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I
Yeah.
always come across the Live at the Penthouse one, and it's like completely just trashed.
Hmm.
Let's see what I get.
You know that record sold. I was looking at that record the other day on Wikipedia or something. It sold like 2 million fucking copies.
Which one is that?
Live at the Pershing.
Uh-oh.
I also need to get.
I was looking at 57 or 56 or whatever, but that's just crazy. That's a shit ton of records for.
I do need to get some MJQ. I don't want, a big MJ, but I feel like there's something tight about that group that I want to be able to have in my collection. So that's like a reference point. So I don't know which would you, if you were to select one or two of their records, what does the group think?
Wow.
Ringo?
I mean, they got like a million records.
Who?
Ringo?
MJQ.
I mean,
Oh, JQ. Okay, European concerts, fucking badass.
That's, yeah.
Pyramids, badass.
Concord. No?
Fontessa is fucking amazing.
I didn't really like
Fantastic.
Concord, but I need to revisit it.
Concord Limited OJC that's been reissued in the last couple of years.
I'd say any of their live stuff is like phenomenal. I mean,
Is there anyone that jumps out at you?
The European concert that
isn't there like a volume 1 and volume 2 though?
You can buy it together.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, maybe I'll look into that then.
Yeah, that's a killer one.
Get a here's a tip. Get the original copy because they're cheap, right? I've got one quite original, but I talked to Frimmer about this record like 2 years ago, and he said it's fucking badass. I'm gonna go find it real quick and show it to you. That's the one I would pick out of any of their shit, honestly.
Patrick, what are they? I gotta check. Where are they in print on like Acoustic Sounds, or should I go to their homepage?
What are you talking about?
Speaker's Corner just put a bunch of stuff back in print, and there is stuff. There's a Carmel Jones record on Acoustic Sounds that's like $150 now.
Who's Carmel Jones, Mike?
He's a sideman on this record. Hold on.
No, Mike. Look at the
because I love him so much. Okay.
Look at this cover. This cover's badass, man.
That is a cool cover.
It's like a Malcolm X novel. Malcolm X book.
Yeah, it's great, man. It's a fucking great record. That's the first MJQ record I've had.
So Carmel Jones did a record with Nathan Davis, The Hip Walk on Saba. Do you guys know this record? Mike, do you know this record? It's a European label, Saba, 1965. Nathan Davis, The Hip Walk. It's like a really crazy expensive record. But Speaker's Corner put it out back in like the early aughts, and now that record is like crazy expensive too. So I'm really hoping that they go back and repress that.
Yeah, when Joe was talking about Face Records, I got this MJQ from them like at the start of the pandemic, and this is really good. I've only seen it on CD, and it's not the complete concert on CD.
Oh wow, I've never seen that. That's cool.
Yeah, I got it for this is the one I got for like $4, and it was like great. You know.
Do you guys like John Lewis's stuff that he does on Atlantic, like the compositions work?
I don't know if I'm familiar with it, honestly.
Some of it, and there's that one that Sam reissued with the guitar player. Gosh, I can't remember.
I think
Sasha
Abstractions.
All right,
there's Afternoon in Paris with Sasha Distel.
Yeah.
I mean, that one's great, but there's like John Lewis piano. I think Abstractions, Wonderful World. Yeah, I mean, that stuff, I feel like compositionally, it's so complex that it's hard for me to even digest.
And
then Mike, sorry. No, do you want to look at the stuff that's in stock for Speaker's Corner at Analog Productions?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, hang on. Let me put it on the screen.
Oh, I need to stop sharing mine. What website are you at?
Okay. What do you mean? Oh, Acoustic Sounds, right? So, yeah, this record's great. Chet is back. I've got a org version of that. I think this just got back in stock. I've got actually both of these. Round About Midnight. I'm not going to try to say that because I have no idea how to say that. That Mingus record's great. So these are some heavy hitters, man.
Yeah.
Manchild, this one's great. Who has this one? I think Carlos said he did. Right, the clown on Speaker's Corner. Did you say that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I have the monk that's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's great.
Ballads and Blues is good. It's early in the 1200 series for Atlantic. Milt Jackson. I don't have Miles Davis in Berlin. What is the era for that one?
That I think that might be the one with right before Wayne came into the group. Might be is that the one with what's his name? No, that's Tokyo. I was thinking Sam Rivers. I think Wayne Shorter's in the group in that one.
I'm looking it up right now. It's 1964 pressing, and the personnel is Wayne Shorter, Herbie Hancock, Ron Carter, Tony Williams.
Oh. Okay.
And the track listing is.
I think that was actually their first performance.
They do milestones on it. That's cool. Autumn Reeves, So What? It's probably a fast version of So What. Walking. This is a killer set, and then theme.
Yeah, I think Miles decided he only played So What as in the record. I think in the first year, they never played slow again.
I like the version on foreign more. I think that sounds great.
That Dr. John is amazing.
Is it? I don't know anything about Dr. John.
Oh yeah.
The AP release of Dr. John Gumbo is amazing.
This Mingus is good. I've got that. It's on record.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about this Desmond and Jerry Mulligan record.
Great. I have it.
Is cool.
I love Paul Desmond.
Yeah, me too. Oh wow, look at this Paul Desmond. He's Take 10 fucking great. I've got an OG copy of that. Wow, they got a bunch of cool shit in right now, man. Right in time for me to not have any money. I want this one. I don't have this one yet.
Yeah, I would say get that. I have the Japanese one that I got from Face, because I've seen those, go for like an absurd amount of money.
This Les McCann.
What is that? Like a two LP set?
That's is that an ECM?
That's the best Mingus live performance in my opinion.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. $75.
That Les McCann one I see all the time.
Yeah, it's a great record, but you can get it for $8 all day long. This is my favorite one that I have. This Forest Flower by Charles Lloyd. I fucking love that record.
Yeah, need to get that.
What else we got here? Damn, they got a bunch of shit in stock. $42 though, man. Oh shit. I don't have Flood. Do y'all have that record? The Herbie Hancock? No. Oh, this Elvin Jones is great. Billy Cobham's great. I've got one of those. I think I have. Damn, I just buy everything apparently because I think I have most of these.
Yeah, that's. I was afraid to speak up, but that's my case as well.
I don't have this Ry Cooter. I don't know anything about him. I know that Mazzy's a big fan. I think of Ry Cooter.
Yeah.
That Hubbard Turrentine live record is really good. The Freddie Hubbard Stanley Turrentine in concert.
Oh yeah. I've got that. That's a great record.
What label is that on?
That's CCI.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys have the Lee Connets Warren Marsh?
No.
Yeah,
yes, that is. I was going to say.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's a fucking great record. The Sonny Stitt's pretty good. I think I have that one too. Yeah. Whenever they were putting out anything in the last couple of years, I think I just bought it.
Well, it looks like we have a porn bot or something.
Oh, fun.
Oh shit.
Putting the bum in Jazz Bum.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to block David. How do I get?
Oh my god, you have to figure out how to undo that.
Oh, what?
Charles Lloyd is in Infirmer's Top 100. That's cool. So yeah, I mean, I got some neat stuff. Hey, do you know about this Andy Bay record? I've been looking at that for like 6 months. I just don't know anything about it. Anybody know about that record?
It looks like a Billy Cobham cover.
It does look like a Billy Cobham cover. Yeah, it's not.
He plays keyboard, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah. No, Andy Bay is a vocalist.
Oh, okay.
Baritone. Yeah. I saw him, it was maybe like 8 years ago. Actually on Valentine's Day, we went out to dinner and he was playing. He plays the piano though. He does play the piano.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Did you have a good date with him or what?
He's a good performance.
Did he pay for the bill at least?
No.
Narrow the speaker's corners restock to must-haves to 5. I mean, I don't know. Lee Connets would be on my list for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe that Elvin Jones Midnight Walk. I don't know. That's great.
I would say that Mingus live. You gotta have it.
Picanthropus erectus Mingus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite Mingus records.
Yeah.
I would say
the Charles Lloyd is great.
For me,
the Blue Yusef. I was going to say the Blue Yusef is probably up there for me.
Well, Mike loves that record.
Sinister chuckle.
That was one of your burns, wasn't it, Mike? We need another Burns episode, man. That was fun.
Oh, we need to do another one, yeah.
The Jazz Burns. Did y'all ever watch that? We just talk shit
Yeah,
about
I
records.
saw that. That was cool.
I mean, everybody's got records they hate, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, not everything's a hit.
My favorite burns were when Felipe would trash the Horace Silver records.
Yeah.
I actually dropped it in my local record store.
Yeah.
That's how I bought the red
fair,
Diamond.
man. Yeah. I'm going to be doing that over the winter, I think. Just doing kind of a purge of.
Yeah, I got to
Because
do that.
there's like, I mean, I got so much crap. It's like.
I have like decent stuff, but I just don't need it.
Well, I'm not as extreme as you are. I've got shit that's not that decent, but like I can only get like $1 or $2 for it, so I just keep it for whatever reason. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos is nodding in agreement, so you know.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm really slowing down. First, I'm moving, so I'm spending like writing checks every day. But you know, it's like I got so much stuff. I want to enjoy it, honestly.
I got a cool looking record here. Check this out. I've never listened to this though, so look at this cover though. How badass is that?
That's a cool cover.
Does anybody know this record? Bob Graff Session?
It looks, what year is that? It looks kind of old.
It does look old. It doesn't say, I don't think. Oh, January 1958.
There you go.
Recorded at Westminster College in Missouri. And then the I need to listen to this. Check out this label though. If I can figure out how to get it out of the jacket. I always thought this was cool looking. That's why I bought it actually. That looks huge, right?
That cover reminds me of the Donald Byrd record that Sam reissued.
Yeah, I wish I had that.
I know, right?
That's the only one I don't have.
Just pick this up.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
Hodges and Strayhorn.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Is that available right now? Did you get that from Mike?
Yeah, I got it from Mike, and it's sold out now. I don't know if it might be on Acoustic Sounds though.
Yeah, that's true.
Which one?
That makes sense.
Yeah. Lavelle mentioned that Andy Bay worked with Max Roach, and he's on this one.
Hang on. 1 second. I'm struggling to use the mouse here. Oh, that's a cool. What do you think about that record?
I actually like it. You know, for years I avoided picking it up.
Right.
And then I picked it up, and I actually like it. Gary Bart, you know, it's a killer group.
Yeah,
I like Gary Bartz a lot.
Yeah. I got my Gary Bartz T-shirt on.
Oh, nice.
Shit.
That's so cool.
That's a fucking sweet T-shirt.
They just reissued that. Is that the reissue, Mike?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that on Candid? What label is that?
Atlantic.
Atlantic.
Real Gone did the Real Gone Music did the reissue though.
How do you like it? Is it should I pick it up?
The other guys know
you pick it up?
better than
No.
I do.
No, I would say
sorry,
no.
sorry, I just walked away and came back. So.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I love all these guys: Max Roach, Gary Bartz, Charles Tolliver, you know, Jimmy Maris.
Is it the pressing that people are saying is not good, or the music?
Oh, I think the music is good, but I
don't know if it's your style, Mike.
Yeah, that's
it's
what I-
starting
that's-
to get into that soul jazz.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but it's Max Roach. I feel like if anybody can get me into it, it could be Max Roach.
It's not hard bop, so I don't know, man.
Does it sound like this? I'm sure it's probably very close to.
I would recommend you stream it. I'd recommend you stream it.
Yeah, it sounds exactly like that. Yeah.
I have streamed it, and yeah, that's why I didn't buy it. But
So, Chris, these are not the words you have to use to encourage Mike to buy a record. There's a certain approach you got to take. Then he's gonna buy other records.
my ear is constantly evolving, guys. It really is.
Yeah,
So
he
no,
started. He
no,
started
no.
in like 56 to 59, and now he's like 54 to 64.
Yeah, I'm just getting into 1963 right now.
You're
That's
catching
fair.
up.
You know, the cool thing about that is,
Okay.
You're catching up with Chad.
Now
yeah,
this,
no shit.
now this hot little number here. This is a late one. I think this is 1954. No,
What
but
is
actually, this is kind of cool. It's it's Lionel Hampton, Art Tatum, Buddy Rich. It's cool. It honestly, I actually don't think they're playing on this is actually the best this trio has done.
Is that on
Is
Clef?
that?
I think side 2 is better than side 1. It's Clef, yeah. It's OG Clef.
Huh. Yeah, because that was part of the It's actually part of. I think it's part of the box set that Pablo did.
Oh,
Beautiful
cool.
deep groove.
Yeah, I have that. Yeah.
That's like this is like porn to me. But I would like to get more Clef. They can get the ones
Get
that I
that
want.
porn bot back from Mike.
Sorry, probably an inappropriate comment. This is the other Clef record I have is Trumpet Kings. And I found this like in the bins, and it's a beautiful record.
That's sick.
Who were the
I
Trumpet
love
Kings?
Dizzy. I love
It's
Dizzy.
Roy Eldridge and Dizzy, and
Yeah,
this is fucking awesome record.
Yeah.
Let me see who else is on this.
those are the bebop guys, man.
Ray Brown bass, Louis Belson drums, Herb Ellis guitar. So I mean, come on, on Clef. I mean, look at that, beautiful.
I'm sure they reissued it on Verve at some point too.
And then I did for a while. I was getting into MRC for a while because there's such great stuff on MRC, and like you can find beat mono MRCs, and like they play like pretty good.
Yeah.
Like this one's pretty scratched up, but there's no skips, and it's a live record. It's Clifford Brown. I have a Clifford Brown box coming in. It's it's all the stuff that he recorded in Paris when he went out there in like '53.
Oh.
And I don't know. I was streaming it, and like it makes like I listen to it, and I like get upset that he died so young because he is so incredibly good for the time he played back in 53, 54. That he sounded like that. I mean, I've never heard anybody sound like that.
This one's really good too.
That is really good. I have that in my cart right now. There's one for $40.
Mike, hit me up. I have a Japanese pressing of that. I'll send you a few.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I really want that record. There's one song on it that I really, really want. I forget the name of it now, but
Max Roach had bad luck with trumpet players. Because Clifford Brown, Booker Little,
Booker Little was great.
Yeah. But he played a lot of Miles too.
You guys pick up this? This was the acoustic sounds.
Yeah, so good. Badass.
Yeah,
this is stupid good.
The one I just showed is right next to it in this series. It's 36 and 36.
I think, but the thing is, I think this is great. They do the first track is Cherokee on it, and it's awesome.
Fuck yeah,
it's
Cherokee's amazing. Charlie Parker.
Anyway,
Do you have these, Mike?
No, I don't.
Oh, I have this one.
Clifford with strings.
No, I don't have that. No, I don't have that.
Yeah.
The string. What do you think of the strings one? I usually don't get the strings albums. Whoever it is, whenever I see strings, I'm just like, I'm out.
Too schmaltzy.
So you guys just said Paul Desmond. I just got this week a Paul Desmond with strings and Jim Hall.
We said Paul Desmond like 15 minutes ago, Felipe. Come on, man.
Yeah.
No, really?
Speaker's corner. Paul Desmond with somebody.
Yeah.
Did anybody pick up any of the Sundays reissues? I haven't listened to this yet, but I picked
Okay,
that's on my list.
Educated on Roland Kirk, please. Is he playing 3 saxophones at once or something?
So it started kind of as a gimmicky thing.
Okay.
Is it Joe Satriani kind of thing?
Yeah.
He's an Argo record that I've looked at. But like, is it sound like Mike? What do you think about this? I feel like you are the preeminent like Roland Kirk. I want to hear what you think about him.
I like Kirk. I like a lot of it. I think it's Mercury. I like his stuff on Mercury. It's like one called Domino. There's one. Gosh, I only have them on CD, so I can't recall the names. But those are really good because he did one that was the arrangements were by Benny Golson. That it's just like phenomenal, but they haven't reissued it on vinyl. You probably can get it from Japan.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let me pull them and see what the names are.
I'm sorry that I interrupted you, Joe.
No, you're fine. Absolutely fine.
Like I'm just, yeah.
I find his later stuff gets a little strange. I have that one record that's got the Harlem Globetrotters theme song on it
That's awesome.
that he wrote.
Is he always
Did you
playing
love Globetrotters back in the day?
saxophones?
No, he doesn't always. No.
Okay.
His earlier stuff, like this stuff, this is like 60, I think.
Okay.
He maybe toys with it in one or two songs, but it's not as common. In the later stuff, he definitely did it more and more.
Yeah. If you could find these, these are all really good. This one.
Oh wow.
And
Now, is he playing multiple saxophones on this?
Yeah.
On all of these? I gotta check them out.
And this one's really
That
good.
just looks so weird to me. Like when I see
Elton
them,
Jones is on
what the hell is
drums.
he doing?
And those are my favorite Kirk recordings.
I gotta check them out. I don't understand how he plays three saxophones. I mean,
He's a fucking badass, Mike. Come
he's
on,
not
man.
playing them all at once, though, right?
No, he is absolutely. He is.
It's like
He's harmonizing tones, right? He's
Yeah.
harmonizing tones.
I don't know if you're messing with me, Joe, or not.
I'm not. It's not like a brass instrument where you need an embouchure to buzz, right? It's a wind instrument, so you could theoretically put multiple mouthpieces in your mouth and vibrate the reed and play harmonies.
Okay. He's
not doing like bebop solos across two saxophones.
Well, so is he playing just two at once, but he has three there just to move between?
No, sometimes he'll play three.
How
but
is that even possible?
One will just be kind of like droning, and the other are
So whatever the open tone is, like B flat or whatever.
yeah.
I gotta check him out.
He needs the soprano sax there, so he can just pull it aside and just whip out some Kenny G.
He has I've been looking at Argo a lot lately, and he has a record with a really cool cover with him and three saxophones. But to me, I was just like, that looks so. I don't even know what to make of it.
Three's better than one.
Well, he only has one title on Argo, I think, right?
Yeah, let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find it.
Most of his stuff was on Atlantic.
Let's see.
Like Blackness is really popular.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's kind of a weird dude, right? Because part of the fact that he changed he wasn't born Roland Kirk. He was actually born Ronald Kirk. And he had like a dream vision that said that he needed to change his name from Ronald to Roland.
That's cool.
So then he became Roland Kirk. And then later on in his life, he had another dream vision that said he needed to convert to Islam.
Okay.
Bring in the Rasan.
Yeah.
So,
cool.
I mean, dude's clearly out there enough
Yeah.
to play three.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So I pulled up his discography here.
If you can find the Domino recording has Andrew Hill on piano.
Oh shit.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like his
Whitney Kelly
first lead record as leader. Triple Threat, 1956 on King.
Oh wow.
Okay, and then the Argo comes in, Argo Cadet Chess, introducing Roland Kirk. That's the one I've been looking
I
at.
thought only Earl Bostick was allowed to play on King.
And then Prestige, he has Kirk's work. That sounds cool. 61.
Yeah.
And then
all the Mercury stuff. I'm telling you, that's it.
Earlier.
He moves to Mercury as We Free Kings, Domino, Reeds and Deeds, meets Benny Golson. That's kind of interesting. Check that out. Look, he's got his three saxophones. It is wild. I'm sorry. Can you see the overview? Okay, yeah. Kirk in Copenhagen, and then he goes to Limelight. Is Limelight owned by
Mercury?
by Mercury.
Yeah.
He played with Horace Parlin a lot. In those early years, and then, I mean, what isn't he on that Out of the Afternoon with Roy Haynes?
Rip Rig Panic is also
I think
good.
so.
Which one? Where was that one?
The 1965
Rig
one. Yeah,
Let's take a look
that
at
one. Elvin Jones, Richard Davis.
Yeah.
Jackie Byard.
Mhm.
Yeah, it looks cool. Let's see. Critics like it. Very cool. Yeah, I gotta look into him.
I feel like anything pre-70 is decent, and I think he changed his name right around there.
Okay,
That's where he started being a little bit more out there.
let's look at his sideman work.
Yeah,
So-
right there, Out of the Afternoon.
Yep. So he's got his Impulse Out of the Afternoon, which is one of the most beloved Impulse.
Yeah.
Jackie Byard Experience. Tubby's back in town. Tubby Hayes on Smash. Oh my God! Is that the picture that they have for Tubby Hayes? Come on.
It's his gravestone.
Damn. Fucking weird.
That's fucked up.
Okay. Play with the great Quincy Jones. Okay. Lots of stuff on Quincy Jones. CTI. He's appearing everywhere.
And of course, Nicola Cederman concert.
And he's with Mingus, which I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
he's got.
He is really good on the Carnegie Hall concert.
Oh,
yeah,
I need that
it's
record. I
like
don't have that.
the jam session part. Like the new, I guess it's the Run Out Groove one has two groups. Like Mingus' working band at the time, and the jam session with Roland Kirk and everybody. And Roland Kirk,
yeah, this looks cool.
He just tears it up.
So Stuart Kremsky from All Music says this is a fun 45 minutes. So that's cool.
And the Oh Yeah that he's on, I think Speaker's Corner's either it's available for pre-order or it's just been released.
So he's on C Jam Blues and Perdido. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, I got to look into him more. So
check this out. This is one of my favorite Les McCann records that you just talked about. That's live at Montreux. So 2 LP. Check these dudes out, man. They're killing it. Have you heard this record, Mike?
I have not.
Oh yeah, that's great, man.
Oh,
I love Les McCann. I love a lot of Les McCann stuff.
Yeah,
the big
he's another one of those guys that was such a integral advocate for young players.
Well, you know the song "Compared to What"? I mean, that's compared to what? God damn it! Yeah, it's fucking awesome. That's a great one. You know, another good Atlantic record that's a live record is hang on, let me grab it. I've shown it before, but one of my favorites. So badass. This fucking record here is awesome, man. And I see this all over the place for cheap. It's Herbie Mann.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, I'm coming. Recorded live in 1972, New York and Montreux.
No.
Who's on that, Chris?
Oh wow, nice.
Herbie Mann flute, David Newman on tenor sax and flute, Sonny Chirac on guitar.
Wow.
That's
Pat
cool.
Riboulet on electric piano, Andy Musson on bass, and Reggie Ferguson on drums.
That's cool. How's that?
Great.
Is that like an out record?
No, it's just fucking badass, man. I mean, it's Herbie Mann just playing the shit out of the jazz flute. He plays the bass clarinet on this too, son, which is my favorite instrument, I think.
I struggle with Herbie Mann.
Well, no, a lot of his stuff sucks, okay, but this is a great record.
I can never get past that one cover where he's bare chested. It's like
it's actually a good record, but yeah.
I can never not think of that when he's.
I mean, I got like a Superman record of his that sucks. I don't know.
Yeah, I just wouldn't. I'm surprised. Sonny Chirac and Herbie Mann. I wouldn't have figured that.
Yeah.
I have Herbie Mann. Hold on.
Joe, he's got a good one at United. Bossa Nova and Blues. It's really good.
Herbie Mann?
I like Live at the Village Gate.
That's a great one. His earlier stuff's really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what I got here.
I have some Herbie Mann. Coming in hot, Bob Bradley, TM. Herbie Mann, Sam Most. We got some Flautist here on Bethlehem. You guys know this one? It's a little boring. It's not like the craziest, but it's not bad either. And I mean, Joe Puma's guitar, Jay Gannon as bass and L. Kleinman as drums, with Sam Most and Herbie Mann on flute. And it's a Bethlehem. You know, I love having Bethlehem records. And then the other one is pretty cool. Is this Flute Souffle, which they're not.
Yeah, I got that. I love that record.
They're not only playing flute on this, so Herbie Mann and Bobby Jaspar are playing flute and tenor sax, depending on the song. So you have Tommy Flanagan piano, Wendell Marshall bass, and Bobby Donaldson drums, Joe Puma guitar again. So Joe Puma is hanging with Herbie Mann, and it's prestige. So anyway, these are okay Herbie Mann records.
It's a cool number too. So Joe, this is the one on United.
I haven't seen that.
It's a really good record. It's a really good. He plays most of the bossa nova standards with really well. Herbie Mann, Billy Bean, Dave Pike, Potato Valdez, Bill Salter on bass, Willie Bobo drums, Karen Costa maracas, José de Paula tambourine. It's a great record. Bossa nova standards, and
I'll have to stream it. Check it out.
It's not too much flute. It's just spot on.
Yeah, thanks for the suggestion, Jeffrey.
And this CTI here, I think Chris has this one as well. Van Gelder, Glory of Love.
Oh yeah, that's like, what number is that? Is that like the first A&M CTI record, 3001 or something?
3003.
Okay, that was close.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do that. I'll have to stream
You can
that.
totally do it, man. It's going to be okay. You can totally do it.
I don't know. I'm weird with flute. Like, flute and vibes, I'm very particular. Like, I can do most everything Bobby Jasper.
Yeah.
But Herbie Mann, I don't know if it's just stylistic.
And there's some cool stuff in here. It's like Unchain My Heart, House of the Rising Sun, some Brazilian standards as well. No Use in Crying.
Is good Glory record. Of Love a Chicago tune? Is that what they're...
Good question. I don't know.
When was that released?
Felipe, can you show the gatefold, the inner gatefold?
Yes, let me open it.
Yeah, let's make him work for his keep tonight.
Does CTI have session photography in their gatefolds? Is that the thing? Let's see. Oh,
most importantly, they have Creed Taylor's autograph, right?
Yes. We did a video about that, like 3 people watched.
Yeah.
What, Creed Taylor? The Creed Taylor?
We tried to go through the monologue. Not, I mean, not his
right
entire...
after he died.
Shortly after he died, yeah, I watched it.
Yeah,
I guess I'm one of 3.
By the way,
2 or 3 are here, I guess.
Email.
Speaking of rare stuff, on track 4, Sonny Sharrock plays the guitar. Okay.
See?
They must have had a little thing.
Roy Ayers, Ron Carter plays bass here. There's a lot of stuff. Like,
they always have like 1 million people on them. Really cool. Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, there went that.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But it's a good record. It's a good sounding, good music. I like it. But I prefer. I still like the other one better.
Felipe, listen to the concerto I sent you.
Sorry, Mike.
Did you listen to the Jim Hall concerto I sent you? Yeah.
Yes, I like it.
You like it?
Chris, that's why I asked it, but I just looked it up, and it was released in 60. That CTI record was released in 67, and it's actually a tune by Billy Hill.
Yes, this is not the same. But you have offended people though, because it's a Peter Cetera song, not a fucking song. So you know.
Wasn't sure how late of a CTI album that was.
Peter Cetera's a piece of shit. I hate that guy.
No, I mean this cover is almost like the Jobim covers, Tidal and Wave, almost the same.
Yeah, it looks pretty much the same. I love Chicago though. I saw the current incarnation of them. I don't know. I think last summer. It's a funny story. Me and my mom went, and we had seats like second row, but it was like fucking the very far right seats, so you couldn't hear shit or see anything basically because the speakers were just pointed straight.
Mm-hmm.
So we listened to the first half of the song, and I just said, "Let's go change seats." So we just walked up to the 2 center stage seats in the front row that were empty, like literally the best seats in the house, and just sat down, and nobody said shit. So that was kind of fun.
No.
I've done that many times it shows. Like, I mean, if nobody's sitting there after the second song, I mean, what's going to happen if they show up, you get kicked out?
Mm-hmm.
Who cares? Karate Kid 2 OST. Awesome. Where's Baggy at? Is he coming? If Baggy shows up, it means we have to shut down the stream in 30 minutes. Oh, man.
What do you guys?
I saw Baggy in the morning. He was like, he's got a new cartridge.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him on Rachel's stream talking gear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying a mono cartridge just to see how it is. You know,
That'd be fun. I'm thinking the same thing. I need to get my second turntable up and running.
Yeah, would you have Mike? Would you have a second deck, or would you just have it interchange?
I bought my second. Well, actually, it's actually my third. Arrived today. You know, it's the Techniques. You know that they have the ones that are not the DJ ones.
Yeah, those are my
but
buddy
those-
has one, and he likes it better than his fancy whatever he has.
Yeah, but the one that I have, you know, the first one they put out has the built-in, you know, preamp.
Yeah.
They just, I guess this past summer, put out a new one that doesn't have the preamp.
Okay.
I think you can bypass anyways.
It's only sold on Amazon.
That's
for
weird.
$1,000.
People claim that even with the bypass, it doesn't sound as good, so they like rip out the preamp.
Yeah. So this one didn't have the preamp. It comes with an Audio Technica cartridge, but you know you can always. The reason I bought it is that you can switch. You want to switch out.
Yeah, I bet there is a difference. Like
easily,
if the signal has to go through a bypass, that can make a difference. It really can.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, you have a mechanical part working there, generating current and field is going to generate noise. It's unavoidable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Herbie Man is the inspiration for the flute solo in Anchorman. I've always thought that too. There's Becky.
Oh, honey. Yeah. I love Anchorman. I want to rewatch
the backlit Noble Bagheera.
Oh, exactly. Noble Bagheera.
Hey, have y'all? Somebody says we said something about King earlier. Do y'all know Earl Bostic at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know Earl Bostic from you. He basically said he's the king of King.
Well, he was the king of his sound, I think. So he is the king of King. Huh?
Well, didn't he put out like a ton of records on King?
Oh yeah, for sure. This one I got this one for $1 a couple weeks ago. But this cover is fucking awesome. Check this one out.
You know, Coltrane played in his band.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Coltrane played in his band. I think who else? I think some other people. Yeah.
Yeah, it never says on his records who the other players are, though. I've noticed that. Which is interesting. They were out of Cincinnati, though. It's cool.
Yeah, King. Some early James Brown was on King.
Yeah, I have some of those.
Yeah, I had a bunch of my mother had a bunch of those 45s, and like an idiot, I got rid of them.
Oh. I don't have
Here you go, Mike.
45s.
I picked these up from Vinyl Me Please.
Oh, the Jazz
a few months ago. Yeah, the four AAA releases.
Oh wow,
they're so good.
Yeah. You know, some of his best stuff is still not on vinyl. I mean, he did some stuff in the 80s for Timeless, actually, and Candid. That is phenomenal.
Yeah.
There's one on Timeless where it's funny now to say, you know, the younger guys. There's Christian McBride, Benny Green, the pianist, not the trombone player.
I love
Who else is on? I can't even recall, but it's phenomenal. You know, and you know, Timeless is starting to reissue some of that stuff. They should really reissue that Gary Bartz.
They're reissuing Timeless records.
Yeah.
Music on Vinyl's doing the Timeless
Okay.
reissues. They released Archie Shepp Black Ballads.
Yeah, George Coleman.
Eastern Rebellion with George Coleman and Cedar Walton. He's had his hand in a lot of the Jazz is Dead projects.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
What do you? I've completely ignored that series. What do you guys think of it?
It's a good series.
Yeah, I like it.
Some of them I like,
some of them,
but I do try to listen to them all, to see which ones I really like.
It's basically they're bringing. What's the premise? It's they're bringing.
They're putting together new and old people.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Bongo sells them. Mr. Bongo has a lot of theirs.
Yeah, I've seen them around the record stores. I just never have bought one yet.
Yeah.
Hey, Bing Crosby has a timeless record.
Is that right?
Yeah. Timeless CBC 1-004.
Wow.
It's Coleman Hawkins.
Does anybody have Apple TV or anything? Or
Yep.
Did you see the Louis Armstrong documentary?
Dude, I'm a Louis Armstrong super fan. So it's like, the second I saw that come up, I was like, "Oh shit, Christmas
I didn't
came
know
early."
about this.
Oh, it's good.
I was gonna do a video on it, just like give people a heads up, because you don't have to have an Apple TV to get Apple TV. You can get Apple TV on Roku and stuff, so you can watch Apple. You can just do it like a trial or something.
Yep.
Especially if you've bought an iPhone, it comes with a 30-day trial. So if you don't want to have it, you can just watch the documentary. The Jon Stewart show on there is really good, though.
Yeah, I got to check that out.
Yeah, it was really good.
Is it just one
new or what?
For the series?
Yeah,
it's
brand new. Because I've read like 3 books about him, so I was like, and I'm in the middle of one.
Which ones, Baggy?
His autobiography, and then I'm listening to one. I don't have it up in here. I'm listening to one on Audible. Then I got one that came out. It's not on Audible yet, but it's on hardback. It's about a specific era.
Okay.
I'll show it to you next time. Next time I come on, I'll bring it.
Yeah.
Everything's like in a box.
Yeah, let me know.
But yeah, it's.
Let me see if I can grab it.
I read his autobiography. I read when I was like one when I was a kid in school, like 5th grade. Doing book reports. So that was like a little kid one. Then when I read his official autobiography in the 90s, and then now I'm reading this other.
That's cool.
It's really cool because they in this particular. Oh gosh, I wish I knew the name of this book. They go into like this socio-political implications of voodoo and like how it worked in society and how the gender roles, like it was a woman's defense basically, because if you believe that this woman could fuck you up with voodoo, you're less likely to like rape or murder her or like steal from her, because it gave them a kind of, it's in Japanese culture it's very similar there too as well. It was really interesting. So I like these books so they get into stuff that you weren't necessarily counting on getting into. But
these are my Louis Armstrong ones. This is
definitely. Well, in his own. Oh no, I don't have that one.
Yeah, all of them. This guy Thomas Brothers is like an authority on Louis Armstrong. He has 2 books. He has this one, and New Orleans. And then this one too.
That's cool.
That is very cool.
I wonder if that's the same guy that wrote the book this one came out in the last few years.
It might. It's probably this guy. It's probably him. And then I have another one that
I think it's on his like Chicago years specifically or something like that.
I would think that might be the same guy.
This is the only Louis I have.
Quit bragging about
That's a good one.
Time, Mike.
I don't have that one yet.
St. James Infirmary is like a ridiculously good song.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one of the best songs ever.
This is a good one.
Is Rocking Chair on that one?
It's really good.
This is an OG 6i.
Oh, there's the Oscar Peterson acoustic sound series. Alan Lewis,
Oh, that
Alan
one's
Lewis
good, yeah.
again.
But
My-
check out the lineup of this. So this one, right, is Louis Armstrong trumpet, obviously. Peanuts Hucko on clarinet. Crummy Young on trombone. Bill Kyle on piano. Mort Herbert on bass, and Danny Barcelona on drums. Yeah, I don't have any other stuff of theirs.
But start discogging now.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, Louis was like old school cat,
And
Have you all
that
seen-
when that album came out, he was already like, this was already the 50s, like.
Well, I mean, it's a stereo record. I mean, it's got
Yeah, this is already like his.
Yeah.
I'm putting a band together, and we're just going to tour around and do this until I die.
Yeah.
I mean, who in the history of jazz is more important than Louis Armstrong?
With no popular music, not just
That's fair
jazz.
too.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's the Big Bang of popular music.
Yeah, he was a superstar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
That's-
I don't know who says it, but they're saying, it might have been Stanley Krause. If you look at American popular singing before Louis Armstrong and after Louis Armstrong, it's like it's just totally different,
Yeah.
That's
Have
why
you
when
all
you guys
seen
do that,
Jazz? Have you seen Jazz
You
on a
guys-
Summer's Day on Netflix?
I was just going to bring that up because that Jack Teagard and him doing that rocking chair is
Yeah.
like the greatest thing on ever. It's just the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
That's the highlight of that entire. I know there's a lot of great moments in that movie, but that's the highlight. Have you guys watched that yet? I know we talked about that
in
before.
Newport back in the 50s. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And there's a great recording of that at the Town Hall concert where they do a version of Rocking Chair, him and Jack Teagarden, and it's just crazy.
Is that the one that Anita O'Day was at too? On that movie?
Yeah.
That movie's
Yeah.
fucking great, man. It's just like so cool, just like showing the crowd, and it just really
Yeah,
captured
it's so
it.
different than a traditional documentary. It's
Yeah.
more exploratory. You're kind of on your own almost.
In the speaking of Louis Armstrong, the History of Jazz by Ted Goya. I know we talked about that book before, but he talks about how he early on he came up with like a book of just trumpet solos, right? That just blew everyone away, and every trumpet player got that book and studied it and tried to figure out how to play that stuff, and nobody else was doing anything like it. The Hot 5 and Hot 7 sessions, the small group sessions from the 20s are fucking nuts, man.
That's just amazing. It's funny. That was like avant-garde for his time. His like playing. It's just like
Absolutely.
totally off the charts.
Night, Nicole.
Well, I bought that.
Norm.
Oh,
Maslow's waiting to come in.
I'm trying to find him. Sorry, Mazzy.
Oh, all
Good night,
right.
Nicole.
What's up, man?
I missed Nicole. I'm sorry.
She saw that you were in the green room and she left.
Well,
She's like, "I'm out here."
in Florida right now, there's Hurricane Nicole is happening. So
Okay.
It's up the East
She's
Coast
got to
now.
get back to work.
Yeah.
hello.
How's it going?
How was that bar? That bar looked cool, man.
Yeah, how was that?
It's happy hour. I met Dr. Robert there. It's called Life on Mars. It's in Lower Capitol Hill, First Hill. It's co-owned by a guy from KEXP Radio, the radio station here. And they have this whole wall of records. You can bring, like during happy hour, you can bring a record up and they'll play it. But they also sell records. I found another copy for a friend of the Coltrane Verve series when that was like hard to get for a while. So I mean, I don't go over there to buy records, but it's that wall unit is so fucking amazing.
Were you up on that ladder, just rolling?
I didn't go on after they won't let you have to sign a release if you have a cocktail and you try to climb up the ladder. But wouldn't you like a whole wall with a library ladder like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, but
first.
Oh,
I did pick up the Coltrane Penis record today.
Oh yeah!
Wow, I didn't even notice that.
Did you crack it open?
That's
nobody
what
noticed. Nobody noticed this.
That's what patah translates to.
Nobody noticed this bullshit.
I did
The,
not.
the purple helmeted
Actually, you
warrior
literally
of love.
You ruined that cover for me now.
You didn't notice this? I'm sorry.
Come on, Mike.
I
Are
know
you
you're in
serious?
Connecticut. I know you're in Connecticut, but come on.
I'm very naive. I mean, I thought it was a
Oh, I
sarcastic.
forgot that. People move out of New York City and move to Connecticut so they don't have to have sex ever again. I get it. I forgot about that.
I was born in Connecticut. I take offense to that.
Well, it's kind of true.
Did
I
you have
spent time in Bridgeport and Westport and that area. It's just,
Did you have a chance to spin it?
I haven't. No, it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it sounds good. Did you get the Roy Haynes along with it?
No, I did. These are my three things that are. These are my three things that arrived today.
I think you need to get the Roy Haynes. Okay.
This I love World Party, and this is Egyptology. World Party, Carl Wall. Now this is where people love to hate it, but fuck the haters. Bruce Springsteen doing soul covers. Fuck you. I love it.
Oh, I heard a couple of those.
No good.
It's whatever. And of course, I finally got that. So
yeah. Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, that's
nice pickup.
I get it. It's white guy doing covers is not always soul cover is not a great thing. But hey, if it introduces people to check out the other stuff,
yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
That
it's this one here.
Is that Gary Giddens?
Yeah, Gary Giddens, and then the other one. I thought I had.
Yeah,
I could have sworn I bought the hardback of it, but there's this other one is by. The other one is by Lawrence Bruce.
Yeah, I actually have that one, and I'm going to probably pass that on to someone else because I have these. I sort of done my Armstrong thing, and so
I could swear I had another one though. Anyway.
I heard you talking about that Satchmo documentary. I got to watch it. When I was driving home, I was listening to you guys because I'm a big. I mean, to me, Charlie Parker, Louis Armstrong, Dizzy Gillespie. The bebop stuff doesn't get enough love here. I love that stuff.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I'm reading. What is this?
Oh,
Brownie. What is that? Is that?
I remember on that document. I haven't seen that one yet.
I haven't seen that either.
I got this on the
Clifford Brown.
Is that good?
I got this on the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brown. Yeah.
Do they have footage of him? Do they have footage of him?
Mm-hmm.
Like video footage?
I mean, he played in the 50s, Mike. It wasn't in the 1800s.
there's a conversation.
They do, but he's like holding his rifle like this, and he's like got his gun.
There's a film footage. There's film of him and Abraham Lincoln having a conversation.
Whatever.
Everyone's like moving like this really fast.
You're a free man now, Clifford. That's expensive. Do you remember that? You kids probably don't remember Firestein Theater. They had the Firestein Theater, the kind of cerebral comedy stoner albums of the 60s and 70s. And they do these going back in time. They have Abraham Lincoln, and he kind of says, "You're a free man now." And you see the African slave says, "No, I ain't, Abe. I's expensive."
Mm-hmm.
You had to be there. I hope that's okay to say that, but it was a funny bit.
Hey,
no reaction. Okay, forget it. I'm leaving.
Bob Bradley said something in the comments about I'd say buy the Tone Poet stick up.
Yeah, it's one of the best sounding Tone Poets so far.
Because I have a 1970s Black B Van Gelder stamp, and this reissue blows that out of the water.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's just so much more depth to the playing, and
Yeah, you haven't got it, Chris?
No, I'm like 20 record new releases that I want to buy, 20 behind, and I feel like I'm never gonna fucking catch up.
I'm behind the classics.
Who's side man on it? Is it Harold Vick?
No. The Bobby Hutcherson? No, Joe Henderson.
The Great Green, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Hold on.
Herbie Lewis on bass.
Yeah.
Bradley, come on,
Oh, McCoy
Bradley,
Tyner, that's right.
don't wimp out.
You can't
Boom,
not get it,
Bradley.
Bob. I mean, you got the whole run.
I think the photograph's a little wimpy. That one of the first ones I'm not really hot on, but aside from that, I haven't
Okay,
listened to it
Ooh,
yet.
an
So
opening.
you got, I mean, the lineup is pretty incredible. You got the great Billy Higgins on drums.
Yeah.
McCoy Tyner's piano. Joe
The
Henderson.
McCoy Tyner, the Led Zeppelin of piano playing.
And then Bobby Hutcherson vibes, and then Herbie Lewis on bass. Herbie Lewis on bass.
Come on,
Look
Yeah.
at that.
I don't need to be here.
You're
Well,
just
you
gonna
were
tear the
doing
seal and
unwrapping,
then just
you just
leave
kinda
it?
stopped. You didn't like slide it out of the sleeve. You left us hanging.
Okay, well there you go. There you go.
Oh, look at that. Amazing. You're saying the art's not great on the cover?
You know what I found out? I knew Michael Cascuna and his wife bought the Francis Wolf Archive years ago.
Yeah.
And I thought he still owned and licensed it when I was talking to Harley last week.
They're no longer selling those.
I call him
Yeah, Harley.
Mr. Harley.
You know, he was telling me that Cascuna and his wife sold the archive back to Blue Note, so all the photographs are in the family in the Blue Note archive, which is great. They probably made some money.
What you're saying is Michael Cascuna's a flipper.
Exactly.
Is he retired now? Is he, because he was doing stuff? All those Blue Note 2 were Cascuna produced.
Well, that was his, and of course, the black and white record, Mosaic.
Oh, and Mosaic, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
he ran Blue Note in the 70s into the 80s.
Yeah. And I think he was involved in Music Matters too.
I was looking at getting some of the Mosaics.
He licensed the images. He owned those images. He licensed to Joe and Ron Rumbach.
Yeah, I think even like a couple of years ago, you could go to Mosaic website and buy prints. No,
Yeah,
you can,
exactly.
You can no longer buy them.
Right.
No,
Blue has them.
Yeah.
Mike, you were going to say something about Mosaic?
Well, I was just going to ask if you guys have any other stuff. I mean, I was looking recently at some of their CD sets, and even those are really getting up there in price. I mean, their stuff is really desirable.
Yeah, I have. Gosh, I started buying Mosaic back in the '90s. Like, I have the Tina Brooks box set that they put. They were the ones that started the whole Tina Brooks craze.
Right.
LP.
I bought. I didn't even have an LP player. I didn't have a record player at the time. But they were like, everybody was saying how great it was. I was
so you bought the vinyl of Tina Brooks?
Yeah.
Because mostly they were CDs. They did some vinyl too, but yeah.
So that's the entire Blue Note sessions.
Yeah.
Every take. I have the one of my favorites is the Nat Cole. I had the 18 CDs for years, and that was one of my all-time favorite things. Nat King Cole Trio, and I unfortunately, bittersweet, I got from my friend Coleman. He had the 27 LP Mosaic box of Nat Cole.
Yeah, I have the CD too. I wish I had gotten the LP at the time.
Django Reinhardt is great.
Yeah, it's just they even did the
There's a ton of them that are
the Jackie McLean. It was like I think it's 63, 64, something like.
Yeah,
that is really good. And the guy that wrote the liner notes for that, his name was David Rosenthal. He's been dead for years, but he wrote the best book on hard bop out there.
Really?
It's amazing. There's a dead Jewish guy, right?
There's a Clifford Brown box that has all,
and it's like 100 and something pages. You can read it in a day if you want, but it's really good.
I think the Clifford Brown box has all his Pacific Jazz stuff because he recorded. I really hope like Joey gets into the Pacific Jazz stuff for
now he's never going to come on the channel because you called him Joey.
And then they do so Pacific Jazz and then Blue Note. I think it's got everything. So hey Jack, drop a link for Jack to come up. But yeah, and the Miles Davis, the Live at the Copper Nickel or whatever, they got the whole
Plug Nickel, yeah,
Plug Nickel's great stuff. I have a CD of that.
They have I think there's a couple Lee Morgan ones that include like Blue Note, and then I think there's another one that includes like all his VJ stuff.
Then they also did like they did the complete Mingus Columbia recordings that were really good. That's why I never picked up another copy of Mingus Ahung, because it's in the Mosaic box set. And their booklets are great.
I'm shocked they haven't dropped the. Speaking of Lee Morgan box sets, I'm surprised they haven't dropped the Live at the Lighthouse as the original Live at the Lighthouse rather than the 12 LP box that they released.
I think it's gonna take them a while to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the original and the reissues, the 2 LP reissues, are all well over $100 now.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised they haven't. I mean, they have the material. It's mastered by Kevin Gray.
Yeah. I was looking today. I want.
They should throw it in
the 12 LP set. I mean, I would like to have that, but it's a lot.
It's not necessary. Yeah.
Like the 2 LP would be perfect.
I didn't get I got the Lighthouse. I ended up going for the big box on CD. I didn't get the vinyl.
That makes sense, though.
I just figured, as much as I'm going to listen to that, CD works for me. So
Smart decision.
I did get the Orna Coleman one though.
The Blue Note box.
The Tone Poet Orna Coleman.
Do you like all those records?
When I'm in the mood, yes, but they're it's what they are, and I get it. But you have to. It's like certain punk records or noise records. If you're in the mood, it can be fucking great. But
I agree.
You got to be in the mood.
That's fair.
You got to be. You got to want that.
Everyone, you need to be alone in your house, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not, you soon will be.
Right, exactly.
But I did get. Did you, Mazzy? Did you get the Contemporary 2 LP box?
Yeah, I actually like that one better. I was just going to say that.
I did get it, but I'm here. Okay,
really good.
This is probably the 17th week in a row. I'm here to bitch for the jazz bums because I still haven't got any of my Candid records that I pre-ordered from you bastards.
We don't sell records, man.
I told you.
You told me to buy these Candid records. Was it 9, 10, 11, 12 of them? I haven't got one fucking record yet. It's been 4 months.
Where did you pre-order them? On Candid
From
website?
Candid. From fucking Candid.
You should go bitch to them, man. Send them an email. Say, where's my fucking records at?
Don't hawk me a Chinik. You guys no Jews here. I don't understand what that means.
I pretty much understood it.
These were really well done.
Who's going to
Okay, who got busted?
I just my only complaint with that box is I wish it was a slip cover rather than a a lift off.
What do you mean a slip cover?
Like
you don't have to pull off the top.
I don't even have them in the box. The box
I don't either.
Storage room. I just keep the record.
Oh yeah. So
you're one of those.
I'm with Mazzy. With the box.
I'm with Mazzy too on that one.
So
Mazzy has no okay.
I don't need
to be
box.
clear. I'm going to speak for Mazzy here. Can I put my hand over? Can I ventriloquist for Mazzy? He has no problem with boxes when there's multiple LPs in them.
Exactly.
When there's a single LP.
Riverside Bill Evans is perfect. Here we go.
Yes, kind of. I think a single LP in a box sounds like a coffin, right?
Like, look at this thing. Look, okay.
I know. I agree with him 100% on the UHQR shit.
Okay, this is all. Okay, there's a Yiddish word called drek. Have you heard drek?
Yeah.
Drek is like shit. There's promo shit in this box, and look at that.
But it's the wooden dowel and the fake leather. Mazzy.
Oh God. And Michael Poetry, I consider as a friend. He goes, well, Chad was going for those classical records of the 1950s.
Yeah, and that's why nobody buys
this and Jimi Hendrix. This and Jimi Hendrix isn't a fucking classical record, right?
He wants something special though. It's a special thing. He wants them to take up more space. He wants
luxury. He calls it luxury,
and that's why. So
I'm in the minority in some cases.
Mazzy, you know what Chad would say?
All of those boxes, I take the LP out, I put it on my shelf, and then I put that in storage. I keep them because.
Oh, that's smart. That's what I should do.
Yeah,
I'm going to put it behind my.
It's a
I have
pain every time I want to listen to Kind of Blue. I have to
I'm going to
take
put it
this
in the
thing.
driveway behind my car and put my camera down and film me like backing up over it.
Yeah, I don't even keep. I have
Good
the
for your channel.
I have the 3 LP. What is it? The 3 Blind Mice, and I take that out of the box, and I just need the records. If they don't come in sleeves, then the box is necessary. But if they're in sleeves, then I just want them on my shelf so I can grab them.
Yeah, that's how I am with the contemporary small batch because that was dumb.
Bob Bradley. FOMO hit. I ordered Bob Marley.
Well, there's only 3,500, so you did good.
That's there's yet another video where Chad looks despondent and just beat down by life and the world. He's just at the end of it, he's like, guys, just order it. There's more shit coming up. Okay, stay tuned to the channel. Thanks, guys.
And then under his breath,
he's done with this shit. He's like, I can't take this shit.
Under his breath, after
it, don't buy
it
it.
was shut the fuck up, Mazzy. I heard
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Dude, you forgot dude. He said dude. But have you ever seen those photographs of 1966 of the people in the South burning Beatle records after John Lennon said the Beatles are bigger than Jesus?
Shit. Sorry, Jack.
So what I'm going to do is eventually I'm going to get all my UHQR boxes and I'm going to do a bonfire. And I'm going to get more views on that shit, more than Eric Clapton wanker shit, I think.
Wait, does that mean that cancel culture actually existed before?
Before
well,
what?
That was the thing. People were really upset at that, boy.
That was a big deal. Yeah.
Like in the Ruddles, if you ever seen the Ruddles, people were buying Ruddle records, buying more records to burn them. So it was kind of a joke.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a big deal.
Mazzy, I see we have the same barber. I don't recognize you without your hat.
Yeah, well,
I feel like I'm in royalty here.
It's Friday night. All natural.
My 2 cents on the Miles Davis UHQR. I've had it with Kind of Blue. I hate to say it.
Right.
I kind of blued out. That's why I did my Clifford Brown thing. And we should be listening to so many. I mean, I love Miles, but man, Clifford and Lee Moore. I mean, there's so many other great players, you know.
Lester Young, Ben Webster.
Do we need more Kind of Blue? No.
Yeah.
No.
But to play devil's advocate, Miles does get people into jazz.
Yes,
true.
I agree.
So it's good that it's out there. And it's good to copy. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of copies of it.
I picked this up off of Craft.
I did too. I want to hear your opinion of that.
I mean, it doesn't sound great.
Can I see the cover?
I knew that was not going to sound.
Yep. Lester Young.
The cover's crappy.
All those are sold out now.
They are, but I'm happy to have the music. I mean,
me too.
Get those Verve 2 first from 78 to 82, 83.
Yeah,
double Verve with the illustrate. All those are Bob Ludwig cut them, and most of them, and they're like Ben Webster, Lester Young, Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday.
Yeah, Ella has singing everybody's songbooks.
I'll tell you why you can get them. You can find them, and they're still relatively inexpensive.
Exactly.
The stuff on Pablo, I'm telling you, in the 80s, with Sweets was on those, and some Eddie Lacho Davis, and man, those Pablo recordings are so good. They are so good.
That's actually one reissue series that I don't mind the artwart on.
That's a great record.
Normally, I like to have the.
That's a great record.
The Savoy series are great. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Do you have the Dizzy Gillespie one?
No.
Red cover one. That's great.
I showed all the ones I have, but these are super inexpensive. I listened to this yesterday. It's a Wilbur Hardin record, but after Coltrane got famous, they reissued it with him as lead.
Of course they did.
Another tragedy.
But my God, this is a great record.
Those are late 70s records. They're great. They're great.
And these are all the original. And I always print out the backs. Like, this is Bird's Word. That's what this is. Bird's Word is like $100 record. This is like It sounds really good.
It's like $20, right? $20.
It's less than that. This
Yeah.
is Lee Morgan. This is like $100 record all day.
Yep.
All day.
Yep.
More than that.
This, you know, you get it. It's just this Savoy stuff is.
I'm with you. I'm with
Great
you.
one right there too.
These records are so expensive, and these
Arista, Clive Davis, Arista started reissuing that shit. It's great.
These morons who own the catalog won't do a proper reissue. It's like, anyway.
Was that Wilbur Hardin, the one that gets reissued as in the '60s as a old Coltrane printed?
Yes.
Which one does that marry up to?
So this one is. I'll tell you. Hold on. Give me a second.
Because I have those craft
these
Coltranes,
two.
but they're digital ones. Huh.
So they are not the complete.
Do you still print out MapQuest directions, Mike? Sorry, Mike. I'm being very hard on you tonight.
Wow.
So these are selections from these two records. Jazz Way Out, which is a great record. Look at that lineup. Give me a break. Tommy
Hey,
Flanagan.
Mike, what's your MySpace handle?
How dare you?
That comes Mike. Come on.
He printed those out on printer paper where you had to tear the side.
Are you still on Twitter?
You know what? I think this is cool to print this out so I know what I'm listening to and I can pretend I have these records.
There's a Don Bias Savoy that's also good. If you can find, I mean, if Don Bias wouldn't have went to Europe, he would have been huge.
Yeah, I was just gonna say his records can be totally hit or miss. Like,
he was such a phenomenal player.
I don't have any
gems of my collection is a Savoy.
I bought a record of his on Black Lion, like as a blind buy, and I was like, "What the hell did I do?" Like
the one, that everybody buys is the one the Cannonball Adderley produced one on Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a really good with Bud Powell. That's really good.
Mazzy, I've got these two Lester Youngs in that series. I'll just show those real quick.
Those are good. You should pick out every one of those you see.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they're cheap.
$6 for one of them, yeah. For two records, it's great.
Yeah.
And honestly, a lot of the Lester Young stuff wasn't recorded particularly well to begin with, so you're not going to get this pristine sound.
True.
There's a couple of nice CD box sets that have been done on Lester Young too that have some nice booklets and some nice stories.
Oh, yeah.
They're really good. His playing kind of went downhill toward the end, but he still played with a lot of soul and
that's why I'm reluctant to get the Sam reissue because
this is his last recording.
I'm sort of.
It's okay. I mean, it's interesting to listen to. I don't know. I mean, it's worth checking out for sure. But yeah, I mean, you can tell he's kind of
the Dizzy Gillespie stuff, the Afro-Cuban stuff with Machado.
Yep,
that stuff is amazing too. I mean, if you're like,
do you know Quincy Jones is on that album?
I just
love
Quincy Jones is on that. Is playing trumpet on that album.
Charlie Parker. That's badass.
I like how they make bebop 2 words. Bebop. Parker. This is an old 10-inch. I love this record.
I thought you just had very large hands.
That's a clean 10-inch. I got all those Chet Bakers I bought are just beat to shit, but I got this Hank Snow because I'm a big Johnny Cash fan. He's always talking. Hank Snow is like Johnny Cash's hero.
You're getting into country bum shit.
Yeah, and I got it, but that one, I mean, it's an early '50s 10-inch, and it's like miraculously unplayed, and it was really cheap too. Do you guys mind
a movie with Heath Ledger called Country Bums?
We need Fred if you want to talk about that. He's got thoughts on that. Do you guys mind if I wrap up this real quick? I'll rapid fire these. So on Whatnot, there was a guy in Florida, and this person died, and his wife sold his collection. His wife is good friends with Oscar Peterson, so they had lots of. He used a total audiophile. He marked a little mark with a Sharpie every time he played the record, so I know exactly how many times he played the record. Anyway,
he was the founder of ERC.
I got this signed.
What happened?
I got this signed album here.
Nice.
He had a bunch of signed albums because I guess they would go to shows, and then because they knew the new people, they were able to get signed. You might
have you tried the phone number?
You might not know Bobby Shue, but he's like a hero in the trumpet players. Jack probably knows him.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Have you guys heard of this?
Not that record, but I've got 5 or 6 of her records.
I love her. I thought it was a great record. I got that for like $3 or something like that.
She never really quite took off the way she wanted to. I don't think.
This is a twofer with a cutoff on the side.
Nice.
And you know about the whole. I've been telling you guys about the Frank Foster thing, where I know his son. So I've been just for the fun of it getting his albums. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what came up in the collection?
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah, I sent this to him on Facebook. I felt bad. I'm gonna ask him. If he wants his dad's signed album, I have to give it to him. No matter the guy in Whatnot was making me bid this. He was bidding it up. So this cost me like $30, but to sign.
That's a good group too.
That's a young Kenny Barron on there.
And then in the same collection, they had a Pablo with Frank Foster.
There you go. That's a great record. I gotta tell you, I haven't heard a bad Pablo. I really haven't. Some of them are better than others, but man,
there's a Japanese print of this. I saw.
Do you have this one, Baggy? If not, I'll send it to you.
Hold on, let me just run through them real quick, and then there's a monk I got here. This has Straight No Chaser on it, so that's why I got that. And I just got this because it's a MoFi and no one was bidding on it, and so it was going for nothing. I've never heard it. I haven't listened to it yet. Have you guys heard of this?
No.
The LA Jazz Choir. I was like, it's a MoFi going for like $3. I'm not gonna just let it go.
It must be digital.
I think it's on
no, it's from the 80s. It's from the early 80s.
MoFis are classical and stuff like that.
And this is not. I mean, this is like this is Inner City Records.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good label.
Yeah.
Inner City was Irv Kratka's label, who did Music -1, those records that you'd buy, like if you were a trumpet player, have everything except the trumpet part, and you would add on. That's where it came from.
And they reissued Steeplechase stuff too, I think.
They did. In the 70s.
That's awesome. I'm so glad I scored that. Then I got that for really cheap. And I got this just.
They also reissued East Wind stuff.
Yeah, they did reissue East Wind stuff. That's a slamming outfit he's got there.
Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy him. And I'm a Japanophile, so if I can get a cheap like Japanese print record, I'll pick it up. So. Yeah, that's it.
Nice.
Nice pickups.
So Baggy, I picked this up today. If you're interested, I'll send it to you.
Play, man, he could play too. He was a great player.
Is he the leader on that, or does he who?
Yeah, he's the leader.
Oh wow. Yeah, because there's some where I just like there's one particular album where I just can't find. It's just not even available for sale because it's like so obscure.
Yeah, I mean this was recorded in Belgium in '79. I mean the cover's not in great shape. It was on Bingo Records, which I've never heard of. Pretty cool logo. But I just picked it up on a whim. If you're interested, I'll VCLT it to you.
Absolutely, man.
I just want to show something that I got that was really cheap, but this one right here, it's on East Wind. It's called the Pentagon, and then this is the lineup.
Can't see it.
Yeah, it's sort of faded. It's
not Art Farmer.
No, it's Cedar Walton, Clifford Jordan, Sam Jones, Billy Higgins, and Ray Mantilla.
Oh my goodness!
And I got this maybe under 15, and it was recorded direct to disc.
Whoa!
And there are a bunch of copies on Discogs.
Mike just bought one of Discogs now.
What's that called?
It's called the Pentagon.
He's hired an admin assistant who just orders things.
Hold on. What? I'm sorry. Say the name one more time. I'm sorry.
The Pentagon.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be under Cedar Walton's name, probably.
Direct
Score.
disc. That's cool.
Score.
And they do. What are those? They do.
Buy shit online.
They do Manteca, Darn That Dream, Una Mas. They do
Okay.
Lester Young's DB Blues. I Can't Get Started, and then a Clifford Jordan tune called He's a Hero.
That's cool.
But it was dirt cheap. I mean, this is in like perfect condition too.
Is that a U.S. pressing or Japanese pressing?
It's Japanese. It was Japanese East Wind label.
Mike, Shoji Productions is asking you to show that Charlie Parker Bebop.
Oh yeah.
10-inch.
Oh, sure. So what this is?
He's now on a list of some music, and I'm stuck in a hotel room at Coopville, Washington, on the island, Mazzy.
Where's Coopville?
Out in Whidbey Island.
Oh,
I'm teaching
Are
a
you there?
photo. I have a photo workshop going on here during the day.
Are you teaching it?
Yeah, at the art
What's
school.
what's the overview? What direction?
On monochrome, black and white.
Printing or development or shooting?
No, just shooting. These people are way. they're. It's a very young
So
photography.
you're shooting digital then?
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily black and white. Obviously, it's whatever.
We.
I get it.
There's one. Not to get into photography. There's one camera brand that you can shoot in camera in monochrome quite good. The other ones you need to process through.
What's the one in camera?
Fujifilm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have in camera film simulations that are really good.
Interesting.
Wow.
So once you shoot it, you can't transfer it back to color then.
Well, if you shoot you can bracket images, one in color,
Got it.
one in.
Got it.
But there's ways to make images look good in monochrome through processing.
Right.
Have you bought that record, Mike?
Close. Anyhow.
Yeah. You want to make me big, or I can do it.
I was say, are you buying that record?
Oh no! Well, somebody asked me to show a record, so it interrupted me.
Yeah.
He could be thwarting
The
me
checkout
buying
process.
songs because he's buying it now.
No, I bought it. So
Right. So this is I've shown this before.
Yeah.
Charlie Parker, Volume 3. This was pressed in 1952. Alto.
Is that a 10-inch?
It is a 10-inch from 1952.
Right.
It's.
Is that Savoy?
Yes, this is Savoy. Alto sax, Charlie Parker. Bass is Curly Russell or Jimmy Butts or Nelson Boyd or Tommy Porter.
Man, that guy that ran Savoy was a big fuck up asshole.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, Levinsky. Yeah.
The drums on this. I mean, listen, like, okay, so this is a 52, but this is a reissue. It's a 10-inch. It doesn't even have anything on the back because they didn't even think to do that.
You got molds in your house there, Mike.
But the thing, but just listen.
It's a reissue of the 78
That's
shellac.
mold. Mold is a dangerous thing.
So just like listen to who's on this. Like on drums, you have Harold Wirt and Max Roach. Piano, Bud Powell, Dizzy Gillespie is on piano. Dizzy Gillespie also plays trumpet, and Miles Davis is on this. They're playing Bluebird, Steeplechase, Bird Gets the Worm, perhaps Parker's Mood, and Tiny's Tempo.
I don't care how much great artists you have mold in your house.
Yeah. How much was that?
So this is just
Mike, according to
that looks like the
Miles-
White Album. That's the White Album.
This is just patina. It's patina.
Patina, right? Okay. Keep talking yourself into that.
According to Miles, he and Max Roach never got paid for those
Oh,
sessions.
hang on, sorry. Let's look at the record itself.
And then just a 10-inch deep groove.
That is beautiful. That is, I love Savoy.
Yeah, I got it. I don't want to say how much I paid. It wasn't crazy, but it was not cheap either. But
okay.
For the price of what you paid for that, you probably, for those who are interested, you can probably get the reissue box
that's right.
that came
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
I have that. That's great.
It has the exact same.
You probably could have gone to Florida and got a porcelain cap from Felipe.
Yeah,
Almost.
almost.
I want the original. The original. It's
Nice.
actually
with
this
with
is
the
a-
original microbiome that's growing.
You
in
know
the
those
back.
those 10-inch box sets that that Savoy stuff or that you showed are
There's the
great.
Savoy and the Mercury. Yeah, they're great.
Yeah,
Oh, I
and
wish
I have the I have the
it.
2-volume 10-inch of the Miles Davis ones too. Those are great.
I wish I bought those. My stupid. I'm looking at it and it's like it's all digital. The reason why it's all digital is because in the 40s they didn't record to tape. They recorded to like a lacquer.
Right.
So you're never going to get an original of this.
Miles Davis recorded in the 40s to an iPhone. So there you go.
Yeah. Is that right?
I like watching the evolution of the format. So you can see, like, you look at the beginning of a record company, you see everything's out on 78s, and then those get like reissued on 7-inch albums and like 10-inch albums or the 10 inches, and then those get reissued into the 12 inches. So there's like many versions of the same thing.
Here's another 10-inch, and just to dispel something, this is a 10-inch Columbia. This is an LP, right?
Yes.
That is an LP. An LP does not mean 12-inch, 6 songs aside or something. This is a 10-inch LP, long playing. This is what it
Micro
is.
group. Yeah, because it could play longer because it has smaller groups.
The 10 inches are LPs by by the trademark.
Mike, you had me at 10-inch.
Yeah.
What a move!
I got a bunch of Frank.
What a
10-inch.
move Columbia get. Did Sinatra leave Columbia, or did Columbia leave Sinatra?
Columbia left Sinatra.
Yeah, I think so. He was on his downhill thing until what? What's the movie he made?
From Here to Eternity.
Yeah.
What
A
was
big
her
comeback.
name? He had an affair with some actress. I think it bummed him.
Ava
out.
Gardner.
Yeah.
And he recorded all those depressing records, which are
Well,
quite
that's where they took the storyline in The Godfather about getting the role in the movie for
right.
Yeah.
Well, some people think that Ronan Farrow is his child.
He looks just like Frank.
Well, of course.
He doesn't look like Woody Allen.
I mean,
look. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look. If you look at Frank, he looks like Frank. I mean,
the thing is, with all that stuff, which we don't want to get into. Mia Farrow was like 19 or 20 when she was dating Sinatra, who was almost 50, 45.
Yeah. No, he was 49, 50. He's having like a midlife crisis.
Jack, have you seen this album here? Oops.
Yes.
It looks like an iPhone. Looks like a telephone.
Yeah. Is that a CD?
No, well, this is just the Discogs. I haven't bought it yet, but you can get it.
Got it. It's real good. It's real good.
Oh, you got it? Yeah, because after
good.
your Jack Sheldon video, his interviews started popping up, and then he talked about this album specifically. And Blue Mitchell's in that band with him, and I was like, I gotta pick that up. I'm like obsessed with Jack Sheldon now.
There's another underrated trumpet player, Sheldon. What a great player! When he wanted to play, man, every note had a meaning. He was such a great player and a funny guy. He was a ride.
Yeah.
When I used to see him, I used to have to go to LA quite a bit, and every time I go down there, they played in a place called the Money Tree or the Monkey Tree up at Toluca Lake. And Brock Tompkins, who played piano on the Carson show, he and Sheldon would do a duo on Sunday night. And I got to tell you, it was a who's who would walk in there. I mean, all the studio guys, Bergeron and all the heavy studio guys come in. And Sheldon could be, I mean, his jokes can be pretty obscene when he wants to. He's a riot, man.
Jack Sheldon was a lot of TV shows. A lot of my generation.
He's been on I mean, he's been on a lot of stuff.
We're driving this ship right now. Chris,
he was the Ed McMahon on Merv Griffin. He was the Ed McMahon for Merv Griffin for a couple of years in New York.
Right. And he was so like low key.
Yeah, well, when he wanted to be, I saw him one time. He told a story. Having Jack Sheldon play in a high school is like, man, you shouldn't be doing that. They brought his band into this high school, So he's playing this thing in the high school. He gets out on stage, and there's a million kids in the audience. And he comes down. And he goes, he says, every school has one teacher that all the kids hate. He says, well, I'm going to count to 3. I want all you kids to yell out the name of the teacher you hate. So he goes, 1, 2, 3. They all yell out like, Mr. Brown. And Jack goes, it's Mr. Brown here. Come on up stage. Mr. Brown, they all hate you. He just would do so many funny things.
Jack, do you know this guy here? Pete Jolly.
I can't read it.
The Pete Jolly Trio.
Pete Jolly, I know of Pete Jolly. I don't have a lot by him.
Because he had stories about, because he was like a regular at the clubs in LA, and he had stories about like being at this guy's house. He had a bunch of wild stories about this guy too. He doesn't have a lot of albums though.
This is the bird. The falcon thing. Jack used to hang out with Lenny Bruce. That's where he got all that stuff.
Yeah, right. Totally.
He and Lenny Bruce used to hang him. Yeah.
Well, him and what's his name? The Tonight Show piano player.
Russ Tompkins.
No, the host of the
Paul
piano.
Paul Schaefer.
I just showed him with
Paul Schaefer.
God, no. God. I just showed him the other night with Jack Kerouac, Steve Allen.
Steve Allen.
Yeah.
What a great jazz piano player, and he was the first host of the Tonight Show.
I'll tell you Paul Schaefer's story. So this band, one of the bands I used to work in New York, we played the Rolling Stone Christmas party every year for like, I don't know, 10, 12 years. So finally, the 13th year, whatever, the contractor calls me up because it's going to be different this year. There's going to be a 14-piece band, and there's going to be charts, and there's going to be a paid rehearsal. And this new guy from Canada, nobody knows who he is, but he's going to be big because he knows the right people. He's going to do some of the arrangements and conduct. So, okay, so we go in. And it's Schaefer. He's new to New York. So we're playing along. It's myself and a guy named Glenn Drews. And Glenn Drews, to this day, is still one of the most in-demand studio players in New York. Great player. So we're playing along, and he stops the band and he goes, no, trumpets. It's like this. He goes, ba 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 ba. Glenn leads over to me. He goes, fuck him. We played it great. Play it the same way as we played it. So we played it exactly the same way. Schaefer stops the band again and goes, now trumpets, you see how much better that was?
Wow.
So,
yeah.
But he knew the right people and whatever.
Joe Marino like this.
Sheldon, I don't think he ever made it. He made a couple of really jive records, like the warm mood of Jack Sheldon. It's like music, But for the most part, he was the Art Pepper plus 11. That's Jack Sheldon playing the solos on that. Mm-hmm. You all know. Great player.
There was a bunch of, I guess in the 60s, of these musicians who were comedians who worked on TV, totally changing genres. But Hamilton Camp, Hamilton Camp?
I heard the name. What's funny is Pete Barbuti. If you ever catch Pete look up Pete Barbuti.
Oh, I don't know that. Hamilton Camp wrote a song called Pride of Man, which was the opening song on the first Quicksilver Messenger service. But he was a folk singer, but a folk albums on Vanguard or Elektra. But he was an actor in all these like TV shows in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, sitcoms. Hamilton Camp. Really great folk singer. Great songwriter.
Old, half-hour sitcom comedies back, and look at who did the music on there. They're all like, Marty Page.
Well, that guy, there's a Music Matters Jazz. I mean, Felipe maybe know this one. The one, Gil Millet. Gil Millet?
Yeah, we showed that earlier.
Oh, did you? I missed it. I have that Music Matters Jazz. Fantastic record. It's one of the few American jazz things on Blue Note at the time. He was a movie and TV composer.
Yeah,
white guy, and great stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic!
And it's one of the cheapest music matters still available. Nobody.
Yeah, but it's a great record. He did a lot of TV themes and movie scores and TV. It's a really great record that people didn't buy a lot on the Music Matters Jazz. But I love that record. I love that album.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good one. Really, really good. Sleeper.
Yeah.
You know what I really, I'm not getting patronizing, but everybody that's on here right now, what I really like about you guys is that you listen to the music, and you're not into. I mean, I know you like to collect the records, but you all listen to the music and you have a lot of knowledge. I see everybody collecting records just because they want to collect records, and
yeah.
Well, that's interesting, Jack, because one of the things that really drew me into jazz once I got started was all the interconnectedness of all the players, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And you start you start learning who people are, and then you see a record that has people you like, so you buy it, and then you start liking these other people, and you go find their shit. It's just the coolest thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
I want to respond to J.E. here because he talks about Al Collins. Al Jasbo Collins had it when I was a kid, like when I was 7, 8, 9 years old. He had a morning TV show in the Bay Area, and Jasbo Collins, he put records out. He hosted. He was like the cool beatnik guy with his hat. I remember that shit when I was 6, 7 years old. I didn't know about jazz music, obviously, but Jasbo Collins, man, oh my God!
Remember the name?
Oh, and he looked like goatee glasses. What a surprise! Hat, but this is like that, the beatnik, like, oh my God, that kind of shit. I love that. I didn't know what it was, but I loved it.
The beret,
Well, he had okay, I gotta find it. I gotta find a picture because Al Jasbo Collins.
We're dating ourselves here, man.
Albert Richard Collins was an American disc jockey and musician who hosted The Tonight Show in 1957.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
I mean, this guy was fucking
like
amazing. Like, okay, beret. There's a beret, man. Right?
Yeah. Let's see it again, Mazzy.
Well, there you go.
He looks like a cross between Dizzy Gillespie and Joey DeFrancesco.
Right? Exactly. I mean, this guy was fucking amazing. I mean, I just remember him as a kid every morning having my cereal before I went to school. I mean, DJ and producer and everything. Yeah, cool shit.
Steve Allen, he had a lot of great jazz players on the Tonight Show. You guys remember Ernie Kovacs prior to Steve?
God, Ernie Kovacs was
what a genius.
Yeah.
What a genius.
Exactly, yeah.
You want to see genius, just go YouTube Ernie Kovacs, man.
You got to watch Ernie Kovacs, you kids there.
Yeah.
He was married. Was he married to he's in the Mad World too.
Oh.
Yeah.
What a genius.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of Steve Allen records. They're pretty good.
It's funny. Real Gone Music is reissuing in December that Steve Allen, Jack Kerouac album I just showed the other day.
Oh, cool.
So people should grab that. It's funny because people think that Kerouac has this. It's not like Ginsberg that has this kind of hippie voice or smooth voice. He's got that New York accent.
Yeah, he's from New York.
You're right.
He wrote On the Road. Great book.
It's so bizarre hearing it with that great jazz piano player. So
there's a really good book I've talked about like 3 or 4 times called Bop Apocalypse. That's about all those guys. It's such a great book. It's about like jazz, race, the beats, and the drugs and all that stuff from that time.
If you want to have a laugh when you're done here tonight, just Google Pete Barbuti. He does a couple really. I won't do him here. You got to hear Barbuti do him. I can't even approach his delivery, but he does some great jazz-oriented jokes. He does a joke about an alto player in England playing Somewhere Over the Rainbow that falls out of the window, and as he's dying, Guy says, "What happened?" He says, "Well, I couldn't remember how the middle part went. The bridge." At that point, the ambulance turns the corner and goes, da, 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 da. So, but Barbuti does it. It's hilarious the way he does it. Got to check.
I don't have. Someone asked. I don't have any early '50s original Miles albums. Anybody here? I don't.
Early 50s?
No.
Miles was a sideman. He wasn't really popular.
Well, until the Cool Sessions, that's when he really first started doing it.
Yeah, I mean, he was.
I mean, yeah, the cool sessions were 47, 48, and from 50 to 54, he was dope. He
With
was just
Jerry Mulligan and that.
You mean Jerry Mulligan school sessions?
Yeah, he wasn't drugs. He wasn't doing much. Just playing side gigs and not much. 54 and on, then he really starts recording for Prestige, like a ton of stuff.
I had a very, very dear friend of my trumpet teacher. Was a guy by the name of Chris Griffin, and Chris Griffin and Pee Wee Irwin, trumpet player, were on CBS staff in New York, and I lived next to Pee Wee when I grew up. That's how I started playing the trumpet. But Chris was on that Birth of the Cool record. He was one of the trumpet players on that band, and I guess as you guys said so many times, it was really Jerry Mulligan's deal. And
I've never heard that record. Still,
I just pulled some records. Let me jump in real quick. All right,
that's me.
We got
Hi everyone.
These are like some of my favorite records in my collection. This is Miles Davis Dig. This is 7012 with Sonny Rollins, and then also on this, which is cool, is Jackie McLean. This is Jackie McLean's first session on this.
Oh wow!
So that's kind of
Or
cool.
pissed off Miles permanently.
Yeah,
This one
had a hard time with Jack McLean. Yeah.
This one here is a mono, and it's essentially my MapQuest version of 7014, but it's RVG stamped and it just has a different cover. So, and that I feel like everyone loves this one. Miles Davis and Milt Jackson.
Yeah,
7034. This is my favorite Miles Davis record. Walking.
I don't have that one.
That's your favorite?
Walking is his solo. His first solo is just so goddamn good.
Okay, I gotta check it out.
It is great. Yeah,
I only have Relaxing. So
I think I have an OJC of that.
I think it was
OJC reissued all these.
I think it was actually Miles' favorite record of his.
Really? Yeah. It is. Okay, so it's got. Let me tell you who's on this. Okay, so it's one of those where this is probably 2 10-inches. So one side has one lineup, the other side has one lineup. So first lineup is Miles Davis trumpet, J.J. Johnson trombone, Lucky Thompson tenor, Horace Silver piano, Percy Heath bass, and Kenny Clark drums.
Yes.
Second side is Miles Davis trumpet, Davey Schlidkraut alto sax, Horace Silver piano, Percy Heath bass, Kenny Clark drums. So basically the sax is different between the two of these.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Horace Silver's on that?
Yeah, Horace Silver's on that.
So yeah,
AP. I don't think AP's did Walking. I don't think
ERC did Walking.
No, AP didn't do Walking.
Yeah,
ERC did Walking.
I said, I'm sorry, Mazzy and I.
I thought they did them all.
Mazzy and I were saying OJC did them.
Yeah.
OJC.
Yeah, sorry, not AP.
Yeah.
This is 7150 Miles Davis and the Modern Jazz Giants.
I got that. That's good.
I mean, look at the lineup: Milt Jackson, Thelonious Monk. I mean, give me a break. Thelonious Monk and Miles Davis on the same record.
Yeah.
I mean, Percy Heath, Kenny Clark, John Coltrane, Red Garland, Paul Chambers, Philly Joe Jones. I mean,
yeah,
great stuff.
Monk was on that Bag's Groove record. That
yeah, Bag's Groove. Bag's Groove is fantastic.
The story behind that was that Miles didn't like what Monk was playing, so Monk got pissed off, and I forget what cut.
He told him not to play behind him.
Actually, I just read that 2 days ago in Miles' book. I think Mike read as well. Could be right, could be wrong, but Miles said they never had a fight. Thelonious was a very gentle, although he was very strong and big guy. They just disagreed. But Miles told him, play the piano like it's a horn. And that worked really well. They got along well. They never had a fight, actually.
Oh, look at that.
What is this?
These are those record store day about 7-8 years ago.
Wow.
2 volumes of Miles 10 inches.
Oh man, I missed that one.
Me too.
That's cool.
Massey.
There's like,
Oh, label Prestige?
there's 2 volumes of these. They're 10-inch Miles 1 and 2. The
Yeah.
Prestige stuff.
I bet you
So
like
good.
that box set, Massey.
Pardon me?
I bet you like that box set.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
Ozzy,
yeah.
can you pull a record out just to show the label? I'm just curious to see what the labels look
God,
like.
you're so opinionated.
No. Pull the record.
I get it. I'm like, I know how to do this shit. I'm a professional.
He's got more viewers than we'll ever have, Mike. How dare you?
Oh, look at that.
Gorgeous.
Oh, wow.
I need to send Mazzy some of my rice paper.
Give me a break. I know you didn't like that I mocked the Canadians and the people like pamper their records too fucking much. You don't. I mean, if you want to use them, fine, but you don't need to use them. That's my point.
Hold on. Mazzy, you had a big influence on me because I started de-sleeving records because of you, but then I started re-sleeving them again because I'm too nervous.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't sleeve. I mean, okay. I never put outer sleeves on my records until I moved to Seattle and until I started discogsing. And as I discogs, I put an outer sleeve. I don't do this fancy sleeve where the record's in the fucking back and you slip it in like Bob Bradley and Michael 45 and you have to have it separate. You have to have all this fancy bullshit crap. You pull the record out and you play the music and you enjoy it.
Yeah, but it makes it easy just to pull it out, Mazzy, if you just have it behind the record. Look. See?
No.
Yeah, I get it. And then it's thicker on your shelf.
I will say, when I'm spinning records and I grab a bunch and I want to play them all, the fact that I could just go like this and grab it is so. It's
I get it. I'm teasing and I don't care. You should do what you want to do for you. That's my point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mazzy, those are cool boxes.
Yeah.
They're great. They're like, okay, this is when a box is worthwhile. There's like 5 of these in a. Okay, this is the same thickness as a UHQR, and you got 5 fucking records.
God, your collection is ridiculous, Mazzy.
One of my favorite Miles is this one.
Yeah,
because it's just the quartet, no horn, no other horn besides Miles, and I love that one.
Thank you, Bob. I'm not gonna give in. I'm too old. I'm 20 years older than you, 20 plus years. I'm set in my ways.
Yeah, Maz, you got to get 10-inch sleeves for those.
Bob Bradley, get off my lawn.
Well, I have 75 of them, so I'll send you some if you want. I accidentally bought 2 batches of the 10-inch sleeves by accident.
Oh,
that's why I'm just collecting 10 inches.
I'll take one of those off you. I need a new set.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just send him one sleeve?
No, I'll send him a bunch. There's no way I'm going to collect 75 10 inches.
Yeah,
I do have a bunch of 10 inches though. I mean, I ran out of sleeves.
Yeah, you have more than I do at this point.
A lot of them are. I mean, not a lot of them, but there's I have a lot of Frank, all the Frank 10-inch I tried to get, which I pretty much have almost all of them.
The 10-inch sleeves are a little bit different though. They have flaps on both sides.
Oh, okay.
So this is a vinyl replace. Hey, have y'all heard this record?
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, let me show you.
Can you bring up? Okay, what?
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that record, but I love Willie Bobo.
Yeah, that was a really good reissue.
Is it Willie Bobo on Inventions and Dimensions?
Yes.
I don't know that record.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know anybody else on here, but there's a bunch of people on there. There's 1966. I guess I haven't listened to this yet. I bought it last year. Shit. Well,
you haven't listened to it? It's been a fucking year.
Dude, I've got like 10 cubes of records I haven't listened to yet.
Hey, don't even talk about how many cubes of records you got.
Leslie, how many records do you have? What is your collection up to? Do you have an estimate?
Dude,
I know you probably have records that aren't even.
I'm guessing around 7,000.
Nice.
And I have about 3/4 in Discogs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a chore.
That's a lot, man.
Yeah, it takes a lot.
Mike, did you already see me show this morning?
Yeah.
What is
Were
that?
you in there
Can we
this
see-
morning?
Can we bring him up? I can't see that.
Yeah. Is
Oh.
that a 10-inch?
This is a story I told this morning. I'll tell it again real quick. So I bought this from a guy in New Jersey. He sent it to me, and I started playing it. And I was like, "Wait, these aren't the songs." And then I picked it up and looked at the number, and it didn't match here. And I was like, so I looked up the number, and it's this one.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I didn't have this one. So then I told the guy, he's like, okay, I'm sending you a shipping label right now, and we'll send it back. Then I started thinking, I'm going to look on Discogs. I found someone that was selling just the record for this with no cover, and this cover is in excellent condition.
Nice.
So I bought that one. I told the guy, forget it, I'll keep it. So I bought the standalone record to put with this cover. Then I just bought this, which was like a G minus, or of this, the record that this came with. So then I could put the record that came with this one. So now I've got everything, but I've got an extra one of these now. But these 10-inch ones that he sells, the vinyl storage solutions, it has a flap, the folding flap here, and it has the folding flap at the top, so you can completely
Yeah.
I just tuck it in so that I can get the record out. So
yeah, that's cool.
But
I like that you tuck it in.
Can you show the label again?
Mm-hmm.
Can we do some label porn?
Whoa.
Huh?
Can you show the label of the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the one that I don't care about, because this is the one I got just to get the cover.
Yep.
Have you guys ever heard of Perfect Vinyl Forever?
No.
It's a send away cleaning service.
Is that the one that Danny Kaye showed a while on one of his videos?
Sonic, there's a channel called Sonic something. If you search YouTube for Perfect Vinyl Forever, the guy does an interview with him.
Yeah, that's Danny Kaye.
Yeah.
What's it called? Sonic Obsession? Is that the name of the channel?
No, it's Sonic Flare.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. So I wanted to do that for years. So I'm taking all of my most precious. They're not the expensive records. They're just the records I love very much, that I'm going to try and see if they can get the crackle down a little bit more than where it's at now to get it a bit more playable. We'll see. If it doesn't work, I'll never use them again, but I'm going to try it at least.
Can I do a little promo here? Of
course.
On Wednesday, I'm having a conversation. Wednesday, it'll be probably up Thursday, with Zev Feldman.
Oh, nice.
From, his new label is the Vinyl Detective, Jazz Detective.
Yeah.
He's putting out these two Ahmad Jamal albums for Record Store Day.
I hear they're good.
Mazzy,
Mazzy,
if I slip you a 20, can you let me know if he recommends any records before it goes live?
Yeah, please.
Well, I mean, I don't think we're doing that. I know that that works for me. But
the stuff he put out,
but it's about the Record Store Day stuff, because he did some of that's from the Penthouse in Seattle. Those things.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, his stuff that he did, all that Renaissance Residence stuff, or Bill Evans stuff. Yes. Some of them are great. Some of them are not. I mean, they're archival. It's not about the sonic masterpiece. But we're having a conversation Wednesday, so I assume I'll post it Thursday. That'll be interesting. So
that's cool.
See, two Jews hanging around talking about jazz.
No, it's going to be awesome. We love Zev.
Mazzy, just so you know, on New Year's Eve, I have if you want to come down, you can come down. I've got about I think a 7 or 10 pound pastrami coming that afternoon from Katz's.
From where?
From Katz's in New York.
Katz's Deli, on Houston?
They overnight.
On
yeah, on Houston.
Yeah, you probably get it sooner than I would standing in line out there.
Liebman's
Italian pastries coming from Ferraris on Grand Street.
Right above, like is Houston and Ludlow, right?
Yeah.
Liebman's in the Bronx, in Riverdale, is the best Jewish deli in New York City. Period.
They are very good.
Yeah.
You know about A1 Records? What is it? A1?
Lower East Side. Yeah. All right. So Roberto's saying Zev sometimes puts stuff that are hit or miss.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but you can't, if you have to separate yourself from sound quality. Everybody wants this great sound thing. It's an archival label or archival stuff he puts out.
Yes.
So it's not always great recordings. He finds these
Well,
rare
what did you
recordings.
say his label is? Isn't it called like the Archive or something? What was it?
Well, he's doing the Jazz Detective or something.
Jazz Detective. You know, it's like Chad does analog productions. All his stuff's analog. It's going to sound the greatest. Zev is doing detective archival work.
Right. But he's done a few things that he's curated for Blue Note as well. So, I mean, it's a different thing. We're not talking about Chad Kasem. Answer your fucking phone. It's not a thing about Chad Kasem and great sounding.
Right.
But I know it's a music stupid, but it's true. It does, you know,
Like
if you're listening, it's kind of like these old Charlie Parker records and stuff. They're not great like audiophile records.
Yeah. No, a few years ago, people got bent out of shape about the Sonny Rollins and Holland.
Yes.
I thought that was great. I'm sorry.
I think that's
any Sonny Rollins live.
I truly love that.
It's must have in your collection.
Yeah.
He's one of the great improvisers in the history of this music. If you get to hear anything with Sonny Rollins live, it's a must get. I don't care about the sound quality. Just listen to the music.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
You know, hey, J.E. Greg, who did I do a video with? Greg who? I forgot who Greg is. I don't know that comment. Greg who? Greg.
That video has to do with Greg a year ago.
I'm an old man. I don't remember Greg.
That's what happens when you have 1,000 videos.
Yeah, literally 1,000 videos.
I do them in my sleep. I just like say
that is impressive.
That's pretty impressive.
It's not impressive. It's like quantity shit.
I got to respond to that call. So listen, I'll see you guys later. I'll be actually home for a couple of weeks starting Monday. Do a few videos and see you guys. I love you all.
Pastrami. Best, Jack.
Pastrami.
Everyone check out Jack's channel.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
So back to the Zev stuff. The only one I heard that people got really butthurt about was the Ronnie Scott's Bill Evans one.
I think that, he's done a couple. It's kind of like one of my favorites was. I mean, did you guys like that Monk and Palo Alto one? I love that.
Yes,
I like that.
I didn't buy it, but I streamed it.
Oh God, I have both versions. I have the janitor mix.
Yeah.
And the other one, and it's fucking great. It's not like the greatest sounding record, but
it's great.
It's Monk.
But the funny thing is the same year that the Monk from Palo Alto came out, another Monk came out that I know Chris has it that was on Gearbox.
Yeah.
And that didn't get any like love, but that performance is so much better than the Palo Alto.
Yeah.
And
you know what is
Chris,
the Monk
was focused on the Palo Alto because the story was better behind it.
The story is fucking great.
So, yeah, the reissue label was Zev, and who put that out with Zev?
It was on what?
That was
Impulse.
Yeah. So I mean,
it's an impulse.
What about
and also that was
high school kid, and
that was
inviting Monk to play.
Danny Shore ended up going after high school in Palo Alto, Menlo Park. Danny Shore ended up working for Bill Graham, doing productions for Bill Graham. So Danny Shore had this whole history, and the book and the thing. You're right. The story really sold that, and they did a nice design. It was great.
And there was a colored variant, and then the custodian mix, and they made like a whole thing.
And they had the book and the program to get with the ads from the local Palo Alto store retailers.
Yeah.
But it's great. It's still great, you know.
It is important to make it understand. I mean, people just have high expectations. Everything's going to sound like a Music Matters or a Tone Poet. He's doing the best that he can out of whatever recording he gets. His history.
Thelonious Monk's Dennis put out a record. Did you know that, Felipe?
Yeah. Oh. This is the Monk that I'm. This is phenomenal.
The Roland Kirk one is pretty good too. That they put out.
Yeah, that's a reissue. Is that a reissue or an archival first issue?
I don't know, honestly.
I
Not the
think
Rolling- not the Rolling-
I think it's a first issue, but the sound quality is really good. It's a live performance in
What year is it? What year is it? From
1963 Copenhagen.
Oh, that's a good year. That's a
Yeah.
great year.
I mean,
That's-
it's
My favorite Monk, I like the early Monk the best. So I like his Blue Note stuff, the Genius of Modern Music, and his Prestige stuff is very good, and his Riverside stuff is my favorite.
Well, that's not his earliest stuff, man. He was playing in the 40s too.
Mhm.
I know, but I mean early like LP stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That stuff is great, and the whole innovation of Monk. But when you get to the band with like Charlie Rouse and them, that's a band. That's like a working band.
Well, that's
what's so
Riverside.
good about that.
So those live Riverside records, yeah, those Riverside records have Charlie Rouse on them.
Yeah,
yeah.
But the Columbia stuff with Charlie Rouse, that's Monk. Just because he's not, I don't think there are any new compositions or anything like that.
What do you think his best Columbia stuff is? If you
there's so much. There is so much of it.
Well, I have Monk's Dream. I have a few. I have
Monk's Dream.
I like them, but I just feel like his earlier stuff is just.
No, I agree. I agree. It's better, but I just like the fact that that band is much tighter with Charlie Rouse and those guys. Because
Charlie Rouse is really good.
Charlie Rouse was on. He was in tune with Monk. Yeah,
Clark Terry on Brilliant Corners is just a.
That might be my favorite Monk album, Brilliant Corners.
Man.
Yeah, every time I put it on. This is like I feel like I never think of Monk. I never think of Monk, and then I put a Monk record on, and I'm like, this guy's a genius.
Yeah.
Like he's like nobody else. I like the thing is like I feel like I listen to Lee Morgan, I listen to Miles Davis, and I like think of their tunes in my head. I don't. Well, that's not totally true. I just feel like Monk is. I visit him and then I go back, and then I visit him and I go back, and I like that relationship with him because he's so dissonant, and everybody says he's like angular, which. What do you think angular means? I feel like it's like his timing. It's real. I feel like it's his timing, and then I guess like how he's changing directions of the music. But I don't know how to answer. Somebody asked me that once, and I just wasn't prepared to answer it.
Well, if you when I learned that riff, the Straight No Chaser, it starts on the 4 count before the beat, so it starts brilliant, and it starts again on the 8th note before you go into the next measure. Then when it starts the next time, it starts on the 3 count.
Okay.
So it took me a while because I was always just starting on the 1 like every time, and he's like, my teacher's like, no. Like I had to look at the actual music of it to like put it together, and like because I was just kind of going off my own feel, and I naturally want to start on the 1, so I had to like redo the way I play it. Straight No Chaser.
When was that first recorded? What was the first time that was recorded?
Well, the album I just showed tonight, the version I'm kind of basing it off of is the Miles version with Coltrane, but
is it Monk?
It's a Monk. It's Monk's tune.
I'm reading a book about Monk, and he basically claims that he invented modern jazz, like that he taught Charlie Parker and Dizzy a bunch of stuff, right?
Oh wow!
And and to be fair, Charlie Parker credited Monk all the time in interviews.
Mm-hmm.
But what was interesting is in the 40s, I mean, he just couldn't get it going, man. Like he had all these songs that he wrote that people were just playing, and some were stealing from him. Others were adding their own copyrights to his shit, and it took him for a
He also took his cabaret license away because he wouldn't rat on his friends. Or not even they may not even been his friends. He just wouldn't rat. Period. Which is
I just want to show 2 more things because they relate to Monk, but they're CDs, but they're great. This is a box set by this pianist Frank Kimbrough. He died a year or so ago, but it's the it's all Monk. It's the whole catalog, with a group.
It's a quintet.
Wow.
Yeah, yep, it's a quartet actually. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's really good. But my favorite is this guitarist. It's the whole Monk catalog.
Oh, I have that. I have that. It's so great.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? I'm telling you.
Someone
Everybody
out of the blue turned me on to that. I ordered it directly through Bandcamp.
Yeah, that's how I love Miles Owazaki. He's a great guitarist.
That's a weird, like unusual record.
Yeah.
Funny. Yeah.
I would recommend that. It's the whole Monk catalog, solo guitar. It's just
but guitar. It's like a totally out there version of his stuff, right?
It is amazing.
What's
I
his
forgot
name?
about that.
What's the guitarist's name?
Miles Owazaki.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really it's a CD. So it's like what is it? 4 or 5 CDs?
It is maybe even. It is.
I'm looking at it now. It's 6.
6 CDs.
Okay, 6.
Yeah. And every Monk composition.
It's great.
That's Brilliant Corners. You know, Brilliant Corners. The take that's on Brilliant Corners is a mashup of multiple takes because the musicians couldn't get it right, and I forget who it was, but somebody had a mental breakdown in the session because
probably Ernie Henry.
Yes, I think that was. It may have been. I forget, but and then somebody else just left the session. Like it was a nightmare because it was just a really hard one to play perfectly. So anyway, so
that's the one with the Brilliant Corners is the one where they spliced it.
Yes. The final take that's on the record is not a single take. They had to mix it. Yeah.
That's crazy. That CD is $40, or the CD says $40 on Bandcamp. Still,
so he does
it is worth it. I mean, it's like.
I mean, shit, $40. That's like one latte in Seattle.
6 CDs. 6 CDs.
I liked your help with Fred the other night when you were really selling his shit.
Oh, that was so good. That was really good.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
When you were doing the auction with Fred, you were like, come on, everybody, dig deep in your pocket.
Well, I mean, come on. You need to have a Jewish guy next to you selling this shit, right?
Yeah, it worked. I bought 3 things from
Fred
him.
is great, but like he'll undersell. It's like $2. $2 is so you can't.
He's
sell
like
anything.
giving it away.
He's like, I don't know. You guys shouldn't buy this.
I'm old enough that I can be the asshole once in a while and just like tell.
Is this the cartoon where the little
shut the fuck up, Mazzy, dude?
is this a little cartoon where there's the little devil on your shoulder trying to come on, man? You need to charge him more. No.
Well, I mean, $2. It's kind of like you buy. It's like on Amazon. You buy some out of print thing and they sell it for $2, but it's like $6 to ship it. So, come on, charge $5 to start with.
I mean, the $2.
He was going ridiculously low on that stuff.
To put the shit in the box. It's a dilemma I have. I have a lot of $2 records that I may or may not want to keep, but you can't really. You put them on Discogs. It's like, okay, somebody buys it.
But that's where you bundle them. You do a bundle.
Yeah,
a bundle.
Yeah, that's
okay.
True.
Mazzy, I don't know if you were. I don't think you caught the early stream, but I did want to give you an update on Wynton Marsalis. So I don't know if you remember last stream, but I went out on a binge and bought a bunch of his records, and they came in. They sound really good. And then also on Ken McAuliffe's group, I started like a thread, and there were over 200 comments about Wynton Marsalis, which turned into the latest Jazz Shepherd video. He covered Wynton Marsalis. So it's been a big week for Wynton Marsalis, and I want to thank Mike. Set me straight on.
So the Jazz Shepherd, what's his ankle on Wynton? Did he, good or bad or
good. Yeah, supportive.
Yeah, but the thing is, and I said this in one of my comments on the Facebook post, and it's part of the whole Wynton Marsalis thing. I was like, a lot of people comment on him. I don't know how much of his music they've actually listened to.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's how I was.
That's the feeling I got from the Jazz Shepherds video. I was like,
oh, really?
Have you really listened to it?
I didn't watch it. And
plus he doesn't listen to much past.
He said he has like 4 or 5 of his records. So
You know,
You know,
Wynton Marsalis is great. I think for me, he's a little too professorial, but he is fucking great. He's a great musician. I
I
mean,
kind of so Mazzy, I got one of his Jazz Messengers records with Art Blakey. I got the Black Codes from the Underground or something.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds really good. I got his live record from Mike. What was it? Is it something
Blues Alley?
Blues Alley,
which had a fire recently.
and I do want to show you showed a record, Mazzy, last time. It was like J Moods or something.
That is fabulous.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
like
I have the CDs. I only have the CDs.
Style too. Like if you listen to his other stuff, it feels straight ahead and hard bop, and then that is like totally chill.
I just like Branford better because he played with the fucking Grateful Dead. Okay.
And he played with Sting apparently.
Well, okay, that brings you down a couple notches.
Does it?
Well,
I love the Police, but Sting bores me. The only good thing about
Wynton
Sting
lost
is,
half of his band to Sting.
Yeah, the only thing great about Sting is he can have sex for like 14 hours straight. So,
Mike, what's the story with that? Because in the thread I heard somebody mention something about that, but I didn't catch it.
Well, basically everybody in the band tried out for Sting's group.
Okay.
And then Sting took Kenny Kirkland and Branford. And then, actually Wynton had this whole crisis of, faith. Actually, he was like, I thought we were in this. We're going to do this whole thing. We were on this crusade. And, there goes half my band. And then he hooked up with Marcus Roberts and they had the same type of ideas. And that's when he recorded J Mood. And it was that quartet with Jeff Watts and Robert Hurst on bass. This sort of like revitalized him.
Is J Mood, do you think, his best record? In terms of just who he is as an artist?
It's my favorite.
Okay.
I'm embarrassed to say I haven't probably listened to those CDs in 20 years.
Well, this is the Wynton Marsalis revival, Mazzy. This is the time.
It's my favorite.
Back to the jazz.
I'm an Englishman in New York. That's
Back to the Jazz Shepherd thing. I think the point he was making too is more about the Ken Burns documentary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he really tied it into that. Like,
yeah. And I love it. I agree with him on that. I said this before. I see the documentary as like a college survey course.
Mm-hmm.
You go in there, they try to get everybody in. People are going to be left out.
Right.
All right.
Well, they should have been left out. When I first watched it, I was furious at the end. I was like, oh, I want to know. I wanted all this stuff about culture, because I wanted the people that I loved, right?
Right.
And then years and years of watching it and realizing, I'm like, wait a second. Ken Burns makes documentaries about the United States and about popular culture and what effect this music had on popular culture.
Right.
It wasn't popular culture anymore when Coltrane came.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It didn't have a historical effect on the country. It went from being the popular music in America to being a very niche music to being now pretty much only existing in academia, in major cities.
But that was before Coltrane too, though. You could say that once the big band,
right, and that's why that's why that gets the shortest amount on there. Now, if Ken Burns wanted to go back and do a 10th inning like he did with baseball,
right,
and give him some extra, but I think it's better that they let other people make.
How many episodes are we going to spend on the east side of New Jersey? I mean, let's get this thing going. No, I'm just kidding. But I just want to
New Jersey.
Mazzy, have you watched the Ken Burns documentary? And do you have any pointed opinions on it?
I did watch it. The jazz one, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Or the country. I watched the country one. I like that better. I liked it. It kind of rushed through the end of jazz, I thought. And it concentrated a little like bottom heavy on the early jazz, but that's what he does. I mean, everything is about the Civil War and Nazi Germany and that shit, whatever.
And-
I liked it. I think it's a good overview, but I think it wasn't as balanced as I would like it, because I know a good amount about jazz.
I understand that criticism, and I would like to see that more too. I do feel like he is doing an important service, though, to
absolutely.
because it's kind of easy to do the Coltrane.
If you stop at the Ken Burns thing, it's sad. You should go beyond that. It should make you have a thirst for looking for other kind of, like, the Lee Morgan documentary, the Coltrane documentary, all these other documentaries, like Noble said, the Armstrong documentary. There's so many other things, but it's a good sort of start. But I think they rushed the last couple, 20, 30 years, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, let's say you didn't learn a single thing from that documentary and you knew everything that was in there you already knew.
I didn't know everything. I forgot what. Yeah.
It's still gorgeous.
Oh,
beautiful.
Yeah.
It is.
And I love that my iPhone has a Ken Burns app to it.
Well,
Wasn't
there a scene in it where he talks about the word jazz and he's like, it was from the
jazz.
And it was like jasmine was the perfume of the women that were in the saloons or something.
Isn't it JASS, right?
Yeah,
and so many stories about
There's
the
a lot,
art.
yeah, it's one of those-
It was actually
everyone's their own-
Jew.
their
It
own
was
idea.
actually JEW, Jewish. The Jews invented jazz music because they invented everything.
I've heard this.
I'm kidding.
The part that gives me chills every time I watch that is they're talking about that the band with the Italian leader. I think is it La Rock or
Mussolini?
something like that.
Mhm.
And then he says that, he says a horrible racist thing, and that jazz was the creation of white men, blah blah blah.
Right.
And then they let that quote play, and then they just cut to Wynton, and Wynton's just looking up in the air like this.
Well, okay.
Just considering what he's
question.
going to, considering what he's going to say, and he comes back and he says, and that's the thing with America, it all comes back to race. It's always, we don't want to talk about it, we don't want to deal with it, but it all comes back to that. And I love that moment every single time.
So which two jazz artists did Noah bring on the ark? That's what I want to know.
Well, hold on. What was I going to ask?
Okay, never
You don't
mind.
have to hold on, man. We're trying to figure out what jazz artists were on the ark.
Well, what two artists would you put on the ark, Chris?
You have to have a man and a woman.
Everybody needs to pick
please
two
put a woman
artists.
on.
We're going around. Chris, pick your two artists. Let's go. Who's coming on the ark?
Thelonious Monk and Dexter Gordon.
Okay, Mike, who are you picking? Who are you bringing?
Monk and Louis Armstrong.
Okay, Mazzy.
See, you have to have a man and a woman because they're not going to procreate. So you have to have Charlie Parker. No, seriously, it's a man and a woman. You think Noah brought like two male giraffes?
Okay.
Come on.
All right, Billie Holiday.
You have Charlie Parker and Ella Fitzgerald.
That's a great point, Mazzy. Noble Bagheera.
Ella and Louie.
Oh, yeah.
And Felipe?
Going with Mazzy, I thought about Ella as well. Let's take Big Billy and Sonny Rollins.
All right, I'm going to bring, because all of you guys brought your guys, so I'm bringing, I think we got to have Duke Ellington. He's got to be there. And I'm bringing Frank. Frank's coming.
And after 3 years, they're dead because they don't have no kids.
Well, we got Ella. Ella's going to do the job. We have everyone we just brought. We got Miles Monk, Ella, Frank. I mean, we're good.
I brought Billy.
I mean,
Billy.
Oh, yeah.
Billie Holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be either Billy or Ella. When you guys do these Mount Rushmores and you leave a woman off, you can't, because they had such a major impact.
Absolutely, I'm with you.
In fact, in some ways, they had more impact because they were more popular.
Bradley's good. Nina Simone and Sonny Rollins. Nina Simone, yeah. I mean,
close to mine.
That first,
Nina Simone will put you in your place though, but which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Her first record on Bethlehem is
oh God, yeah. Oh, it's great. It's great.
It's crazy good. Yeah. I think we have a good arc.
Yeah, we have a good arc.
Oh man, yeah.
So
did you finish Did you ever finish that bathroom, Mike?
It's I'm chipping away at it. Let me tell you something. It is
year-long project.
Honestly, I swear to God, I know I'm in it right now, but this might be the worst project I've ever done in my entire life.
I renovate. Okay,
and I have
you're
a
in a
full-time job,
relationship,
and I have all this other stuff going on. I don't have, this just tiling this bathroom is taking an insane amount of time.
and you're married, right? You're
Yes.
married.
Yeah.
Okay. The
Yes.
worst
Not
thing in my
helping.
life, I went through a relationship, a year renovation where we added a third story to our place in San Francisco.
Yeah.
It almost destroyed it. Well, we're not living together anymore, but we never got, but we're family. It's the renovation is the worst fucking thing for
It
a
is.
couple.
I didn't realize.
It's the
I honestly am. I don't even want to even talk about it.
You got to rent the Money Pit with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks.
That's let me show favorite.
People shit on that. People shit on that movie, Mazzy, especially
It's
Roger
a great
Ebert.
movie.
It's in my top 10 list of
it's a
all-time
great
favorite movies.
it's a great movie because it's real.
The actors are so excellent in it. It's a great
I
movie.
agree. I agree.
I do need to rewatch that. I haven't watched that in years, but yeah.
Well, now you're gonna, but you can't. You have to watch it. Wait till you finish your renovation.
It's so terrible.
Look at this advice. Stop buying records, Mike. Pay someone to do it.
Oh yeah. Well, I could do hot stampers. I'll just get the hot stampers.
Anybody here member of the $5 a month club?
What is that?
Have you gotten anything yet?
He said that so we were all allowed to pick 2 because they wanted to get a feel about how much everyone wants the same Pink Floyd or the same. I'm different because I don't want that stuff. So,
are you in the club back?
You want to get stuff from the UK, right? His dealers from the UK.
Well, see, I broke down because I was just gonna get my weirdo stuff that I like, but then I was like, man, this is a good chance because I never got those first 5 mono Beatles. So I'm like, well, this is my chance. So I picked Beatles as one of mine just to see.
But you haven't got them. It's too soon to tell, right?
Huh?
Oh,
well,
yet.
he said after they evaluated everyone's choices and everyone got two picks because they want to see what it looks like when everyone gets 2 picks. He said that it's not going to be a problem. He says.
All right, so we are being asked to boot Mazzy from the live stream.
We are not booting Mazzy. No.
Oh, well, can you only have 6 people?
No, we can.
I'll leave if I would like a Fred Putterman to come up here. I'll leave if you can't have more than 6.
We can have more than 6. I want you.
Right, I'm gonna run through some records really quickly to boost my.
Come on up here, Fred.
Yeah, come on, Fred.
All right, before Fred gets up here, are you guys ready? We're gonna finish up at Miles.
Oh my God! With the Bob Bradley ripoff. Yeah, it's good.
Is that an OJC?
Honestly, I'll rip off Bob Bradley all day. It's so.
Is that
funny.
an OJC? Is that an
No,
OJC?
God no. This is a second pressing Bergenfield.
What do you mean, God no?
You made the Bill Evans box set.
Come on. About.
How dare you, Mazzy? How dare you?
Mazzy, these are the core 4. These are the core 4 Miles.
So OJC sound great. They're great records.
They really do sound good. And you know what? Yeah, no, they're.
Hey, you guys got to pay attention because I was waiting like 6 hours in your green room. So if what's his name shows up, you got to remember sure you let him in.
What's his name?
Yeah, it's my fault.
All right. Well, anyway.
Sorry, Chris.
Mike, so which records were recorded like consecutively?
All 4 of these. These were recorded in the same. This was recorded in 2 days.
Because Stunty comes on in bed all the time.
I'm not sure if Cooking was. I think Cooking was recorded the year before.
I don't think so. These were recorded. So these 4, Cooking, Working, Steaming, and Relaxing, are all part of the same 2-day session.
I got this one from Kraft, but I haven't opened it yet. But I bought it because this is the one that fucking Analog Productions didn't do in the Prestige 50. Like, I don't know why they didn't do this one. It's so weird.
Yes, Fred.
Hang in there, Fred. It's only children and children's parents. Hang in there, Fred.
It sounds awful, Fred. I'm sorry.
But Mike, you like walking better than relaxing?
Well, they're different. I mean, relaxing is the quintet, the first quintet.
Oh,
Did y'all watch the video that they did today at all?
I do like that better, but they're just.
I did watch it when I was in the car. I listened to it. I heard the audio.
Which video?
Stunning.
Did you like the artwork?
Stunty and Mike.
Yeah, I caught that. It was pretty good.
It's actually, yeah, it was pretty good. I was surprised.
I mean, I'm more interested. They only saw like a third of the show or something.
Wow.
Well, they went opening day, which is the dealers. Tomorrow is,
They need to shoot video at the actual show like Tremor does. They need to get the little camera.
They will,
headset
but
thing.
you know, they were at the day-to-day. Everyone's setting up, so there's nothing really to show yet. Tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love.
Did you like the new painting? Did you like the new painting with the?
I hated it.
Did you see that?
Is this the show?
I said this is really horrible. I know. I look like a blind person painted it.
Is this the same? Is this the same show that Michael from the In Groove went to last year? Do you guys remember those videos? Is that the same show? Because he was saying he was saying like a lot of the jazz titles, because they're outside of the U.S., are none of them are good deals because you're paying a premium because there aren't that many records like that.
Oh, I'm sure it's a great show. It depends. You know,
you gotta. Yeah, I mean, for European,
it depends what you want. I think it's actually, I'm enjoying it, seeing Stunty and Michael. They never met in person before. It's kind of like, I've never met any of you. Someday we're going to meet, or maybe not.
Let's hope so.
And it's gonna be a shit show.
I want to do a whack-a-mole.
That's
true.
true.
What he said.
Well, Michael must have watched Stunty because I never saw him look so. He looked glowing in that video. I've never seen him look so nice. He just had a smile on his face. He wasn't.
That's because
he didn't have weeds in his hair.
Stunty just got out of the shower in the hotel room. That's when they took the video. No, I don't know.
He was wearing clothes.
Roberto, I don't think that's true. I don't think that Working is in the Prestige series. I just went through all 50 of them on their website.
Which one?
Working.
No.
Yeah, no, I don't think Working is.
It's the one they didn't include, which is just so weird.
Well, it's not.
You got to get the old HC from Craft. They did.
Yeah, but they did it. So AP put out a box with all the original quintet, and they had Miles, the original quintet one, and then they did the 4.
Yeah,
it's all the ones with Coltrane, Red Garland, Philly Joe Jones, and who am I missing?
Paul Chambers.
Paul Chambers.
Easy now. I don't know if you just got on here. We talked about Miles. We talked about Charlie Parker about an hour ago. So we did talk about Charlie Parker. We talked about Savoy. We did talk about that shit. Right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I showed the 10-inch with Miles on it. I mean, it's.
I mean, Miles was a part of that whole scene for sure.
Yeah.
So Miles took some time to get into a solo career because he didn't want to quit playing with Charlie Parker because he just wanted to keep learning.
Yeah.
He rejected playing with many other players, and actually Charlie Parker didn't pay Miles and Max Roach for many sessions and concerts. They had to kind of almost beat him to get paid.
Yeah.
Jim's back.
Yeah,
you were right. We would still be going when you guys are still going when Jim got back.
Oh wow! Maybe they found some cool shit.
They need to come up.
Jesus,
come up! I'll give you my square.
We have 10 squares. I pay for the premium thing.
Didn't they? It kind of looked like Rob was visiting like his grandfather at his at the old folks home or something. Like he was getting ready to feed him his porridge or something.
That is hurtful, Baggy.
It was just the way they were juxtaposed in the photo.
Well, it was funny because Rob said he was 3 feet taller.
Because Jim's just sitting there like this.
Yeah. Oh shit! Oh, here's a record. Have y'all seen this? It's called Blues for Tomorrow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that a compilation?
Yeah, it's a compilation. It's just got a really cool cover, I thought.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that listed a few times.
I got this. It's still sealed. I got it for $9 from Euclid.
What are the groups that are on that?
I don't know, man. It's sealed. Sonny Rollins, Herbie Mann, Bobby Jaspar,
That's
G.G.
cool.
Grice, John Coltrane, Paul Chambers, Jack Sheldon, George Wallington, Egg Tenpen, Art Blakey. Everybody's on this thing.
I really want. There's a Riverside Bobby Jaspar record, and it was pressed in the U.S. limited originally, so it like never comes up. And then there's a French pressing because I think he's from France, so I guess Riverside got it pressed over there as well. And there's a Japanese pressing, but I want a U.S. original, and thing never comes up. So just throwing it out there.
You just throwing it out there so somebody will send you one?
Yeah, if you got it, I'll buy it from you.
I think
What do you all think? Let me get my Texan on. What do you all think about Bobby Jaspar?
What? I like Bobby Jaspar.
Yeah, I like him, and he gets points for being, him and Blossom Deary were married.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he gets points for that.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've got somebody showed an Inner City like Legends of Jazz earlier, like with the gray cover and all that. I forgot who showed that now, but anyway, I've got a Bobby Jaspar one that's pretty good, and he's all over the Sam Records stuff.
I love Bobby Jaspar. I love his flute. I like flutes.
Yeah.
Sitting on a park bench, dude.
Yeah. His stuff is cool. His stuff that he, his first few records are so expensive. They're like European label, like Swing, I think is the label, and they're like 10-inch records that are, impossible to get.
Blossom was kind of good. I think she was more than kind of.
Blossom Deary did a Beatles cover album too.
Really?
Everybody did.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that was true.
Early on, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with Joe. I love flautas, especially chicken.
Flautas, right?
No, I need to get that Blossom Deary, the Vinyl Me Please one. I haven't bought. It's still in stock.
Is it still in stock?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Because I have.
No,
two
I
copies
swapped
of
it. I swapped it. It's coming right now. That's right. I swapped it.
That's cool. I have it. It is a cool. Like literally, the style is cool. It's cool.
I was gonna say I have a copy I can just send you because when I ordered originally, like I think it was one of the first things I ordered a few years ago when I joined joined Vinyl Me Please, and I thought there was like the defect in the record.
That's a cool cover.
But it was actually
great cover.
Mike having too many drinks playing with his turntable.
Uh-oh.
And they sent me another copy. They said, keep it and we'll send you another copy. And they're both like in excellent shape.
That's awesome.
She can't wait until it sells out again. It'll be $100 record.
Look at that big ass microphone she's singing.
She kind of looks like Marilyn in How to Marry a Millionaire in that. The glasses.
She looks
just hot.
She looks really cool.
Yeah.
Big ass.
I traded out the past 2 months. I traded out. I got my Dinah Washington and I got my Roberta Flack.
Those
and then, but I gotta get blonde. I don't have blonde on blonde, so I gotta keep the blonde.
Yeah, I didn't care about that 80s Miles record they had this month. I was just
no, I was not buying that. Oh, that's
Chris, did you get the Beastie Boys?
No, I got Blossom Deary instead. I think
right.
the Beastie Boys is going to come out as a black.
The Fiona Apple. I'm not even a member, and I got the Fiona Apple. That's the greatest thing for me.
I want to get the Alice Coltrane, but that sucker's.
I'd like to get
there's a Patsy Cline that I missed that I want to swap out next time. There's nothing else I want.
Monday. Huh? The
Felipe
biggest
just came up out of nowhere. What?
Monday, the biggest sale ever, according to the email, right?
Oh yeah.
Really?
I just want that Alice Coltrane.
Vinyl Me Please?
Yeah.
Oh, because I've got like almost $200 in like credit.
Oh, nice.
You
can you spend those credits just whenever you want, or do you have to buy a record of the month?
Did you get the?
No, you spend it whenever you want.
Did you get the Bobby Timmons Christmas record?
No, I was thinking about that. And then I was thinking about
and I got it.
Yeah.
It's like limited to like 1,000 or maybe 300 or something small. So
the whole Christmas record thing. is sort of, I'm like, because you know what I do at Christmas time? I make a playlist on my iPod, and then I play it through everything, and then the rest of the year I don't play.
I got it because of Bobby Timmons, though, because there's stuff that he has that I want to get, and I feel like I don't want to pass on a Bobby Timmons. But yes, I agree.
Like that.
That's out of my Christmas records. I'm like Mazzy. I have them. Mazzy has his Christmas records right there next to his.
I do, and I pull them out. They're in my little thing. I pull them out once a year. I like Christmas records. You know,
me too.
Mazzy, that is prime real estate. What else do you have there besides Christmas records?
Well, under my stereo, there's a section that has my classical records.
Oh, cool.
Just because because it's the perfect segment for. I'm getting a little tight there now, but everything else is down except for my new releases behind me. Everything else is downstairs, but it's only it's a split level, so it's not way downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I get exercise in my elderly age. I walk down and grab records and bring them up.
Yeah,
you get one of those seats along the staircase that kind of just rides up.
I do not have one of those. For my man of my age, I'm in good shape, and
Mazzy, you know that you have like a metal thing you keep I know you're I don't know if it's the cocktail records in. What was that little stand?
Oh,
that's the best section. That's my favorite
sideboard.
Yeah, that's it. Because what's
okay? It's called what's it called? LP bin.
Okay.
Google LP bin. You get two.
Oh yeah.
Because I ordered. I forgot the name. I have two of them, and I forgot the name of the company.
LP bin, like $60 or $70 for two.
Yeah.
And they're great because they're heavy. They got the rubber things that don't slide.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, those are great. I just have to get two more.
Yeah, I have
you know what else is great? That is super cheap. And I think Mike and Felipe bought a couple of these. Target has these little boxes.
Yeah. Great.
Little whole 40, 50 records. Do you have one of those handy, Mike, to show?
There's two versions of them. There was one that has a
recess behind the Chris. Yes.
It has a recessed front, so it's even more. It's like you're at a record store, and then it's
perfect. It is perfect.
But I keep my new arrivals and my my inner sleeves and outer sleeves I keep in here. And then,
I have 10 of these.
Also I keep in here. But yeah. So anyway, so it's just a cube, but they're cheap and they're perfect.
Yeah.
Do you have a 10-inch box, Mike?
Yes.
Because I ordered one.
I have a box that I keep my 10 inches in.
Why? There was a specific one that's metal that I can't remember if it's Bags Unlimited or the other one. I can't remember their name, but I got an email that I ordered. It's like $60 and you get two of them.
Okay.
But they sent me an email, said they're out of stock or they don't know when it's coming back in.
Dude, I feel this comment so much. Recently, I was in Goodwill flipping through Mitch Miller LPs.
Wow.
I just put in the link in the description there in the comments. That's the place. Cool. They're great.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Those are available. Those wooden boxes are available at Target. They're for kids' toys or something. They're really good though.
I think they come in two colors. There's the light stained, and then there's the darker stained. So depending on your style.
I don't know if you can. I got this one this summer. It took forever. I don't think you can see it.
What is this?
It's this.
A little stack.
It's like a 2, and then you got this thing at the top. Gosh dang it! I hate you. You got this little flip thing at the top. I have to keep it covered because the cat likes to sit on top of the records, so I have to reinforce everything. But this has a little flip thing at the top. But these are
what records do you keep?
Glorious.
What
everything I'm too lazy to put into Discogs and put into alphabetical order in my regular shelves.
Oh my God, what has happened? How did I paste 3 fucking comments of one URL and they're all fucked? Sorry, just ignore all that, I guess. What the fuck? I was trying to post a link to those stupid boxes, but anyway, if you just search for wood milk crate box on Target, you'll find those. They're really cool.
Yeah. No, those are great. I love them, Chris.
I'm heading out. I gotta go, but it's nice seeing you guys. Thank you for the hanging out.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Stopping by. Talk to you later.
Seeing y'all.
Bye, Mazzy.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out if I'll make another drink.
Check his links. I've seen those before.
Chris, I'll do another drink if you want to do one.
Ooh, it's already been 4.5 hours. This is a record.
Isn't there a limit to how long you can do live streams? Like, isn't 4.5 like the limit?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I heard Patrick talking about this.
No, just
because I know that.
Will they shut us down? Like, just stop the stream?
Well, I know that's why Rachel doesn't go over. And there's like when I watch the Disney vloggers that like walk around Disneyland and video everything, they only go 4 hours and then they have to cut it off and like do a part 2. So I don't know.
Let's see.
Why don't we just like Thelma and Louise it and see how?
Yeah, man, we're going right over the edge.
It's gonna be crazy.
Well, it's been 4.5 hours and it's still alive, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
it's Kramer and the guy from the car dealership seeing how far they can go on
right.
empty.
Baggy, what is your favorite Seinfeld episode, if you have one?
This is a good point, boy.
They're like, the reason why I mention is because somebody sent me a GIF today, GIF, whatever it's called, and it was when Kramer is dressed up like Merv Griffin and he does his whole apartment.
Yeah.
That's like insane premise that only would work with Kramer. Like,
because they threw it away and he found it in the trash.
Could ever do that?
And he's like, oh, such and such is here, and he's like, move over. No, I like the one. I like the JFK one with what's the baseball player?
Wait, back into the left with the spin.
And then they redid the scene from JFK. He's like, that's one magic Looney.
Yeah,
I agree. The puffy shirt was my favorite episode.
Oh no, the one where he wanted that bread. He's like, give it to me, you old bag. He stole the bread from me.
The marble rye.
That was horrible. I love that they were just like, no, he's an awful person. He's just gonna steal a loaf of bread from an old lady. And he called her an old bag.
All right, my favorite moment from that whole series though was when George got busted eating the eclair out of the trash.
Oh yeah, classic.
By his girlfriend's, like the girlfriend's mom or whatever, whoever the fuck it was. He's like, it was on top.
There.
Yeah, it was on top.
Oh, Mike, I think you're muted.
Was better than Seinfeld, I think. But
Mike, I think you're muted.
Same shit. Huh?
I think Mike's muted.
I got this for my birthday.
The shrinkage episode
Have you seen this?
is one of my favorite
ones.
Shrinkage?
Yeah. That's a good one.
Have you guys seen this before?
What is that?
Legos?
Yeah, it's Lego. It's Jerry's apartment in Lego form. I got it for my birthday.
Does it have a computer?
What do you mean?
Well, he has a Mac like in his the corner there.
Yeah, I plus that bike. You know that bike that's always hanging.
Oh yeah, the bike.
We'll have to see if that's. I haven't put it together. I was thinking of doing one of those, like doing the time lapse thing on the iPhone.
Oh yeah,
that'd be cool.
And I just set it up on my coffee table here and put it together so I can like speed it up and make it go really fast.
That'd be awesome. You should definitely do that.
I've got the what the fuck is it? Whatever the Apollo aircraft were. I'm gone dumb.
They have some really cool stuff now. They have a bonsai tree and they have like a little Vespa scooter. It's really expensive though. They're neat sets though.
Yeah, they are cool.
One of my favorite episodes is when it's like Jimmy's Chicken Shack opens across the street from Kramer's apartment.
Oh, Kenny Rogers Roasters.
Kenny Rogers, thank you. And Jerry and Kramer swap apartments, and they swap complete personalities. Oh, it's so funny.
Here's a record for you. Check this out.
And Newman's in that one. He has a good role. What do you got?
Does anybody know this record? I'll be shocked if nobody knows this record, but
no.
No.
Yeah. Sad.
Well, that's it.
While we're showing random shit, I gotta show this.
You gotta sell.
Big Sexy Land. It's a great fucking record.
I got something to show.
Oh, I love them. Yeah, they were great. That was a big part of my high school years.
When you guys,
was it?
When you guys are prepared to
you have to wait now. So you know this band, Baggy?
Yeah, man.
Oh, sweet.
Big Sexy.
They did that cover of Rod Stewart cover on that one on the one
Yeah.
album.
Yeah.
That looks like a cool.
Well, I saw Ministry at the Universal Amphitheater. I think that's where I lost some of my brain cells because we like headbanged the whole time.
Yeah, but
That was the loudest show ever.
I saw them. I saw Revco with Luke Van Acker and some other dudes like 3 years ago.
That was an awesome show. I had a hat from it too, and I wish I knew where that hat went because it had the 6ix9ine on it on the back and had Ministry across the top. But anyway, look at this.
Rudolph. Oh, Rudolph cereal? Nice.
Yeah. I'm addicted to this, and I think it's killing me. I think it's eating me out from the inside, but I can't stop eating.
Cereal? That's hot cocoa. Okay.
It's got and it's got marsh. It's like Lucky Charms, but it's chocolate, and yeah. And they came out with a I put it on my Instagram. They came out with a cinnamon toast apple pie version, and yeah. Anyway, I'll be dead soon.
He'll be dead soon.
Oh, it's got little cutouts. It's got the elf and everything on the back and the Bumble and all that.
Oh, yeah, I love all that shit, man. I'm ready for Christmas personally.
Well, it's here.
I will not start celebrating Christmas until Thanksgiving is finished.
Yeah, I've got to go and pull all the stuff out of the storage unit, all the tree and all that stuff, just so my cats can destroy it all.
I got so much shit. Oh my god.
I wish I could do an artificial Christmas tree, but my wife and daughter are not. No. So
they're expensive now too. Even the natural trees and the fake trees are so dang expensive.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It used to be like $20 for a tree, and now it's like.
Mike, are you in the city?
In the Bronx.
Oh, whereabouts?
Not far from the stadium.
Oh, right. Okay. I moved from Riverdale in April. I was there for about 5 years.
Oh yeah, I got gosh, one of my friends, they actually still live in Riverdale. I work with her.
Riverdale's cool.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Hey, Roberto, you're not inundated anything. Well, your comments are awesome.
And
But so the guys come in, they sell the trees on the corner.
Yeah, but we go to this one place. Usually, it's in East Harlem. It's a nursery that's open year round, but they're under the Park Avenue train where the Metro North goes over.
Okay.
Under those train tracks, and they have phenomenal trees.
All right.
They always give you a good price, and like you tip the guy, and he takes
of course.
He takes like a shitload of money off the tree.
How much? So how much does a natural tree? What you get a regular sized one? How much does that go for now?
I get one. Usually it's like close to 8 feet.
That's a good sized tree.
Without tipping the guy, if we just played it, it would be like close to 200.
Holy smokes! I didn't realize.
Yeah. But when you tip him, he takes an absurd amount of money off.
Jeez.
It's crazy.
Wow. Crazy. Yeah. Do they cut the base off for you? So
they do all that. Yeah.
See, my problem is we've got a real tree for years, but I've had 2 or 3 years like you cut the base off and the fucking thing still dies and like turns into a dried out piece of shit, and then you're just fucked,
There's been a couple of years where that's happened. Only a couple of years, so that we've lucked out.
We had one that died so fucking fast. My wife made us undecorate it. Went and bought another one and put the shit back on it, dude. So I think we're doing fake tree this year.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with
I grew up with real,
and I loved
real.
it.
They have fake trees now that are they're like rubber and they look real. They're not like the pipe cleaner ones. They have little limbs that look like actual real branches and stuff.
What I want
but they're really expensive.
I have a menorah. I have a menorah and I put it out every year. I have a Jewish family.
Well, during our conversation, I got this thing mounted on the head shell.
Oh, what is that? Was that
does anyone else hate doing cartridge alignment more than I do?
No.
I hate doing alignment more than anything. It makes me want to quit the hobby every single time I do it.
I was so afraid of it, and then I actually did it, I was like, okay, it wasn't that bad.
No,
I just hate doing it.
Yeah.
it's not. Yeah.
Did you ever get your mono cartridge fixed? Did you break it or something, Baggy?
Oh, I was going to ask you about that. I was going to. Okay, so the guy Grotto, like John Grotto, I think his name is. He called me and he said, "There's nothing wrong with this cartridge," and he said, "I'm going to send it back to you, and I'm going to send you a brand new one in the box." And he's like, but I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with this. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, thank you so much. And then he sent it to me. So I don't know if I should send it back to him, but if not, I can send it to you, Chris, because he was right. There was nothing wrong with it.
Passive aggressive.
That would be cool as fuck. I would love to check that out.
Yeah, I mean that I hate saying I almost hate saying that online because I don't want to set that expectation for other people if they send in,
Right.
But and I'm not. I mean, I don't get any views on my videos, so it wasn't like a YouTube influencer thing. He just was a really cool guy. And one thing
we can become YouTube influencers.
One thing he said, if anyone does 78s, I asked him about the 70. He said that they can't get the diamonds for the 78s anymore. So if you want an a Grotto 78 cartridge, buy it now because apparently they're not going to be doing them anymore. I have a cheap little Auto Technica 78 player, 78 one, but I play all my old, like those Chip Bakers and stuff. I play all of that on the Orifone mono. Yeah. And it really does the best. They really sound the best with that one, I think. And I know that guy. You remember the guy we were talking about, the Deep Groove mono guy? He uses spherical for those old beat up records. His theory is, you don't want to use anything that gets too far into the groove. You want to go the opposite direction, and that reduces the crackles. I don't know if that's. I don't know.
What was that?
I emailed him, asked him his opinion on it.
Was that? Sorry, I missed it.
The Deep Groove. What's his name?
I forget, but he says that he weights his cartridges to the highest end of their specs. So,
but he also uses spherical on all of his old like if he was going to play those Chet Bakers, he would use, and he has vintage cartridges too that he uses for those too.
But I decided to do that, and that extra like 0.25 grams, I feel like it does make a difference. It even makes a difference in the feel of when I move the tone arm. It feels like more sturdy. So it's still within the spec range, but because of him, I changed my weight.
Let's tune into what sounds best.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at Ortofon, for example, let's say a cartridge, black or bronze, they recommend between 1.4 and 1.7, but ideal 1.5.
Yeah, this is 1.5 for this bronze here.
That's the bronze.
I'm really interested to see how, I'm obsessed with that stupid relaxing record, Felipe.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I realized that I didn't tell you. I was listening to the album on my headphones,
mm-hmm.
on my Sennheisers,
mm-hmm.
and I said so. Then I listened to it back with the Nagoka 200 without the headphones, and mm-hmm. there was much less clipping and much less distortion, but it was still kind of there. So I'm wondering to see if this is. I'm starting to think that maybe that record was wrong for me, and that record's really made for people dialed in. MC moving coil cartridges, not.
Have you listened with? Have you used this bronze already?
No, I need to align it. That's the part I'm dreading because I hate doing that.
The bronze, it's very revealing. It's going to show a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clear, transparent, and heavy and loud, but it's going to show. If the record is bad, it's going to show through.
Yeah.
That's going to come through very easy.
This one's for my main table, and it's for playing like my acoustic sounds or my tone poets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then the other one will be for everything else, and then my Grotto monos for my old like 50s mono records and stuff.
So I heard that the mono groove is wider than
the old school mono groove is, yes.
Yeah. The micro groove, no, the micro groove is the same.
Not the micro groove.
Well, it may not be wider, but the stylus that they built for those old monos is definitely wider.
Yeah.
Because I think it's one, I'm going to mess it up, like millimeter or whatever it is. And a regular stereo one is 0.7. So it is like a significant
So a lot less than a millimeter.
percentage
Well,
wider.
it's probably micron, something in that range.
Yeah, I'm probably messing it up. But yeah,
I thought that was true. Well, obviously it is for 78s, but I thought it was also true that even just mono vinyl was also a little bit wider, and you needed a different type of stylus for it.
Right, old mono. I mean, new reissue monos are like made for stereo cards, but
yeah, well, like Patrick says, it's like 1962 is really kind of like the cutoff year for, because and you can see on the sleeves of the records it says this can be played on with a stereo or mono cart, but we're collecting, Mike and I are collecting stuff from the 50s, so I mean that's where that mono cart really comes into its own.
But that bag, it was because back then they would have different sizes, different weights. Then they just became one. Now they're pretty much the same size and weight as well, but the way the cart is constructed, they read each side of the groove different. So if you look at Orthophone's website, a stereo record, one side of the groove is different from the other side, and that's what the stylus takes. The mono groove is both sides are the same, and that cartridge is made to read that.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so if you guys don't think I should send it back from from the story that I've told you, presented
I
all
think
the
you
facts,
should
never
definitely send it to me instead of sending it back.
no, I do not think you're.
Well,
I honestly don't think there's any onus on you to send that back. I feel like this guy basically said, "Here's 2 cartridges." I mean,
okay, sir. I need you to DM me on Instagram and give me your address so I can give you some bags, and I need Chris to DM me so I can send him the mono cartridge.
Okay,
that sounds.
I need your addresses.
I'll find something to VCL to you.
Yeah. Well, Joe's sending me something, so I got to send something.
Oh yeah, and Joe, I got to send him something.
I got to send one of y'all a record too. I've got a record I want to send to somebody. I just got to figure out who.
Send me any 10 inches you guys don't want because I'm clicking just for.
Do that.
Oh, it's funny. I was looking at when I was looking at old records to browse like what 10 inches and stuff. There's a British company that put out a lot of those the really early jazz 50s jazz and stuff in England, and so I was looking at that, and they're not very expensive. So depending on how far this goes with the whole Michael 45 thing, I was thinking about maybe seeing if they can grab me some of those.
These are kind of junky, but so feel free to decline. But this is a Sidney Bechet record.
You love
it?
Sidney Bechet.
Hell
yeah!
And it's on Vogue, made in France.
That's probably in my want list already, honestly.
Cool. Yeah.
I put every 10-inch Sidney Bechet possible in my want list.
Yeah, I'll give it a spin for a last time, and then I'll ship it out.
It can't be worse than those Chet Bakers. Those Chet Bakers are
It's okay. I mean, it's just stylistic. I can't remember. I think it's almost like a Dixieland style. I gotta listen to it. But it's
Mike, you should yell at other Mike about Sidney Bechet now.
I love Sidney Bechet.
Damn it!
I don't like the term. I don't care for the term Dixieland style. I just call it New Orleans style.
Well, no, I mean, okay.
I'm joking.
I have a Sidney Bechet. He did a couple of, I guess they reissued them on Blue Note, these 1200 series.
Yeah, those are great.
Don't you have one of those, Mike?
Which one?
I thought you had the 1200 series Sidney Bechet stuff. I thought you had one of those.
No, I don't.
Because I bought that years ago on Mosaic. Put out a bunch the whole box set of Sidney Bechet on Blue Note.
Yeah,
and it's great. It's like with the Port of Harlem Jazzmen and some other groups.
Oh, interesting!
Phenomenal.
Yeah, so this is some weird little series. They only did like 5 or 6 of these 1200 series, but this is Sidney Bechet with Wild Bill Davison and Art Odes. I don't know.
What's the catalog number? 1204?
1204, yeah.
That's
interesting. These are cheap too. I mean, but it's West 47 West 63rd, and you can get these for like $10-20.
Now, wasn't the Sidney Bechet on Blue Note purchased from like labels, like Vogue.
I don't know if it was purchased or if it was like the really early shit, like
Right.
30s and 40s stuff. You know, Blue Note's been around since 1939, so
I thought Blue Note started with like purchasing their rights to press. Like
they may have. I don't know. That sounds.
Because he was like he and Monk and were like the first artists right on the label.
Yeah. I'm looking through this right here.
That's the Mosaic.
Yeah, and it says, what does it say? Several of the selections appeared in France in the late 40s and early 50s on Vogue and on its subsidiary label Jazz Selection.
Interesting. I never heard of that one.
Speaking of the Ken Bernstein, the parts about Cindy Bechet are like blood curdling the way the stories they told about him in that documentary.
Oh,
he was not to be messed with.
Yeah.
What did they say?
One of the first jazz biographies I read was of Sidney Bechet. And
I gotta read that.
It was by this guy John Chilton, and Sidney Bechet. He pull out his knife on you in a second.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I feel like from his covers, he just projects like such a happy demeanor.
No, I think they I think they.
Look at this. He's hanging out with a little kid.
Didn't they deport him from France?
Yeah. Yep.
They're like, you're
Wait, what's the story? What's the story? I think you guys are. I think I remember this. Didn't he like get into a fight or something, like a fist fight?
It was some kind of competition. They were betting something, and then he just took it like to the next level, man. Like, I can't remember off the top of my head, but whatever it was, it's like I mean, he's a scary guy. It's like that's like whenever people say, "Oh, these times you live in are just terrible." I'm like, no. Read a book. I mean, life was much more violent the farther you go back.
Oh yeah, it's hard. It's hard for us to have perspective like that, but it's things are way better than they ever were, even though it seems like everything is shit right now.
An Irish mob.
2018 was better than now. How about that?
Yeah,
an Irish mob isn't grabbing Italians in New Orleans and hanging them in the street like that. Like years ago.
The Wizard of Jazz.
That's badass. What is this? The book or?
Yeah, this is like the second jazz biography I ever read.
I need to stop watching YouTube and read books.
Oh, shit. Well, no, here's what we do. We let Mike tell us about the
Just
books.
let Mike read the books, and he'll tell us. Give us the bridge.
Mike, you should read books on your YouTube channel. That'd be amazing.
There's a photo of him when he was arrested in London.
That's in the documentary. Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh my gosh! Look how young he is. What year is that?
1922.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is a really good.
It's 100 years old.
Yeah, 100 years ago.
Jeez.
I just want it's interesting. I mean, I'm 46. I don't know how old everybody else is, but I just hope that this. I've only found this music 2 or 3 years ago. I just hope that it that people keep finding it. In the future.
Yeah, I think they will.
I've been collecting now for like, I don't know, 3 years maybe, something like that, give or take. And I feel like it's weird. I feel like I have a lot of because of the classic series and Tone Poets and just reissues I've been able to get. I have a ton of Blue Note. I have a ton of like all these major jazz labels. Major is probably the right word, but I feel like now when I'm buying stuff, I really am trying to find stuff that I don't know, like I don't need like just another hard bop record, right? I have plenty of hard bop records, and not that they're bad. I feel like Stunty was talking about this, and it really kind of, and I feel like when I'm looking to actually spend money on a record, I do want it to kind of add a new thing to my collection. So,
and then some of the some of the hard bop stuff. I think I sort of go on the impression, depending on the artist, that they'll always be there. There's always going to be a reissue market for that.
Right.
There's some other stuff that if if you don't get, it's going to be, you know, they might not get reissued. You know, like a lot of the stuff on the label Muse, it hasn't been reissued yet. You know. Well, I think part of that is the people that own it also.
Wasn't Muse also? Wasn't there like other labels folded into Muse?
I think they might have owned Cobblestone.
Yes, I think that's right.
It was owned by this guy Joe Fields.
Okay.
And he died a couple of years ago, but he owns now his family. They release a few things on LP, not much, but they own High Tone and Savant. They're still putting out stuff.
Really?
Yeah, they just changed the name. I just got there's this trumpet player that I love, Tom Harrell. He's been around for years. He's 76 actually.
Okay.
And there's an interesting story about him too. He's also like a schizophrenic. But he's been playing for years, and I just picked up one of his albums out of the, I don't know, 10 that's on that label. They released on vinyl. But you know, so they don't release that much stuff on vinyl, but it's the same company that own Muse and Cobblestone.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty cool. I've only got 3 or 4 Muse records, but they're all badass. Like,
yeah,
it's a label, and I'm pretty sure they're all pretty cheap.
Yeah. It's a great Muse record by this pianist, and he had played with Art Blakey also. Donald Brown. I think he just retired from teaching in Tennessee. And it's with Gary Bart and some other musicians. It's phenomenal. It's on Muse. Let me see if I can find the name of it. Because I had it on CD, and then I finally picked it up on vinyl. Let's see.
Roy Brooks. Speaking of the reissue, Roy Brooks has a record on Muse.
Yeah, that's like impossible to find.
With George Coleman. Cecil McBee, Woody Shaw. I mean, killer lineup. It's really hard to find.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, have you read that Dexter Gordon biography that his wife did?
I have it. I haven't gotten to it because I picked it up on like one of these bookstores had like a huge sale.
Yeah.
And I picked up like 3 jazz biographies: the Dexter Gordon, the Sun Ra, and another one I can't recall right now. And
Mike, do you know about this Love and Understanding Jimmy Heath Muse record?
I know about it. I would like to get it. I think it's on my list in Discogs to pick up.
Curtis Fuller trombone.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Heath brothers?
I love them. They're great.
You know, they're the best.
I guess it may not be funny, but it's funny to me. Right before the pandemic, I went to see the pianist Ethan Iverson was having a show, and he plays on some of CDs with Tootie Heath on drums. So there's this place called the Zinc Bar, and they had this piano trio, and it was Ethan Iverson and Tootie Heath was on drums.
Okay.
And Tootie Heath had he was flying in from New Mexico where he lives.
Okay.
So he comes, and in the audience was Reggie Workman and Buster Williams.
Okay.
Because, they were just like, paying homage and all this stuff. Tootie Heath is one of the funniest guys in the world. And when he came on, Ethan Iverson was saying, we're going to keep it under control, not too much humor tonight. So, they're playing, and Tootie Heath starts telling a story. And he's going, we're in Philly, and we were backstage. It was me, McCoy, and Lee. And he goes, and then he comes back there.
Okay.
And then he's just going, and everybody's going, who's he? He goes, you know who I'm talking about, Dr. Fuxtable. He's talking about Bill Cosby. and then this one woman in the audience, she got so upset. She was like, "That's not funny. That's not funny." And the whole point he was trying to make
That's hilarious, actually.
The whole point he was trying to make was even back then they knew that Bill Cosby.
I heard those stories before it ever became a big thing.
Who he was.
Didn't
It
you?
was hilarious.
That was like a thing that people spoke about. I remember like listening to, I don't know, like comedians on Howard Stern talk about.
Yeah,
Cosby was doing that stuff. Just nobody gave a shit.
I think it's unfortunate that whatever state he got thrown in prison after they fucked it up so bad they had to let him go because they fucked up the fucking
He's a Pennsylvania kid,
prosecution.
'cause he was real close with Temple University, and he was I'm pretty sure he was in Pennsylvania.
But it was so after that, the woman was like, yeah. Then like Tootie Hefner goes, "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not gonna play anymore." And Ethan Ivan goes, "Yeah, you are, Tootie. You're gonna play." And then this other woman went up to the woman that complained and said, "You should be ashamed of yourself and you should leave."
Oh my God.
Oh
It was crazy, but he did play.
You know what's funny about Jimmy is I didn't realize I knew Jimmy, not know him, but I mean, I didn't know that I was aware of who he was because all of the jazz documentaries had Jimmy's like interview because he knew everybody. He was involved with that whole scene back in the 60s, right? And then all of a sudden I start getting to Riverside and I get like this record, Jimmy Heat the Quota.
Yeah.
But like, and then I was like, I know who this guy is. And he is killer on sax.
Yeah.
Killer.
And he has some recordings on Steeplechase.
Yep.
That were never done on vinyl that are really good.
Yeah, he's been all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
and I just feel like that. I feel like the Riverside folks, like everybody knows Monk, everybody knows Bill Evans, but like the Heath brothers, particularly Jimmy Heath, but Albert Heath as well, particularly. Sam fucking Jones, like Riverside. Really, I mean, I had the Cannonball Adderley, Bill Evans with Sam Jones and Hank Jones, but the Riverside stuff introduced me to Sam Jones. Is I think like his work on Riverside is just the best.
Yeah, it's great.
You know, and I can't think of everybody, but like Riverside has like a roster of guys.
Yeah, I mean but like I said, the whole thing with Kraft owning them, Kraft/Concord, and all those labels they own. I mean, I don't know when you're gonna see like some of these great recordings, or if you're gonna see them, because how does
it's tell.
They're not prioritizing stuff. They're like, okay,
Yeah.
But they're putting out stuff like this. I mean, this record here. You have this, Mike? It's Bill Evans.
Oh yeah.
I love that. I like late Bill Evans stuff. Some people put it down, but when I started listening to Bill Evans, I didn't just start with, the Riverside stuff. It was Riverside and the later stuff. Like he had some stuff on Timeless that was really good, and I would buy that. So, I was like back and forth when I started listening to him, and I love that. Concord did something that they put out something. It was like live at Harry's something. And maybe out of print, or maybe it needs to be repressed. But that was really good. It was an
Friday night one.
Yes.
Yeah, Friday night. Yeah, that's a great one. I have that.
I love that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That sold out really quickly.
Yeah, it did.
It's in stock on Acoustic Sounds. Who is Chris? Who's on the It May As Well Be Spring or whatever record you just showed? Who's he playing with there? Just curious.
It is Eddie Gomez and a guy named Elliot Zygmunt, who I don't.
That's who. Okay, so that's who's on a Friday evening as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really good. I enjoyed that set.
So guys, speaking of Kraft, one record that came this week that we haven't talked about so far, one of the best sounding of the week, Gears.
Fuck yeah, dude!
That stuff is unbelievable.
Yes. Oh, okay.
You
Do
got
you have
it?
that handy?
I have it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was my favorite record of the last couple of weeks for sure.
What is
Gears?
it again?
It's called Gears by Johnny Hammond.
Okay.
It's from the 70s. It's badass. Jazz Dispensary put it out with Kraft.
If it's still available, get it.
God.
It's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
it's limited to like 2,000 copies too.
Ah, I see it.
Yeah, it's produced by the Mizell brothers.
It is so
Okay.
cool, right, Chris? I love this thing. It's amazing.
It's funky as fuck, man.
Yeah, it's a milestone.
Yeah, it's a great one. That's really cool. I like that one a lot.
And he
It's a
came in
hard
the
record
old school
to get.
craft inner seat.
Oh, the Soul Society, is that what you're talking about, Mike? That was hard to get.
Yeah, there's one online right now. It's on eBay for $60, and I put an offer in for like 50 or something, and he rejected it because the cover's fucked up and it doesn't look like it's probably VG, but good enough that I would want it.
Yeah.
And it just never comes up. It's a really rare record.
But yeah, that Gears record, I think it's pretty affordable on Kraft's website, and it's
I think it's like 29.
Rusted RTI. It's got a Stoughton-ish jacket, and the music is badass.
Okay, it's on the Kraft website. Okay.
Yeah.
And the music is great. The music is just great.
Oh yeah, it's really good. It's been sampled like a billion times. Like I went and looked at, that Who Sampled website or whatever, where you can see like who has sampled a record. There was probably 150 entries for that record. I mean, if you like Donald Byrd, what's that? Places and Spaces. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you like that, you'll like this.
I heard. Well, not that I heard, but Ken McAuliffe said that's not like in that period of Donald Byrd.
Yeah, he didn't like that record. Yeah,
there's much better records to get.
No,
I got
man.
it. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I didn't.
That's Ken's opinion.
I thought it was
Yeah, because I've heard other people talk about how they love that.
Yeah, I don't know enough. Honestly, I don't know enough about that period of Donald Byrd to say like one's better than the other. I just thought it was an okay record. Honestly, when I got it and there were vocals on it, I like freaked out because I'm so not used to having like vocals like not a lead vocalist, like just like some background vocals over here, a couple bars over there type thing.
Yeah, when I was growing up, I guess Donald Byrd was still or just finished teaching at like Howard University.
Yeah.
And I knew some guys that I knew one guy who was like he was the older brother of a friend of mine that was down there when he was teaching, and in the whole Blackbirds thing and all that stuff, and he would always he idolized Donald Byrd.
I'm sure, but John, he's a giant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I don't have enough of his stuff.
You probably do, man. I mean, you got a bunch of singing records and shit.
Well, you know what? Like, I feel like Donald Byrd is a artist that, for me, he straddles like his career starts early and then he goes into like the 70s and probably the 80s. I don't know.
Like right up until he dies.
He's a guy that is, doing like the pop. I don't mean this in a negative way. I mean, like he's doing like where jazz is going. I'm going to go with it and lead.
Yeah. And then like towards the end of it, I don't want to say, the end of his recording career, because I'm not sure when exactly he died. He sort of went back to, I guess, what would you say, straight ahead, because he recorded, it's like, what's the label? Landmark. He released some stuff on that.
Okay.
And some really good albums on that.
I guess what I like about it is that I know that he has the chops from the early guys.
Yeah.
And I feel like he does. Sorry.
No, I got this the other day.
How's that?
So it's Donald Byrd with Pepper Adams and Gigi Grass. I haven't listened to it yet. I need to clean it, but dude, this is actually side 1 and 2 is originally issued as Pepper Adams Quintet. 10 towards the 5 spot, and then sides 3 and 4 is Gigi Grass and the Jazz Lab Quintet, and those are both ribbon up. Like
I want that jazz lab.
I mean, yeah. So those guys had sessions like, if it was Bird's record on Blue Notes. I mean, they just kept like, you know,
Yeah.
changing labels according to who's on the
Yeah.
contract, but it's pretty much the same band.
One
But
thing I don't. I'm sorry.
Sorry, but it's interesting, Mike. In Lee Morgan's book, he mentions a lot. He talks a lot about Bird later in his life. Some interviews that Bird gave, why he continued going to school despite still being a musician. Said, "I'm going to graduate as a professor because I see times changing. I see this is not going to last forever, and I want to be ahead of the game." And
Yeah,
he was probably the biggest on that.
yeah. He was the one that I think Herbie Hancock tells a story that he was the one that told him not to sell his publishing, not to give up his publishing rights.
So that's how Herbie got rich. So when
Yeah.
he was about to sign his contract with the Blue Note, Donald Byrd told him, so first of all, say you have your own songs, but say you're gonna play half the record standards or other authors and half yours, and tell them you're gonna go to war, you're going drafted, so that you have to record the record. That's how you're gonna get your contract. But he also said, let's open your publishing company and you're gonna own the rights.
Yeah.
And they had heard Herbie playing. They knew he couldn't lose him. So the day of signing, Bird, Herbie goes there and says, I want to have my publishing rights. They said, no way. And then he was walking out. Alfred Lyon walked and said, no, come on, stay here. We're going to do what you want.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And he recorded Watermelon Man, and he lived on that song. He actually, the royalties and everything from Watermelon Man help his pay his band in the 60s, pay the Mondishi guys in the late, because they didn't make it shitty money.
Right.
Herbie's a smart dude.
Yeah.
Smart dude. And he's also, I mean, he's he is like a smart guy. Like he's interested in like science and technology.
Yeah. Well, he came out of academia. That's when he was one of the, he was.
Yeah,
he went to engineering school for like 2 years. On the second year, they decided to organize like a music festival, and then he started gathering people around campus, and nobody could play shit. So he started taking so much time teaching people and putting a band together that he, at the end of the year, said, "And I got to do this. I'm giving up school."
So
did you guys get this one?
No.
Yeah, I have that one.
Chris, I think you picked that.
Vinyl Me Please had that, and I was being snobbish at the time, and I didn't want things that didn't have didn't have the sourcing, the AAA sourcing on it. And so I wish I just got it because it's a really interesting record. There's another one where he's got the giant. I mean, it's a cool cover.
So you can get that record. They issued it outside of Vinyl Me Please too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a Vinyl Me Please release. It was like a special like side sale thing.
Yeah.
But just speaking about Donald Byrd, the one thing that I don't know, like I guess you could say a crime is that Blue Note never gave Pepper Adams a date as a leader. I don't understand that. He's on all these recordings with Donald Byrd. You would think that they would say, look, they would give him a shot, and he never got a shot on Blue Note.
Speaking of Donald Byrd, I pulled up his discography, and if why can't I share this?
Yeah,
you guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to show you guys on screen too. Okay.
Mike, and by the way, I text you guys. Bird's Word, there's one for sale for $300.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so Transition. I actually have a Transition record in the mail right now. Let's not get too excited, but I'm so happy to have a Transition record.
Mm-hmm.
This is Bird Jazz. This is a really expensive record.
Yeah.
So Transition was a label. I actually thought like Mingus owned it, but Mingus owned Debut.
Right, him and Max Roach owned Debut.
And Transition, I think Felipe and I looked this up. Do you remember who it was? It's like a business guy. Like he made it. This was like his college business that he made up when he was like getting out of like university.
Is that guy? Is that guy Tom Wilson the same guy that did the Sun Ra that just came out?
What do you mean? Same guy? Did he produce that? Yes.
Crap. Yeah.
Yeah, because so he knew Sun Ra from Transition, and then he got hired, I think, by Savoy, and he brought Sun Ra with him.
Oh, okay.
And that's why the Sun Ra, because that's like from 1962.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound as crazy as the other Sun Ra's.
Right.
Because I think their relationship, and he was like, we're looking for this type of record, and you know, they did that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that happened because the guy who invented or founded Transition went to Savoy.
Oh, okay.
So Bird Jazz, and this was reissued by Sam Records.
Yeah.
And it's like a zillion, you know, I'm exaggerating, but it's an expensive record.
Yeah.
Bird's Eye View, Transition. Then he went and did Bird's Word 55 on Savoy, and Felipe has an OG copy of this, which is incredible. Two Trumpets with Art Farmer. That's a pretty.
I don't know if you've seen that. It's good.
Pretty pricey boy. The Young Bloods with Phil Woods. This was put out by Chad.
Yep.
Modern Jazz Perspective with Gigi Grice, Columbia. Great cover. 1956. Was this cover before the Time Out cover? Yes, it was.
It's by the same artist. It's by the same artist for sure.
It is. Okay, cool. Anyway, there's 1,000 of them. So this is all his lead stuff. He sticks with Transition, goes to Columbia, Vic, Verve, Columbia, Regent, Jazz Eyes. This is a super expensive record.
Oh yeah.
Donald Byrd records are really expensive as well.
Really?
Oh yeah.
This record is like a $400 record.
That's wow.
On Regent, and then they reissued on Savoy, and it's still crazy expensive.
Yeah.
Jazz Lab with Gigi Grice. I didn't realize he is considered a leader on this, but okay. Oh, this is the Jubilee one. Fuego, Felipe.
This is amazing. This is really good.
Yeah. He does all his look at all these blue notes. Check this out. Off to the Races is his first one, it looks like.
Yeah.
Bird in Hand, Fuego, At the Half Note, Bird in Flight, the
That's
Catwalk.
it's a two-part actually.
I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the blue notes.
And to me,
Forever, yeah.
in my opinion, Royal Flush is at the top of his game. That's his best.
Royal Flush, where's that?
Yeah.
61. Let's take a look.
Hmm.
Got
That's his
Pepper
best,
Adams,
in my opinion. Yeah.
Herbie, Butch Warren, Billy Higgins.
Seems
Yeah,
pretty
it's just
bad.
amazing. This is amazing.
Great cover. Great cover. Yeah. Anyway,
Bird and Blood is a great one. I love that Tone Poet.
so he's at Blue Note
Absolutely.
forever. He puts out looks like 20 records, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Then he moves to Elektra in the late 70s. Landmark, I think this is what you were referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Three
I
Landmark.
remember the city. This one. Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah.
Man, look at that. Mean Muggin.
It looks like Mingo's
With
there.
Joe Henderson and Bobby Hutcherson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That sounds pretty badass.
Yeah, Bobby Hutcherson died not too long ago.
Penguin Guide to Jazz wrote Hutcherson continues his Indian summer in the studios with swarming, harmonically dense lines, and Henderson's profoundly cast solos evince all the great maturity which seems to have eluded Bird. Hey, the hell was that?
Who wrote that?
It's one of the guys from the Penguin Guide.
Oh, I like those guys. They're pretty. I mean, they're pretty funny. I get it.
Oh, I've seen this record before. Look how badass he looks there.
Yeah.
And he's got records behind him. That's cool.
Mhm.
With Joe Henderson, he's on a lot of records.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's let me know if you guys are bored with this, but let's look at his sidemen.
I am bored with this.
Okay, all right.
That's okay though. Keep going.
Let's just look at sidemen work. So Duke Pearson, Art Blakey, Oscar Pettiford, Sonny Rollins, Kenny Burrell, Horace Silver, Paul Chambers, Jimmy Smith, Sonny Clark, George Wallington, John Coltrane, Kenny Clark, Eric Dolphy. I mean,
I don't have any
Pepper
Kenny
Adams
Clark
stuff.
record.
look at this guy's career. This is like one of the best jazz musicians who ever lived.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, look at this.
No question.
Gigi
He's
Grace,
on One Flight Up. Come on.
Hank Jones, Hank Mobley. I mean, give me a fucking break. Jackie
And
McLean.
it's not one or two. It's pretty much their whole catalogs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, God, I need more Donald Byrd.
Yep.
That was impressive.
We never told you that, Mike. Okay.
Well, Felipe's been telling me that for like a year.
Oh man, it's been 5.5 hours almost, guys.
Wow.
All right,
I
we shut it down.
Yeah.
I don't know. Y'all can say I'm gonna go to bed though.
I gotta jump.
No, me too.
Well, Mike, as always, and Baggy, who's behind the scenes, I guess. Thank you for joining us as always.
No, it's a lot of fun.
Thanks for
I think
coming.
I may play the Roy Brooks before I go to bed.
Oh, sweet. You should play it and then put a video up on your channel about it.
The new one is really quite good. And the
Yeah.
second song is like a ballad, and it's and I don't go for ballads like particularly, but man, it's absolutely stunning.
All right, yeah, I'll play it before I go to bed.
Yeah, it's good.
We have a new video coming out probably tomorrow, so hopefully you'll all watch that.
All right,
cool.
So
definitely.
All right, everybody.
Thank you guys. Y'all have a good
Thank you
night.
so much for coming. Thanks for
Thank
that.
you.
Pleasure
Bye, everyone.
having
See you guys
Later.
you on.